under the OSH Amendment Ordinance in respect of 8 fatal industrial accidents. There was one case in which court hearing was concluded. The case involved 2 proprietors of a non-construction industrial undertaking who were prosecuted for violation of the ordinance, including the summary offense of general duty provisions. They were each fined $50,000 by the court. In view of the recent serious industrial accidents, the LD will seek legal advice from the DOJ and consider taking out prosecutions against duty holders by way of indictment upon completion of relevant investigations. 2. For the conviction case, in reply 1, the government had considered whether to file a review or appeal against the sentences. Upon careful deliberation of all the relevant circumstances of the case, the sentences were considered not wrong in principle or manifestly inadequate, and therefore no application to the court for a review or appeal was made eventually. 3. The government has been promoting the adoption of design for safety in public works projects, and in 2006 formulated guidance notes and work examples on design for safety with the aim of thoroughly considering construction and maintenance work safety during the design stage. The government subsequently updated the guidance notes and work examples in 2016 to clearly demarcate the roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders further at various stages of a works project and require public works projects with estimated construction cost exceeding $500 million to implement design for safety (DFS). On private buildings, the Buildings Department formulated pursuant to the Buildings Ordinance, Chapter 123, and relevant subsidiary legislation, the Code of Practice, which stipulates that the design of new private buildings should provide adequate means of access to facilitate maintenance personnel to carry out maintenance and repair works outside the building safely. To further promote the adoption of DFS in private works projects, the Construction Industry Council (CIC) promulgated the reference materials on DFS in November 2022, providing guidance on incorporating safety elements during the design stage and the safety responsibilities of stakeholders during the construction stage. The CIC has also formulated and provided relevant training courses and materials to the construction industry. The CIC also wrote out a pilot scheme on DFS in this year with the aim of providing advice and assistance to developers of private works projects on the implementation of DFS. There was no consensus in the industry on regulating DFS by legislative means. Some stakeholders indicated that it would be difficult to generalize architectural design as it would be affected by a number of factors. Stakeholders are worried that legislative regulation would bring constraints to the design and hinder development of the industry. Stakeholders are also worried about the criminal liabilities when inadvertently contravening the law in the design process. So we at this stage consider a more pragmatic strategy is to continue working with the council and other stakeholders to promote a wider adoption of DFS instead of legislative means. Mr. Lam Chun-Sing. Thank you. With indictment cases, there is none of that. So for this case that is dealt with summary proceedings, the fine is just $50,000. Does the administration consider the policy intent achieved, that is, enhancing the deterrent effect? I am afraid the penalties are not enough to deter people from the breaching OSH legislation. They are not afraid of the penalties. And in fact, the Buildings Department can remove the relevant construction companies from the list of contractors that they may engage. Will the administration consider more measures to be put in place? For example, simplified procedures. For example, a 9-month prosecution period, would that be enough? And whether there is a need to review the definition for the more serious cases. Thank you. Secretary for Labor and Welfare. Thank you for the questions. In fact, this was discussed when we were resuming the second reading debate of the OSH Amendment Ordinance in relation to how the government would define serious. So we would mean serious consequences and serious negligence. It has been decided. We do not see any difficulties in application for that. The member was concerned about the penalties handed out by the court, whether they are deterrent and meet the expectations of frontline workers. When prosecution is initiated, prosecutors would inform the court that we have now had legislative amendments to increase the penalties. So the fines should increase significantly, and it is shown in the case. But for each case, it would be on a case-by-case basis, the penalties specifically that should be handed out. If there is a need to make an appeal, the Labor Department will definitely lodge an appeal upon consultation with DOJ. Mr. Cha Su-chung, thank you. With the amendments last year, it is to enhance the deterrent effect. But for a fatal industrial accident case, the fine is just $50,000. And for the fines in general for breach of general duty ordinance provisions, the fine is just $30,500. We have now increased the relevant maximum penalties from $500,000 and $200,000 to $3 million. I believe the Labor Department would have more justifications than ever to lodge a review or an appeal, but we do not see the Labor Department doing that. Why is that? Thank you. Secretary for Labor and Welfare. For each case, we would have to consult the DOJ to see if the case would warrant a review or an appeal. For the case that I mentioned in particular, the case that a fine was handed out, upon consultation with the DOJ, it is considered the sentences were not wrong in principle and the fines were not manifestly inadequate. So upon consultation with DOJ, we are taking a prudent stance. We do not consider we have a strong case if we are to lodge an appeal. With that said, the OSH Amendment Ordinance only came into effect 1 year ago. We do not have many cases since then. Please give us more time to showcase that for cases by way of indictment, we can review the penalties then to see if the amendment ordinance is effective. And in fact, 2 years from the amendment, we will conduct a review to see if the amendments are effective. Thank you. Mr. Kwok Wai-kang. Thank you. I think we see a general observation that there is a problem with regulation, and in fact, it is said in the Chapter 59, Factories and Industrial Undertakings Ordinance, for projects exceeding $1 million, 14 safety elements would have to be exercised, and it would relate to site supervision in particular, and there should be a safety committee that is put in place, and half of the members would have to be frontline workers. It would also have to involve top-level management. The records would have to be kept for 5 years. There is a 6-month grace period, but we should take forward these measures expeditiously. So has the LD stepped up patrolling and monitoring and make sure the trade would implement such safety elements? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kwok, for your questions. In relation to the guidelines, the LD would adopt a risk-based principle with patrolling and monitoring. If we have identified any issues, we would ask the relevant companies to follow up on the issues, and we may initiate prosecutions if necessary. Mr. Stanley. President, Mr. Lam Chun Sing asked a very good question. He asked whether the amendment ordinance passed last year is effective. And from the reply of the Secretary, we think the situation is less than ideal. We do not see harsh penalties, and we do not see many prosecutions being initiated. With the amendments passed, we still see industrial accidents. So what's the point of passing the amendment ordinance? In future, will the administration for the industrial accidents that took place after the passing of the amendment ordinance take a more targeted approach and, if necessary, implement further legislative amendments? Thank you. Secretary for Labor and Welfare. Thank you, Mr. Ng, for the questions. For every industrial fatality, we will draw experience from such. We will review the OSH protection for frontline workers, and if necessary, we will amend the codes of practice, to provide better protection for workers. For industrial accidents, preventing that from happening would need a multi-pronged approach. We would need to do education, training, patrolling, and we should promote the use of technologies. In fact, we saw before that a combination punches approach would be needed. So we will try our best and do more to improve OSH protection. Thank you. Ms. Maggie Chen. Thank you. In the reply provided by the administration, it is said that since the passing of the amendment ordinance, for 8 fatal industrial accidents, prosecutions have been taken out. I believe in many of these cases, more than one would be injured, and there should be more than one defendant in each case. I believe there are multiple issues with the industrial accidents. So with the education and training, publicity and promotion, and the use of technologies, the administration said they would do more. Does the administration have any concrete examples that can actually help the trade improve OSH? Thank you. Secretary for Labor and Welfare. Thank you, Ms. Maggie Chen, for the very good questions. We have been trying to allocate resources in this, and we have adopted a multi-pronged approach to encourage employers as well as workers to recognize the importance of OSH. So for workers working in construction sites, they must undertake training before they can even work in the sites. So through such training, they should recognize the importance of OSH and safeguards to be put in place. They must undertake the relevant safety measures. With prosecutions for OSH legislation, there are many different provisions, and depending on the circumstances of each case, which provisions have been breached, we would initiate prosecutions in relation to the specific provisions. Thank you. Dr. Anman Yu. Thank you. We have recently imported many foreign labor workers. So how will you implement education and training and publicity and promotion for them? Secretary for Development. Thank you. For the importation of foreign workers for the construction industry, we would make sure these workers have adequate or more than enough experience before they are allowed into Hong Kong. If they do not have the relevant qualifications before working in specific trades, they must be supervised by qualified personnel. They also need to undertake some construction safety courses before they can work in the construction sites. We now have specific accommodation for these foreign workers, and we have been providing training at these accommodation to facilitate building of construction safety knowledge. Thank you. Mr. Tony Tse. When reviewing the relevant legislative amendments, members express the view that punishment is not the best way. Prevention instead would be a better approach. I, as a representative of the construction industry, I can say that the industry recognizes the importance of construction safety, but we have many people working in construction sites, and they're of many trades. We have all along emphasized the responsibility of employers, but what about the responsibilities of workers? It is important to make sure the workers fulfill their responsibilities and comply with the relevant codes of practice. So how can we enhance the safety awareness of workers? What has the administration done upon the passage of the amendment ordinance? Has the administration considered the suggestion of putting in place a point deduction scheme? Thank you. Secretary for Labor and Welfare. It is as the member said, both employers and workers have responsibilities with OSH. And legislative means would be one way. And we have initiated prosecutions against workers as well. And we have seen many cases, in fact, where workers are held responsible for breaches of the provisions in OSH legislation. So we have been doing work as well in publicity and promotion and education and training. We have been trying to make publicity campaigns easier to understand so that workers know better their responsibilities. We have also been promoting the use of technologies. With the use of technologies, we believe there would be warnings or instructions issued if workers do not comply with the relevant best practices. We believe through such there would be better OSH. And I understand there is the suggestion of putting in place a point deduction scheme. We have been considering that, and we are consulting the stakeholders. Question 2.
Mr. Benson Loke. President, the Harbourfront Commission discussed earlier the proposed construction of a ventilation building measuring some 80 meters in height and occupying a footprint area of 55 meters by 40 meters for the MTR Airport Railway at the Central Harbourfront Event Space site. The relevant works are proposed to commence next year and last for 7 years. There are views that the land occupied by the relevant project and its associated site works, as well as the noise and dust generated from the works, may create a continuous impact on the use of the Central Harbourfront by various sectors for organizing mega events such as large-scale concerts, outdoor exhibitions, fun fairs with amusement rides and art exhibitions. And the area and capacity of the mega event site will be reduced as a direct consequence. Regarding sites for hosting outdoor mega events, will the government inform this council? 1. It has been reported that the aforesaid works were first conceived at the time of the Central Reclamation Project many years ago. Of the reasons why the authorities have deferred the commencement of the works to next year, the increase in the construction cost of the works over the original estimation, as well as the planning and progress of the works. 2. Whether it will, in the light of the adverse impact on the aforesaid works on the mega event site at Central Harbourfront, identify an alternative site suitable for carrying out the relevant works, or consider other modes and options to minimize the impact. If so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. And 3, of the number of additional outdoor mega event sites to be made available over the next 5 years for the purpose of promoting the mega event economy, as well as the respective size of such sites and the respective numbers of seats to be provided. Thank you. Secretary for Development. President, the Central Harbourfront Event Space, CHES, is located to the north of Long War Road in Central, with an area of about 3.7 hectares. The Development Bureau has been letting the site to private operators by way of short-term tenancy since 2014. Various large-scale local and international cultural and recreational mega events have been hosted there, bringing a diversity of experience to residents and tourists alike as they promote the mega event economy. As such, we will share the concern of Mr. Benson Look about the impact of the Airport Railway Extended Overrun Tunnel project on CHES. The project involves the construction of a tunnel of around 500 meters long beneath Long War Road to the east of the Hong Kong station, which will enable trains running on the Tung Chung line and the Airport Express line to turn around at the back of the Hong Kong station, that is to the east of the station. Such arrangement will enable increase in train frequency, enhancing the train carrying capacity and operation efficiency, so as to support the traffic demand from the developments in Tung Chung, Siu Ho Wan, and the airport. Having consulted the Transport and Logistics Bureau, TLB, and the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau, my reply to the various parts of the question is as follows. On part 1 of the question, the Airport Overrun Tunnel is part of the Airport Railway project. The funding support for the tunnel project was already provided by the government to the Mass Transit Railway Corporation. Now is named the Mass Transit Railway Corporation Limited, MTRCL, as part of the Airport Railway project. Since there had not yet been an imminent need for the said extended overrun tunnel at the time when the Airport Railway was constructed in the 1990s, the government decided then that the timetable for its construction would be firmed up subject to the future patronage at a later juncture. In the light of the recent developments, to support the transport demand from the developments in Tung Chung, Siu Ho Wan, and the airport, MTRCL commenced the planning and preliminary design works in 2022. On part 2 of the question, the overall tunnel for the overall tunnel to connect with the existing tracks of the Tung Chung line and the Airport Express line of the Hong Kong station, it is necessary to construct the tunnel beneath Long War Road to the east of the Hong Kong station. To cope with ventilation and fire safety requirements, a ventilation cum emergency access building will need to be built above ground as part of the project. The Development Bureau, TLB, and MTRCL have been in liaison with a view to minimizing the impact of the project on CHES as far as practicable. The 3 parties have been actively there was some discussion at the Higher Port Commission last year, and the 3 parties have been proactively following up the review of the project proposal. The proposal is reviewed along the following directions. 1. To reduce the footprint and height of the ventilation emergency access building, as well as its location, for reducing the long-term impact of these facilities to CHES. 2. To reduce the above-ground works area needed during the construction of the tunnel, so that outdoor events such as open-air concerts that are popular these years can still be held at CHES during the construction period. And 3. To reduce the inconvenience brought to the various types of events to be held at CHES during the construction period, and to postpone the commencement of the construction to after 2025 in order that event organizers may consider using the Kai Tak Sports Park, which would then be opened. TLB and MTRCL are working on the project proposal along these directions with a view to minimizing the impact and enabling CHES to continuously deliver its function effectively. On part 3 of the question, the Development Bureau has let the 1.4 hectare Wan Chai Harbourfront event space last year for operation by the market. As for the Kowloon side, a number of outdoor event spaces have been opened in the West Kowloon Cultural District, including Arts Park and Wonderland. The former contains a great lawn that can accommodate over 10,000 standing visitors to enjoy performances, and the latter is an outdoor performance venue that can accommodate about 8,000 spectators. The Kai Tak Sports Park will be open in the first half of 2025, providing modern and multi-purpose sports and recreational facilities, including a 50,000-seat main stadium and an outdoor public sports ground with the capacity of about 5,000 spectators, which are of great significance to the development of not only sports but also the mega event economy of Hong Kong. These venues do not include the new privately operated outdoor event venues at the Sports Park Saisha and the adjacent Go Park Saisha that will come into operation by phases in the near future. Thank you. Mr. Benson Look. Well, we want to promote a mega event economy. That means we must cherish and make the best use of venues for mega events. Government's been doing well. The Central Harbourfront event space is a good example. Now, this is the largest outdoor venue for mega events and is of the best quality. There's been the food and the Dine and Wine Festival and other concerts held there. And then you're going to build a massive concrete block of building that's 80 meters high. Definitely, that will affect the use of the site for holding mega events. In the reply, we see that the Bureau is listening to public views, is taking the first step. It promises to reduce the footprint and height of the ventilation building and so on. But I think the crux of the issue is really about the location of the building. So my question for the Bureau is, in the next few years, say 5 years, will you be able to make sure that events can still be held at the Central Harbour event space? Can you promise that the ventilation building will not be located in the Central Harbour front? There are adjacent sites. Mr. Look, you've asked your question. Secretary, please. Thank you, President. The ventilation building with associated fire safety measures, this has to be above ground. It's a permanent structure because if there's a tunnel underneath, then there's a need for such above ground facilities. Now, if the facilities are to be located outside the Central Harbourfront event space, it will be difficult because, as I mentioned in the main reply, technically the facilities have to be along Long Wall Road, so there aren't many locations for these facilities. But of course, we are still trying to explore different options. According to the current option, this permanent structure, that is the ventilation building, it takes up about just 1,200 square meters. As for the whole Central Harbourfront event space, it has a size of 3.7 hectares. So that's why we try to put it to one side or along the periphery of the Central Harbourfront event space. And in any case, it only takes up about 1,200 square meters. Now, underneath there will be tunnel works, and above ground there's a need for construction site. The TLB and MTRCL currently plan to just use the above ground area on a temporary basis as a works area. And here we're talking about 6,000 square meters. Now, if concerts are held at the Central Harbourfront event space, there's still enough room even during the construction period. Of course, we will try to avoid that as far as possible. But as I mentioned in the main reply, well, there are benefits to both users. We providing the tunnel to enhance the operational capacity of the Tung Chung line and Airport Express line, but we try to minimize the inconvenience. Thank you. Mr. Louis Long. Thank you, President. I'm glad to learn from the Secretary that She's actively following up on the matter and reviewing the works proposal, including reducing the footprint and height of the ventilation and reviewing the location of the building. Yes, the secretary just told us the building will only take about 1,200 square meters, but that means it's about 13,000 square feet, and 18 meters means it's 5-story high. Here we're talking about a core area in the central district. This is the most prominent location in the financial center and central business and business center. So it doesn't matter how you try to beautify the building, it remains an eyesore. That's why it's all about location. The secretary said that the building must be located above Long Wall Road, or along Long Wall Road. Well, but always say that with any works projects, there's always a solution. It's not possible that we can't find solution to issues. It's just a matter of course, really. So, Secretary, in the past, you've already given funds to the MTRCL to carry the project. So would there be come a constraint? Now we're talking here about a very important site. Is it possible to move the ventilation building to another location that's less prominent? Secretary. President, as the Secretary for Development mentioned in her main reply, the location of the ventilation building must be close to the tunnel. But then we've heard the views of members and the public, as well as the views of the Harbourfront Commission. The MTRCL has already improved upon the proposal. They're going to reduce the height from 80 meters to 30 meters for the ventilation building. And then the footprint will be reduced to 1,200 square meters, as mentioned by the Secretary. As for the temporary works area, it's been reduced to 6,000 square meters to minimize the impact on the holding of mega events. Still, we will continue to work with MTRCL for further improvement. We also asked MTRCL to further enhance the proposal so that the ventilation building will be integrated into the surrounding, and we also asked them to shorten the works period further. So we have repeatedly asked the MTRCL to minimize the impact of the building on the area and the impact of holding mega events. There will also be close communication on day-to-day operations to minimize impact. Professor Priscilla Leung, I am passionate about waterfront. In the past 15 years, apart from following on legislative issues, my keenest subject is the harbourfront. Now, ventilation building is always a challenge. It's been 32 years since the inception of the concept, and you're still considering same location. There's an example in Meifu, Exit A. Originally told it's not possible to put Exit A at its current location because of the underground utilities, but after 10 years, they were able to find a solution to start works there. So here we talk about the harbourfront. We must not allow any flaws to the harbourfront because that may have a serious impact on mega events. I've been a member for 15 years. We've worked very hard to come up with the West Kowloon Cultural District, and then we've also worked hard on the Kai Tak Harbourfront. Now, with the Central Harbourfront, if there are going to, when mega events are held, the works will definitely have impact on the events. That's what many organizers told me. So can you not find an alternative location? Secretary, Undersecretary. Now, we've heard Professor Leung's views. We'll ask MTRCL to find ways to minimize the impact. But then here we're talking about building an underground tunnel. So ventilation outlet and emergency access are necessary for to be connected to the tunnel. So of course, then there's no choice then to put it close to the tunnel. And then there are already other developments in the vicinity. Now we need to have a building with emergency access, and there aren't many locations to choose from. But still, we try our very best to minimize the impact. Mr. Chen Hock-Fong. The Central Harbour Front has its unique advantage. It's highly accessible. It has a nice harbour view, and there are no noise restrictions, and so loud concerts could be held there. That's why it's the site is very popular, and I'm sure the Bureau is well aware of that. So we still need to keep this major eyesore of a ventilation building there right in front of the harbour front. I know that there's always been great concern about putting buildings in the harbour front. Can we make it? Do you really have to put it above ground? Can it be below ground, or could it be turned into a more horizontal structure? Secretary, ventilation building means it's for the purpose of ventilation. It's because it's connected to the tunnel, and so there's need to guide air out to above ground. So if the ventilation building is underground, it doesn't serve its purpose. So it's not realistic to put a ventilation building underground. Anyway, we fully appreciate members' views and concerns. We'll talk to the MTRCL further to see whether we could minimize the impact further, and we work speedily on that. Thank you. Mr. Ma Fong Kwok. President, your space is rare in Hong Kong. Now we need more outdoor venues for mega events, but then there aren't many choices really. For the Sunny Bay Reclamation Project, we've been talking about it for years. It's close to the airport, so there is a noise issue. That's why tall high-rises could be built there. So it's best to use that site for recreational purpose. It will help to promote the mega event economy. But then studies have been going on for a long time. What is the progress now? When will the findings be announced? And will that site be used for recreational and entertainment or cultural purposes? Secretary for for the Sunny Bay Reclamation Project, there's going to be a depot, a railway depot there, because there will be a rail link that goes from the Hong Kong Island through Kau Yi Chau Island to Hong Shui Kiu in the new territory. So that's why we need the depot facilities for that rail line. In mid-2023, we started a consultancy study on the technical feasibility of reclaiming about 80 hectares of land there. The consultancy study will be completed next year. So we will have to wait and see how much land could be reclaimed and to what depth and what the challenges are and so on. And when that's known, then we'll see that apart from putting a depot there, could we also include recreational and cultural facilities on the site? Because as mentioned, there are as the member mentioned, there are two restrictions there. First, it's next to the airport, so there's a restriction on height and noise. And also Disneyland is nearby. The government has signed a contract with Disneyland. In terms of land use and building height, there are also restrictions. So for low rises or just above ground recreational and cultural facilities, we do see them as suitable. So we will wait till next year when we have more solid information about the technical issues, and then we'll consider the land uses there. Thank you. Mr. Chi Kok Kang. Thank you, President. Tung Chung line, a Hong Kong station, usually they just use one side of the platform. Now, what if we do like the Chin Wan line, there are platforms on both sides. on both sides platform, trains can stop there. So in that case, there will be more turnaround space, and there's no need to build this extended tunnel. Is it possible? Secretary, it's about the day-to-day operation of rail services. There is now limitation in the design, so therefore the operation is limited too. Before we build the extended tunnel, can we operate that way? Well, I don't have information at hand where I'll have to check with the MTRCO. Thank you.
Question 3, Honourable Lam So Wai. Thank you, Mr. President. The Hospital Authority, HA, has implemented the Early Assessment Service for Young People with Psychosis program, for more than 20 years, which provides early referral assessment and ongoing treatment for people with psychosis. On the other hand, it has been reported that according to a study for people with psychosis who received long-acting injections to various risks, including relapse, hospitalization, and suicide attempts were lower than those with psychosis who were treated with oral drugs, and patients who received long-acting injections within 2 years of their first episode showed a better curative effect. In this connection, will the government inform this council if it knows, first, the respective numbers of cases handled by the 7 service centers in the program in the past 5 years, and whether the manpower of doctors and case managers was adequate. Second, the use of oral drugs and long-acting injections under the program, and whether HA will consider more proactive use of long-acting injections in the early stage of patients' illness. And third, whether HA has reviewed the program on a regular basis to further shorten the duration of patients' untreated period, followed up on patients who have received services under the program for 3 years, and formulated performance indicators for the work of the program, and if so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Health. Mr. President, the Hospital Authority, HA, provides mental health services in an integrated and multidisciplinary approach. Psychiatrists, psychiatric nurses, clinical psychologists, occupational therapists, and medical social workers provide comprehensive medical services to patients with mental health needs according to their medical conditions and clinical needs. As part of its psychiatric services, the HA launched the Early Assessment Service for Young People with Psychosis, EASY, Special Disease Program in July 2001, which aims at identifying patients with psychosis as early as possible to shorten the time gap between illness onset and diagnosis, so as to achieve the goal of early detection, early diagnosis, and early treatment, as well as providing more comprehensive intervention support. Under the program, healthcare professionals of HA's psychiatric services provide special disease services to patients with psychosis aged between 15 and 64. During the first 3 years of the onset of illness, the HA has set up an EASY district service center in each of the 7 hospital clusters in Hong Kong. The HA will refer suitable inpatient and specialist outpatient patients to the program for follow-up, and members of the public may contact the service center directly via the hotline 2928-3283 for referral of potential patients with psychosis. Upon receipt of the referral, healthcare professionals of the service center will make arrangements for the patient to receive assessment and follow-up by psychiatrists as soon as possible. New patients will be followed up within 2 weeks. Each center has a multidisciplinary medical team to provide personalized and targeted treatment plans for patients, including medication, psychological therapy, and early adaptation programs. After 3 years of service, patients will be referred to the psychiatric specialist outpatient clinics and community psychiatric services for continuous follow-up according to their conditions, to ensure that they receive comprehensive, integrated, and coherent services. The reply to the question raised by the Honourable Lam So Wai is as follows. First, over the past 5 years, between 1,100 to 1,200 new patients diagnosed with psychosis joined the program each year, and the total annual attendances of the 7 EC district service centers maintained at about 40,000. A breakdown of the attendances by hospital cluster in the past 5 years is at Annex 1. Since its launch in 2001, the program has been operating well and has been effective in providing early intervention for patients with psychosis in the first 3 years after the onset, which is the critical period for treatment and management of the illness to prevent further deterioration and achieve a better recovery outcome. After receiving service, the quality of life of the patients, including their general health condition, mental health condition, and social life, etc., has improved significantly so that they can live a normal life in the community. And it is possible that some of the symptoms, such as thought and speech disorders, delusions, and hallucinations, etc., will disappear completely. The HA has all along closely monitored the service level and adjusts manpower according to service needs with a view to further enhancing the effectiveness of the program. The HA has always endeavored to prescribe new generation oral or injectable psychiatric drugs with fewer side effects for all suitable psychiatric patients. In 2023-24, the use of new generation oral drugs is 4 times the use of conventional oral drugs. The medication expenditure for new generation antipsychotic drugs has seen a 40% increase as compared with 5 years ago, which is 12 times the expenditure on conventional antipsychotics drugs. The use of new generation long-acting injectable antipsychotics has increased by nearly 40% compared with 5 years ago. Most of the new generation oral antipsychotic drugs are general drugs in the HA's drug formulary, and the HA will only charge patients the standard fees, that is $15 per drug item. For a small number of psychiatric drugs, which are special drugs, patients are only required to pay the standard fees if it is under specific clinical applications and they are not self-financed items. The number of patients, including patients with psychosis, prescribed with conventional and new generation antipsychotic drugs and the medication expenditure involved in the past 5 years are set out in Annex 2. Psychiatrists prescribe appropriate medications to patients according to the patient's individual circumstances, mainly based on the principle of minimizing the side effects and achieving the best outcome in treatment. When considering whether to prescribe long-acting injectable antipsychotics, relevant considerations include: first, some patients cannot tolerate the side effects of long-acting injectable antipsychotics and can only be treated with oral medications. Second, at the early onset of the illness, psychiatrists may need to adjust the dosage of drugs according to the clinical needs of the patient, and the use of long-acting injectable antipsychotics with a longer duration of action is not suitable. Third, not all drugs are available in injectable form. In other words, in some cases, the drugs are only administered orally. And fourthly, and most important, finally, patients' autonomy must be respected. Long-acting injectable antipsychotics will only be used with the patient's informed consent. For some patients who are not suitable for the use of long-acting injectable antipsychotics, the HA has also adopted measures to enhance the patient's medication compliance. For example, the medical team will explain to patients the use and side effects of the drugs in the course of consultation, check the quantity of medication taken, and examine the medication compliance through blood or urine tests. At present, the program uses standardized assessment tools at different intervals. For example, at the beginning, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years after receiving service, to assess the psychiatric conditions as well as the social and vocational skills of the users receiving service, and to adjust the treatment plan according to the changes in the patient's symptoms. The HA has all along regularly reviewed the effectiveness of the program, like the psychiatric conditions of the patients, the number of service users, and home visits. The HA will monitor the operation of the program to ensure new patients will be seen within 2 weeks. Besides, the program has been providing relevant mental health education and organizing seminars and workshops to enhance the knowledge of social workers, teachers, and parents about psychosis in the program and enabling them to identify and refer potential patients with psychosis to the program as soon as possible for assessment and treatment. Thank you, President. Honorable Lam Shaw Wai, President, just now, in his reply, the Secretary mentioned that the HA has all along been regularly reviewing the effectiveness of the program. They have my commendation, but we've only got 7 service centers for eligible psychosis patients to be administered long-acting injectable antipsychotics. I don't think there are as little or as few as 39,300. According to some surveys, there should be 180,000 patients. Would you consider public-private sector partnership so as to expand the scope of the service so that you subsidize the psychosis patients to receive the long-acting injection in a private clinic, in particular subsidizing the use of new generation injectables for older or conventional injectables? I think patients have suffered a lot based on my experience as a social worker, so it is not advisable to use that. Now, for conventional injectables, I think more patients are using that than new generation injectables. I think new generation injectables have fewer side effects, and this has been reflected by the patients. So I think the use of conventional injectable antipsychotics is still the mainstay. So would you consider using the new generation injectables to replace the conventional ones? Secretary, regarding the number of patients suffering from psychosis, our figure isn't as high as 180,000. Our figure is around 50,000. For public-private sector partnership, we did consider that, and we emphasize that after we have seen a patient for 12 months, and if their conditions are stable, and if they're not psychiatric patients, and with the patient's consent, then such patients will be referred to the private setting and receive service in a subsidized manner. For the choice of long-acting injectable antipsychotics, vis-a-vis oral medication, I explained clearly in my reply. Psychiatric doctors would consider the clinical needs with bearing in mind the best outcome. There are 4 factors to decide whether there should be oral drugs or injectables. Some patients will use both at the same time. I need to emphasize that for injection, it isn't as easy as you think. That is, you just impose it on the patients. You need to consider the most important point is that from the medical point of view, which treatment is the best. And it is up to the patient to agree to it. We cannot impose it on the patients. Ms. Lillian Kwok, thank you, President. I would like to thank the Secretary for giving the reply concerning the treatment of psychosis. I'm grateful to the Secretary to tell us that we have to be cautious when it comes to the administration of medication because you cannot revoke it. Now, for this EASY program, since year 2001, I've seen that instead of serving those aged between 15 and 25, you are now serving people up to the age of 64. However, and of course I haven't got the figures with me, many primary students are already showing signs or symptoms of psychosis, but then your program will still be covering people aged 15 or above. Are you going to examine the program so as to expand the scope of the service so that you will start with primary students or anybody who show the symptoms will get this service. For parents, I think they are really at a loss and they're helpless. They cannot find any resources to rely upon. So if the program can cover younger children, I'm sure it will benefit such families. Secretary. Well, for this special disease program for psychosis, well, this is under our comprehensive mental health service. It is but part of it. In other words, we regard psychosis as a special disease and we coordinate all the related services. And therefore, for each and every cluster, we have a single service point. In this way, we can concentrate our manpower. As to the age profile of our users, well, for adolescent psychiatric patients or young psychiatric patients, there are also other services. Not everybody has to come under this program. But then, of course, the EC program is good, and we can consider lowering the age limit and expand the scope. But then you have to understand that for adolescent psychiatric service, it is quite a specialty. So should we house it under outpatient service for children and adolescents, or should we treat 5 and 6 year olds together with 50, 60 years old at a psychiatric outpatient clinic? So generally speaking, for younger people, we'll try to see them together with their peers instead of the other way around. Dr. David Lam. After a meeting on the 23rd of July 2023, we understand from a press briefing that the conditional release of mental health patients will be re-examined. That's after a meeting of the Mental Health Committee. Please tell us what is the latest progress about this relaxation of the release program. Well, according to our figures, up to 31st of December 2023, 1,423 mental health patients were given conditional release and they were discharged from hospitals. They have been with the hospitals for different periods of time, some for less than a year's time, while others for more than 10 years in relation to the period of the stay at hospitals. We have got 4 factors in relation to conditional release or conditional discharge of the patients. We are going to fine-tune the system. First of all, if there is a history of violence, criminal violence, etc., we can have mandatory detention. And then upon discharge, they may be subject to conditional release. And then for patients who are conditionally discharged, they will be given support. And if the conditions deteriorate and if the conditions are breached, they will be brought back to the hospitals for treatment. And then for conditionally released patients, they will be subject to a minimum of 2 yearly bi-yearly review. Mr. Stanley Lee. Yes, we have got 7 service centers in the hospital clusters, and we have got multidisciplinary medical teams serving the patients. It is good because tailor-made treatment programs and plans are drawn up. But then what concerns me is that currently, for a new case between registration and treatment, I want to know about the gap, because I am not sure whether the patients will have the conditions deteriorating even with suicidal attempts. So how long does it is the waiting time? Well, our goal is that within 2 weeks' time, a new case will be followed up by this team. So that's the most basic objective or target of the service centers. However, when it comes to the overall mental health condition program, we do set our priorities for those with first priority, those who are of an emergency nature, those with violent inclinations or who have suicidal inclinations. They will be given top priority. And in fact, the medium waiting time is 1 week's waiting time. Reverend Kun, per year, 11 to 1,200 patients joined this scheme. I want to know about these multidisciplinary medical teams. Do they have sufficient manpower to cope with the increasing caseload? Secretary. Thank you, President. For our psychiatric service, we have got more than the EASY program. This EASY program is only part of it. This is a special disease program, which is supported by a multidisciplinary medical team with doctors, nurses, and social workers. As to the exact number of professionals involved, I haven't got the figure. We have got 403 psychiatric doctors and 3,092 psychiatric nurses, 113 clinical psychologists, 257 social workers, and 312 occupational therapists. They are deployed to the 7 service centers, and then they form teams within the clusters, and they are also on a rotation basis. Thank you. Honorable Lam Shu-wai, thank you, President. In his reply, the Secretary said that for psychosis patients, their figure is 50,000. But then patients have got caretakers and family members. I want to know whether you would consider expanding the program and render support to the carers of the patients suffering from psychosis. When it comes to medical health, we always say that it is not just a medical issue. There are social issues, their work, their family is involved, and there are also many caregivers behind them. So for Ms. Lam's question, it isn't just a matter of providing service within our clinics. It is a matter of the community support as well as providing care and support for their caregivers. We have our integrated mental health, mental wellness program, our clinics, and we do support the caregivers. Thank you.
Question for Mr. Edward Leung. It has been reported that in recent years, quite a number of trampoline parks, which are high-risk sports premises, have been operating in the market, and incidents of players in related activities sustaining grave injuries have occurred from time to time. There are views pointing out that the existing regulation imposed by the government on the premises is ambiguous, and the premises are neither required to apply for any license for operation, nor deploy staff members to be on duty or provide first aid services to injured players. In this connection, will the government inform this Council, 1, of the respective numbers of requests for assistance involving injuries caused by playing trampolines in trampoline parks received by the police and the hospital authority in each of the past 5 years, and the respective numbers of cases in which the injured persons were slightly injured, seriously injured, and died. Given that some members of the public have relayed to me that at present various government departments lack coordination and shirk responsibilities over the regulation of trampoline parks, of the current regulatory work carried out by various government departments on the premises concerned, and whether the government has plans to designate one particular department to act as the primary party held accountable for taking the lead in and coordinating the relevant regulatory work. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. And given that trampoline parks are not required to apply for a license for operation, it has been reported that some operators have even asked players to sign a liability waiver, commonly known as life and debt agreement, whether the government will establish a licensing regime in respect of the premises. Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs. President, having consulted the relevant policy bureaus, my reply on behalf of the government to the question is as follows. Since the nature of the sports premises and places of amusement varies, relevant policy bureaus and departments adopt different regulatory approaches corresponding to the nature of each of these sports activities and premises. For example, the LCSD is responsible for the enforcement of places of amusement regulation, Cap 132(BA) under the Public Health and Municipal Services Ordinance. The purpose of the regulation is to ensure the public order of the billiard establishments, public bowling alleys, and public skating rinks, as well as to protect younger people. Meanwhile, if the operation of the premises involves entertainment, as defined in the Places of Public Entertainment Ordinance, Cap 172, such as cinematograph, exhibition, and concerts, performance, etc., and if such place is open to the public, whether a fee is charged or not, its operator must apply to the licensing authority for a places of public entertainment license in accordance with the ordinance. The ordinance aims to ensure public safety and order at places of entertainment where members of the public congregate, covering a number of aspects such as fire safety, building safety, electrical and mechanical equipment, ventilation, crowd management, and hygiene. The government's reply to the various parts of the question is as follows. 1. The service statistics of the HA in relation to the reasons for attendance are mainly based on the symptoms or injuries of the attending patients, and there is no breakdown by causes of injuries of the patients. Therefore, the HA does not maintain statistics on the number of injuries caused by playing trampolines in trampoline parks. Separately, the Hong Kong police force does not maintain a breakdown of statistical figures mentioned in the question. The second and third parts of the question. As stated at the beginning of the reply, the nature of the sports premises and places of amusement varies. Insofar as trampoline is concerned, if the trampoline is used for gymnastic purposes, its operation should be conducted in accordance with the established guidelines of the relevant sports associations. The users should also have received professional training or be guided by recognized coaches. Meanwhile, organizers or operators of trampolining can also make reference to the installation and user guidelines issued by the manufacturers of these facilities and engage qualified instructors to provide guidance to trampoline users as necessary. In fact, existing legislation already imposes controls on contracts relating to consumer transactions. Among others, the Control of Exemption Clauses Ordinance, Cap 71, prohibits traders from evading civil liability by means of contract terms or other means. For instance, Section 7 of the ordinance provides that a person cannot, by reference to any contract term or to a notice given to persons generally or to particular persons, exclude or restrict his liability for death or personal injury resulting from negligence. If such liability waiver, or commonly known as life and death agreement, purports to exclude or restrict liability for negligence, the consumer's signing of such agreement's terms is not of itself to be taken as indicating his voluntary acceptance of any risk. Depending on the actual terms of the contract, aggrieved consumers may lodge complaints or claims under the law of contracts and or the common law, according to the actual circumstances, including contract terms of the case concerned. The government will continue to keep in view the situation of different premises and, having regard to the nature of such premises and their actual mode of operation, consider whether it is necessary to put forward further regulation. Mr. Edward Leung. President, from news report, we have seen numerous reports about members of the public suffering serious injuries because of their activities in trampoline parks. So it seems the responsibility is not with the HYAB or the CSTB. Now, it is the National Sports Association which is responsible. I think the government means that Mr. Tang, the chairman of the NSA, has not taken up his responsibilities. But is that reasonable? Now, let's say if the operator of an ice skating rink fail to meet the requirements under the law, the LCSD can require the operator to cease operation. But does the NSA have the power to order cessation of operation? They don't. So I think the government must establish must designate a department as the primary responsibility holder in the issue. So will the government do exactly that to coordinate the regulation on trampoline activities? Now, the government agrees that this is a high-risk activity, so why doesn't the HYAB take up the first responsibility? Secretary. President, I thank Mr. Edward Leung for raising the issue of the so-called life and death agreement. It raises awareness on the matter. Now, some operators ask their customers to sign the life and death agreements so as to shirk their legal liability. So I think this is something that users of the trampoline parks should pay attention to. Now, the operators must understand that they cannot shirk their management responsibility by asking their customers to sign these agreements. Concerning the operation of these premises, as mentioned in my main reply, the government will give regard to the situation and the nature of the premises and the actual mode of operation in considering whether we need to regulate the premises. So not just the operators who have to take up the management responsibility, the government will also consider imposing regulations. Mr. Ambrose Lam. Thank you, President. As the Secretary said just now, the so-called exemption clauses and the life and death agreements carry no legal effects. However, very often, premises like trampoline parks would ask their users to sign these exemption clauses. So many members of the public would think that they could not claim compensation from the operators. So how can the government ensure that the operators cannot abuse these exemption clauses and also raise awareness of the customers' rights? Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Ambrose Lam. Now we have this control of exemption clauses ordinance. It explicitly prohibits traders from evading civil liability by means of contract terms or other means. Now, concerning consumer education, we will continue to carry on the education campaign. We also ask the legal sector to help us disseminate the message. Now, Mr. Edward Leung's question gives us an opportunity to educate the public that traders cannot evade their civil liability by means of these so-called life and death agreements. Members of the public should learn about their rights, and also the traders should understand that they cannot evade their civil liability through these contract terms. The duty of management is still valid. So I thank Mr. Edward Leung for raising this question. Mr. Edward Lau. Thank you, President. Now my question is for the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau. Now, Ms. Mack has answered the question a few times, so I would like to ask the other bureau. Now, this is a kind of sport, so the CSTB has a role to play as well. Now, even in the Olympic Games, there is a competition. There is a trampoline competition item. So we are pursuing elite sports and industrialization of sports, but we also want to popularize sports. So it is good that many members of the public are embracing trampolining. So we need to ensure safety. There is an NSA for the sport. So will the CSTB enlist help from the NSA in terms of venue design and also formulation of a set of operation guidelines so that the trampolining sports can gain further popularity while ensuring its safety. Undersecretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. Thank you, President, and thank you, Mr. Lau. Now, various human behaviors, including mobility and entertainment, can find their equivalents in sports. Now, for example, in walk, we have a speed walking. For driving, we have car racing. Even for gaming, there is esports. But does it mean that we have to regulate everything from the perspective of sports? That may not be practical. A professional sport must come with vigorous regulations, and the relevant sports institution or NSAs must issue the relevant rules. So from the perspective of the CSTB, we don't think trampolining is a kind of mainstream or professional sports. So we don't have the intention to regulate the sports from this perspective. Ms. Chen Yutming. Thank you, President. Now, trampolining is a kind of gymnastic sports and it is quite dangerous. So we need to regulate this sport. Now, trampolining gymnastics must follow the rules issued by the relevant NSAs in Hong Kong, China. And also, instructors must be equipped with the relevant qualification. Now, I have received quite a number of requests for help. There are unregulated trampolining activities, and we don't want to see anyone getting injured from it. So will the government conduct unannounced checks or investigations in these premises? Now, if we found any operators contravening the rules, will there be any punishment? Undersecretary for CST. I thank Ms. Chan for her question. Now, as mentioned in my previous reply, we don't think the activity in trampoline parks is a formal sport, so they are not subject to the guidelines issued by the relevant NSAs. Now, for exercises or competitions or training conducted under the guidelines of the relevant NSAs, they need to follow the rules. But this is just a kind of human activities. So whether we should regulate it is not a matter for sports. Mr. Duncan Shiu. President, I declare interest. I am myself an operator of entertainment premises. So I agree with the other secretary's opinion. Now we need to decide which activity we should regulate and which doesn't require regulation. The entertainment business in Hong Kong is struggling to stay afloat. Many entertainment businesses are operating in industrial buildings, so they are operating in inappropriate or unsuitable premises. So in terms of public entertainment licenses, the approval process involves a number of departments, including EMSD, FSD, the police force, and the FEHD. It is very complicated just for applying for a license. If you are imposing another licensing regime, then I think many businesses will go out of business. So maybe it is time to review which activity would warrant a license. Now in the UK, they adopt a license holder responsibility regime. In Hong Kong, if you operate a merry-go-round, you need 6 operators. In Europe, they just need 1 person, and they don't even have to put up rail guards around the merry-go-round. Many people in Hong Kong are going to the mainland to enjoy entertainment. At present, So shouldn't we review the licensing process for entertainment premises in Hong Kong? Secretary. Thank you, President. Under the Places of Amusement Regulation or Ordinance concerning the fire safety, building safety, and E&M equipment, ventilation, and so on for buildings or premises of entertainment, we would regulate them. Now, there are a circus performance, talks, exhibition, sports exhibition, or sports competition, or bazaar, dancing parties, or amusement rides. These are all covered under the Places of Amusement or Places of Public Entertainment Ordinance. Now, concerning the question raised by Mr. Duncan Chiu, what activities should be covered under the definition? And how can we streamline the application process for the applicants? In fact, we have already streamlined the application process for places of public entertainment. Now, the major concerns are fire safety, building safety, ventilation, and crowd management, and so on. So we need to consult the relevant departments when we approve the application. Now, the department responsible is the FEHD. So that's the workflow. Conditions will be imposed when necessary, but we have heard Mr. Duncan Chiu's suggestion. This government is determined to make the process more efficient, to facilitate business. However, the top priority is that operators must take up their responsibility. So the idea of the licensing regime is to ensure public safety and ensure that the operators are taking up their responsibilities. Mr. Michael Look. Thank you, President. Of course, we want to be safe when we participate in sports. We never want to see an accident in sports. So we need to be mindful of our rights under the law. For trampolining, this is a competition program in the upcoming Paris Olympics. Now, the Undersecretary, Mr. Lau, said that trampolining is not a sport. It is just a kind of human activity. That is really perplexing for me. I would like to seek the Undersecretary's wisdom. How do you define sports? Trampolining is a competition program in the Olympic Games. Why is it not a sport? For everything is a human activity. Undersecretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. Thank you, President, and thank you, Mr. Look. As I mentioned, the human activity comes under large scope, and it is easy to find a corresponding competition or sports. So we shouldn't seek to regulate every human activity from the perspective of sports. For example, in driving, we will not use car racing rules to impose restriction on a driver's behaviors. Now, walking is dangerous. We need to alleviate or mitigate the danger or the risk with traffic rules. So we will not adopt the rules in speed walking on pedestrians or walkers. So in regulating trampolining, my point is we shouldn't impose restrictions on these activities from the perspective of a professional sport. Whether we need to regulate this is another matter. Thank you.
Question 5, Dr. Nyaman Yu. President, I need to declare I'm a member of the Road Safety Council. In Hong Kong, there are a total of 3 road safety towns located respectively in North Point, Sau Mau Ping, and Sha Tin. The first town, which was built as early as in the 1970s, has been providing a simulated road environment to enable school children to learn road safety through playing. It is learned that the operation of the town's such as facility management, repair and maintenance, education work, and the overall strategy for road safety education has been put under different government departments. In this connection, will the government inform this council, one, of the effectiveness assessment of the work of each town in the past 3 years, including the number of attendances of organizations and members of the public, details of activities organized, including the number and content of such activities, publicity and promotional efforts, road safety education efforts, etc. 2. As there are views that the software and hardware of various towns have not been upgraded for many years, whether the authorities have plans to comprehensively upgrade the software and hardware of the towns, including the facilities and teaching methods, for example, by introducing technologies such as AR, augmented reality, interactive experiences, and procuring more simulated transport vehicles of different types in order to integrate new technologies with road safety education, thereby making teaching and learning fun and authentic. And 3. Of the measures in place to enhance interdepartmental collaboration within the government for better coordination and division of work among departments, thereby ensuring that any measure to upgrade the towns can be truly implemented to enrich the learning experience of school children in the towns. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. Thank you, President. Road Safety Towns (RSTs) are recreational facilities to impart road safety knowledge to children. RSTs were incorporated into plans of the former Urban Services Department as early as the late 1960s. The first RST was completed and opened in 1970. The subsequent RSTs have been implemented in accordance with the planning of the former Urban Council. Currently, there are 3 RSTs in Hong Kong. They are located at Pak Fook Road in North Point, Sao Mau Ping, that is Sao Ming Road in Kwun Tong, and Kong Pui Street in Sha Tin. Each RST provides a simulated road environment to educate children on knowledge of road safety, which can be extended to their family members. The purpose is to widely promote the awareness of road safety. Having consulted the Hong Kong Police Force and the LCSD, our consolidated reply is set out below. The facilities of RSC are managed by the LCSD. Schools and groups may apply for a visit at designated times. The RST is open for public use when there is no group visit. In addition, the Hong Kong PF makes use of the classrooms and facilities in the RSTs in order to provide road safety education service to school groups, including kindergarten to primary school students. In the past 3 years, owing to the outbreak of coronavirus, the number of users of the RSTs was affected in 2021 and 2022 and rebounded after society has gradually returned to full normality from 2023 onwards. Details are set out below in a table. The Road Safety Council is an advisory body to the government for promoting road safety. The council is chaired by a representative of the Hong Kong Police Force, with official members from 7 government bureaus and departments, including the Transport and Logistics Bureau, the Hong Kong Police Force, the Transport Department, the Education Bureau, the Home Affairs Department, the Highways Department, and the ISD, that is the Information Services Department. The council also includes members from various sectors of the community, such as the automobile, logistics, medical, insurance, and education. The Road Safety Campaign Committee is set up under the council with the aim of promoting road safety education and publicity programs to road users. As far as RSTs are concerned, the committee provides a platform for various government departments as well as members of the council and committee to exchange views on upgrading the facilities of the RSTs so that the relevant departments can work with one another to enhance the user experience in the RSTs. At present, we are actively exploring with the LCSD and members of the committee, including the Hong Kong Police Force, the possibility of acquiring additional hardware and software facilities for the RSTs. For example, the government is working with the committee to explore the incorporation of the council's mascot, Mr. Save Egg, in the RSTs so as to attract more visits and check-ins, as well as the use of virtual reality games developed by the council for the road safety education service in the RSTs in order to make it more interesting. Besides, the government is actively following up with the committee to explore the feasibility and priority of refurbishing or adding different facilities, taking into account the conditions of the existing facilities, the utilization rates, and the resources required. Thank you, President. Dr. Franking An. Thank you, President. I'd like to follow up on the last paragraph of the main reply. The government will discuss with the LCSD and the committee. Which government department are you referring to? Does the TLB take the lead? Does it make the decision? Thank you, President. Road safety is coordinated by the Transport and Logistics Bureau. It's under our purview. Road safety covers a wide variety of issues. The Hong Kong Police Force is responsible for law enforcement. The Transport Department is responsible for overall policies. There are also other departments covered. As I mentioned, Road Safety Council is an advisory body to the government. It studies how to implement road safety education in a pragmatic manner. This is the main work direction of the Road Safety Council. Thank you, President. Mr. Chu Kwok-keung. Road safety towns facilities seem to be a little bit backward. There are tricycles, traffic lights, but there is nothing new. In the mainland, apart from road safety knowledge, railway safety is also covered. Will the administration draw reference from the mainland to set up simulated environment of the railway system, including the platform, in order to impart knowledge about evacuation to children or school children? Secretary. Thank you, President. In our main reply, we touch upon how to upgrade hardware and software facilities of the RSTs. Every 4 months, a meeting is held at the Road Safety Council. We discuss during the meetings in what areas we can work more in order to promote road safety education and awareness. With the RSTs, we want to focus on children. Can we extend the facilities of the road safety towns to other age groups? We have been working on this. Apart from road safety towns, the Road Safety Council also has other events or activities in order to promote road safety awareness. All these are our work apart from road safety towns. We will continue to work towards different directions, as I mentioned. Mr. Rock Chan. Thank you, President. The 3 road safety towns were opened in different times. The one in North Point in Sha Tin closed at around 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. However, the one in Sam Mau Ping is only open until 5:30 p.m., much earlier than the other 2 road safety towns. Is there any room for us to extend the opening hours of the one in Sam Mau Ping? Secretary. Thank you, President. Indeed, Mr. Rock Chan has good observation. The one in Sha Tin and in North Point are opened until 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. The one in Sam Mau Ping is only open until 5:30 p.m. The one in Sha Tin and in Sam Mau Ping have child play facilities in addition to road safety facilities. There are elements of children playground. So where possible, we'll consider extending the working hours of the one in Sam Mau Ping until the evening. We'll study this matter. Miss Judy Chen. Thank you, President. Road safety towns are a good place where children can play while learning more about road safety education. And the main reply of the administration, there are plans to improve and add more facilities. There are only 3 road safety towns in Hong Kong. Will you have 1 road safety town in each of the 18 districts in Hong Kong, or will you consider having a super road safety town in Hong Kong? Thank you, President. There are 3 road safety towns in use in Hong Kong. There's one in Tuen Mun. As the extension line is in a pipeline, the one in Tuen Mun is being closed right now. So we have one on Hong Kong Island, one in Kowloon, one in New Territories East, and one in New Territories West. In terms of geographical location, this is our plan. Do we need one road safety town in each of the 18 districts? We can look into this. However, will it be too much if we have one road safety town in each of the 18 districts in Hong Kong? Or can we build a consolidated or integrated road safety town instead of the 4 road safety towns in Hong Kong? We can study this direction. There are both pros and cons of different proposals. We need to cater for the demands of different groups. Kindergarten groups or younger primary school children make bookings with the road safety towns. So we'll have to take into account this fact when we plan the future of road safety towns. I thank member for your view. We'll study your view with the Road Safety Council. Mr. Dominic Lee. Thank you, President. In your main reply, you have listed the total number of attendances. Let's not look at the figures in 2022 to 2021. The Coca-Cola factory and Yakult factory are very much well received by families. Their slots have been fully booked. So, have the number of group visits and users reached the saturation point of the road safety towns? Secretary. Thank you, President. We have the number of group visits in the table. There's also the total number of users. In general, for group visits, they are schools, kindergartens, younger primary school children, and so on. They go to road safety towns in their daytime school hours for say 1 hour or 1 hour and a half. When there is no group visit booking, the road safety towns are actually open for public use. They are no different from the facilities managed by the LCSD. Members of the public living nearby can bring their children to the road safety towns to bike, for example. For each road safety town, it has an area of 0.2 hectares. For the larger one, it is about 0.4 hectares. It's actually quite large. So we have not yet reached the saturation point of the road safety towns in terms of the capacity. Dr. Kennedy Wong. We are in the age of digitalization. The chief executive mentioned e-government covering about 100 of services that can be completed online. The road safety town has a very good concept, but there are only 3 road safety towns in Hong Kong. Will the administration consider having an online road safety town? There can be interactive elements, artificial intelligence effects, so groups or schools in need can enjoy the online services even if they are not going to the physical road safety towns. Secretary. Thank you, President. Apart from road safety towns, the Road Safety Council has other measures to promote road safety education apart from road safety towns. It's worth mentioning that there is road safety bus. We have virtual reality devices. These road safety buses roam around the city. Citizens and groups can make a booking. There are electronic elements as well. On the website of the Road Safety Council, is it possible for us to incorporate online elements in order to promote road safety education? As I said, we have been working on this. But we do think there is space for us to deepen our work. Thank you, President. Mr. Dominic Lee. Thank you, President. Just now the Secretary mentioned there is still available slot. It has not reached the saturation point yet. The Secretary mentioned enhancing the appeal and having more projects. I'd like to focus on publicity. At a district level, we visit different departments, say KMB factory or depot, Coca-Cola factory, Yakult factory. There's a fee of $200 or so, but then they are booked fully quite fast. Has the administration considered working with district councilors, legislative council members, or even care teams to organize an hour parent-child tour? This way, we can boost the number of users visiting the road safety towns. Secretary, we have already heard members about publicity efforts. Apart from road safety towns, the Road Safety Council has also held other activities in order to promote road safety education and awareness. It has been working with different organizations to enhance road safety awareness. As I mentioned, there is Road Safety Bus. It is one of the initiatives. As for road safety towns, we mainly target groups as well as schools. Generally speaking, we have a close dialogue with schools and organizations. Where there is further room, we will have even closer ties and communication. Every academic year, there are new students, say in kindergarten or primary schools. There are always new students in each academic year. We'll continue to work hard in order to attract not only more group visits, but to put in place more initiatives with the district council in order to enhance road safety education in the community, so members of the public will use road safety towns even more frequently. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Frankie Ngan. Will the administration consider allowing senior citizens to go to road safety towns to enjoy the facilities? Thank you. As I mentioned, the Road Safety Council has been considering how to extend the service targets. Road safety towns are designed to serve school children. They are aimed at promoting road safety education and awareness. They target school children indeed. However, I will discuss it with the Road Safety Council. Can we work with elderly care centers? Can we get in touch with more elderly people? Can we reach out to them so that we can get them interested in going to road safety towns? We can work more on this front.
Last question seeking an oral reply, Mr. Scott Leung. Thank you, President. It is learned that the Hong Kong Housing Authority releases the average waiting time, or AWT, for general applicants for public rental housing, PRH, and for the elderly one-person applicants among them on a regular basis, but not ordinary family applicants among the general applicants. There are views pointing out that given the shorter AWT for elderly one-person applicants, the AWT for general applicants has been reduced. As a result, the AWT for ordinary family applicants cannot be accurately reflected. In this connection, will the government inform this Council, 1. of the AWT for ordinary family applicants as at the first quarter of this year, 2. of the latest AWT for ordinary family applicants with a breakdown by the 4 districts, namely urban, extended urban, new territories, and islands where PRH estates are distributed, and 3. whether HA has considered releasing the AWT for ordinary family applicants on a regular basis to enhance the transparency of the relevant information. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Housing. President, it is the objective of the government and the Hong Kong Housing Authority to provide public rental housing, or PRH, to low-income families who cannot afford private rental accommodation. We've been striving to ensure that PRH applicants could receive a flat offer as soon as possible. HA has compiled the average waiting time, or AWT, to reflect the waiting time of PRH general applicants who were given the first flat offer in the past 12 months. For the purpose of enhancing transparency, HA would announce the latest number of PRH applications and AWT of general applicants at the end of each quarter. Specifically, the AWT is calculated as the average of the waiting time of general applicants who were housed to PRH in the past 12 months, and refers to the time taken between registration for PRH and first flat offer, excluding any frozen period during the application period. For instance, when the applicant has not yet fulfilled the residence requirement, the applicant has requested to put his or her application on hold pending arrival of family members for family reunion, the applicant is imprisoned, etc. According to this calculation methodology, the AWT only reflects the situation of general applicants who were housed to PRH within the past 12 months, and it doesn't provide any indication as to the AWT in the future. Therefore, it shouldn't be taken to project the time required for housing PRH applicants who are currently waiting in the queue. Against the above objective and calculation methodology of the AWT, my consolidated reply to the questions raised by Mr. Scott Leung is as follows. As mentioned above, as the AWT only reflects the situation of general applicants who were housed to PRH within the past 12 months, it should not be taken to project the time required for housing PRH applicants who are in the queue. For the applicants, their waiting time is affected by a number of factors, including the number of PRH flats available for allocation, the number of PRH applicants, the applicant's district choice, whether the supply of new and refurbished PRH flats matches with the applicant's district choice, and so on. If we derive a separate AWT for each district and applicant type, the number of cases involved in each category will be relatively small. As a result, the relevant AWT will fluctuate greatly due to different factors. For example, there are only around tens of general applicants that are housed to the Islands District each year. The AWT calculated based on a small number of cases is prone to large fluctuations. Therefore, it is considered that there is not much meaning in the AWT calculated based on applicant types and selected districts, and it will mislead the applicants. For individual applicants, the latest allocation status of PRH applications of different household sizes in various districts can better enable them to estimate the waiting time required to be housed. In this regard, the Housing Department, or HD, would publish in newspapers the latest allocation status of different family sizes in each district on a monthly basis, and would upload relevant information to the HA's or HD's website for applicants' reference. The information is presented by district, that is urban, extended urban, new territories, and islands, and family size, such that applicants can refer to the latest allocation status of their selected district and family size, including the highest application number that has been allocated with PRH or is being subject to detailed vetting. The information published is clear and transparent. Furthermore, general applicants can make reference to the future PRH supply in different districts to estimate their waiting time. To this end, the Housing Bureau updates and publishes the public housing production forecast for the next 5 years on a quarterly basis, and uploads the relevant public housing project information, including project name, location, estimated number of flats, completion year, on HB's website. At the same time, the Development Bureau updates the public housing project information for the next 6 to 10 years on an annual basis for public reference. We publish the analysis of AWT movements annually. The annual analysis of the AWT in 2023 indicates that the waiting time of PRH applicants for flats in the new territories is generally shorter than those for flats in urban district or extended urban district by a year. Looking ahead, as there will be more new PRH flats in the new territories, it is envisaged that applicants for PRH flats in the new territories will be allocated with PRH flats earlier. We've been striving to provide information that's relevant and of reference value to PRH applicants. On this, the Housing Bureau has published the composite waiting time for subsidized rental housing on a quarterly basis after the Chief Executive announced in 2022 policy address the construction of LPH or light public housing. By making reference to the figure, the public could tell the average waiting time of the general applicants for receiving the first offer of PRH or LPH units in the past 12 months so that they can evaluate the government's effectiveness in improving the living conditions of the public through the provision of different types of housing in a more comprehensive manner. Mr. Scotland, understand that the Housing Bureau or the Housing Authority has been working hard to reduce the average waiting time of PRH. For ordinary family applicants, they are known to us as a number only. The average waiting time for general applicants doesn't mean much to them. To release the figures by district may be misleading to applicants. Well, I don't agree. I think by releasing this information can help applicants better plan their life. For instance, a couple may want to think about whether they want to have kids and where their children would want to go for schooling. So these figures would help them make better planning. I understand from the main reply that according to the 2023 analysis, the waiting time for PRH in the new territories is generally shorter than those for flats in urban district or extended urban district. This information is helpful. Well, what I want to ask is that would the Housing Authority deepen the analysis and release the information in relation to the waiting time for different types of public housing to help applicants? Thank you. Secretary, as mentioned in my major reply, the average waiting time for PRH depends on different factors. If we release the information according to the applicant's district choice, the relevant AWT will fluctuate greatly. To give you a simple example, we often go Yamcha. We sometimes get a ticket with a number on it. We see how many people are before us waiting in the queue, and this would allow us to know how much longer we have to wait for our own table. If you ask for figures in relation to the average waiting time in the past 3 months, it is not of great reference value. The information we publish on our websites shows the average waiting time for PRH for 2 persons, 3 persons, 6 persons, or 7 persons households. We also show the number of the applicants to show them where they are in the queue. We also do detailed vetting, and the relevant numbers are listed on the website. We believe the information can provide enough data for the applicants. Mr. Ben Chen. Thank you, President. There are 3 rounds of allocation for PRH. If you don't get the right match for the first round, you can wait for the second or third round, but the gap in between different rounds, it's big. And people get allocated a flat based on the district choice as well. The number of flats in different districts differ. Some told me that they picked Chunwan, but they got allocated a flat in Chunquan-O. Would the government review the allocation methodology so that applicants can get their preferences or first choice, so that this would save time and administrative procedure on the government side? Secretary, in the past, we had more districts open for applicants' selection. However, it would lengthen the waiting time for applicants. If we have smaller districts or more districts, well, depending on the number of flats in each district, we allocate flats to applicants accordingly. We reduced the number of districts from 14 to 8 and from 8 to 4 now. We see that the average waiting time has greatly reduced from 7 years. So we find the current method effective. We have rolled out some enhancement measures. For instance, as mentioned by members, we want to better allocate flats to applicants so that they get flats in their nearby districts. We, in accordance with applicants' district choice, allocate flats, and we take into consideration the location of residence of applicants as we allocate flats. We have rolled out such enhancement measures since September 2023. After implementing the enhancement measures, we see that there's the ratio of applicants getting a flat near their residing location has increased by 10%. And there is also an increase in the number of applicants getting the flats they desire. Mr. Michael Lee. The government look at the income level as well as the place of applicants in the queue to allocate flats. For those from the grassroots and young people who work hard, well, in order to encourage them, can the government think out of the box? For instance, can there be a marking scheme for those who contribute to our society, for those who take part in volunteer works to, for instance, promote environmental protection, or for those who volunteer at Green Net community can perhaps get a flat earlier? Secretary. President, family is the basic unit of our society. For families with children or elderly, they have a higher need for a PRH unit. There is limited public housing resources according to our existing policy. As we allocate PRH flats for families as well as elderly applicants, they will get priority. The average waiting time for general applicants would not count towards the quota system. Well, there is a quota and point system in place. Normally, people of a higher age will be given a flat earlier. we don't encourage young people to apply for PRH too early. For young singletons, normally they enjoy more flexibilities. We want them to make good use of their time to move up the social ladder themselves. We also notice that under our quota and point system, applicants, when they undergo vetting every year, we notice that nearly half of the applicants, they are not qualified for PRH. Over the past 5 years, for those who got disqualified, 71% of them are below the age of 30. Mr. Brave Chen. Thank you, President. We see that the government has been recovering flats. However, in terms of speeding up allocation of flats, I wonder if the Secretary would consider this. Instead of having 3 rounds of allocation, would you allow the applicants to pick the desired flat in one go? Can you think about ways to speed up allocation of flats so that people will move up the queue faster? Secretary. If we give 3 choices to applicants in one go, this would actually lengthen the average waiting time of applicants. The reason is that if we give 3 choices to applicants, they will only pick one. For the other 2 choices, according to the existing mechanism, if we allocate the other 2 choices to other applicants, we'll have to only wait until this original applicant to have picked their choice before we can allocate the other 2 unselected choices to other applicants. We don't find this methodology appropriate. As to whether we can speed up the allocation of PRH flats, as mentioned, we hope that as we allocate flats to applicants, we want to take into consideration the needs of applicants so that applicants are given their desired choice. We take into consideration, for instance, the residing location of applicants. And this shows that the ratio of applicants given a flat near the living place increased by 10%. Ms. Starry Lee. President, I care about the district choice of applicants. When I was serving my community, I learned that a lot of applicants would like to be given flats in the urban district. This is partly because they have children and they want their children to go to schools in the urban district. Well, it is easy for people to travel to different districts nowadays. Have you looked at whether it is possible to reorganize district choices so that you can further reduce the waiting time of applicants? Secretary. As mentioned, we want to adopt different methods in order to better organize the different districts. We made use of computing system to factor in the residing location of applicants as we allocate flats. As mentioned by members just now, it's easy for us to commute to different districts now, according to our data. For those who are allocated flats, 70% of them chose flats within their own districts. Only 30% living in the urban district choose flats in the same district. That means they also would pick flats in other districts. So I think better transportation facilities would help on one hand, and on the other, we can make use of the computer system to allocate flats to applicants of their choice. Mr. Shanghai Long, I think we should make use of IT to reduce the waiting time for applicants. Every 3 months, the Housing Authority release the average waiting time for applicants given PRH flats. Can we further shorten the waiting time? I mean, can we have the figures every 1 month or every 2 weeks? Can you show the number of success cases as well in each district? Secretary, we currently release the average waiting time on a quarterly basis. As mentioned, the allocation of flats or the average waiting time is affected by different factors. We see fluctuation on a quarterly basis. Overall speaking, we don't find it very meaningful if we release the relevant data more frequently. That's why every month we publish the average waiting time of applicants by district. We also release the number of applicants so that applicants can see the updates every month.
Government bill. This council resumes the second reading debate on the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. Dr. Chan Han Pan, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the council on the committee's report. Dr. Chan Han Pan. Thank you, President. I now make a report in my capacity as the chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill. The Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023 seeks to amend the existing relevant legislation to allow the administration to issue FPNs, fixed penalty notices, DNs, demand notices, etc. electronically to enhance the overall efficiency of traffic enforcement. The Bills Committee has held 5 meetings, one of which was a public hearing. Written submissions were also invited. Members in general supported the administration's proposal to provide for electronic enforcement of certain traffic contraventions or offences without changing the penalty levels. The main provisions of the bill seek to repeal relevant provisions in the Fixed Penalty Traffic Contraventions Ordinance Chapter 237 and the Fixed Penalty Criminal Proceedings Ordinance Chapter 240 and add new sections to provide for, in addition to existing modes of service, police officers to issue and serve FPNs and DNs by electronic means on the person liable. Under the proposed new section 15AA(5) for Chapter 237, the Commissioner of Police may issue a DN to the person liable for a contravention committed in respect of an official vehicle without issuing an FPN beforehand. The bill also adds a new provision to enable a person who wishes to dispute liability for a contravention under Chapter 237 or a scheduled offense under Chapter 240 to send a notice in the form of an electronic record to the Commissioner of Police by sending it to the information system designated by the Commissioner of Police. In addition to this, the bill also adds a new provision to enable a police officer to serve a notice electronically through the registered e-contact means of the person concerned, requiring the person to provide information in relation to the alleged offense or accident by existing modes of service or in the form of an electronic record to the information system designated by the Commissioner of Police. In the course of scrutiny, members discussed and expressed concerns about the cost-effectiveness and implementation details of the electronic traffic enforcement regime, such as how to collect the e-contact means and measures to help the public understand and adapt to the new system, and how to prevent lawbreakers from using the relevant website to commit fraud. I am now going to give a summary of members' views and concerns. Members have inquired about the benefits and savings in recurrent expenditure to be brought about by the implementation of the measures. According to the administration, the LegCo Finance Committee in 2021 approved a new commitment of about $352 million for developing a traffic e-enforcement system. The system has three major components, including an e-ticketing system to digitize the frontline enforcement work, a centralized internet platform to process all traffic enforcement-related information and inquiries, and a thematic portal and mobile application to provide one-stop services to the public. The estimated recurrent expenditure for the system is $62 million. It is estimated that the system, upon full commissioning, will bring about annual recurrent savings of about $247 million, including savings in staff costs of supporting clerical staff of the Central Traffic Prosecutions Division of the Police Force and frontline staff in the processing of FPNs, as well as the costs of printing paper FPNs and related documents. On the bill empowering the administration to require holders of various types of licenses to provide the Commissioner for Transport with e-contact means, the administration pointed out that the TD Transport Department would require registered owners of vehicles and holders of various types of licenses, permits, and driving licenses to provide such information when applying for licenses or permits. Some members were concerned that as registered owners are required to renew their vehicle licenses annually and the validity period of driving licenses for drivers age 60 or below can be up to 10 years. It could take at least 1 year or even up to 10 years for the administration to collect the e-contact means of all registered vehicle owners and holders of driving licenses. The time required would be too long. Considering that the collection of, among others, email addresses or local telephone numbers from vehicle owners has already been done when implementing Hong Kong e-toll in May 2023, members have inquired whether the information already collected can be made use of for the early and full implementation of electronic traffic enforcement. The administration pointed out that although the e-contact means vehicle owners have been collected during the implementation of Hong Kong e-toll, the purpose of such information was to enable vehicle owners to pay tunnel tolls. The administration therefore considered it better and more prudent to collect e-contact means from registered vehicle owners and holders of various types of licenses, permits, and driving licenses for purposes related to the implementation of electronic traffic enforcement. Nevertheless, the administration took note of member suggestions and would publicize the benefits of electronic traffic enforcement through various channels to encourage the drivers and vehicle owners to submit information to the administration and would collect the relevant information in a more convenient way. Regarding the application of IM Smart, the administration advised that the OGCIO, Office of the Government Chief Information Officer, was considering upgrading IM Smart with the participation of relevant bureaus and departments, which would include the integration of online services and mobile applications of various departments into the IM Smart platform to facilitate public use. Clauses 62 and 63 of the bill seek to amend sections 18 and 44B of the Road Traffic Driving Licenses Regulations Chapter 374B, respectively, to add the e-contact means as one of the particulars that must be provided by holders of an applicants for driving licenses, proof of which may be required by the Commissioner for Transport, and to require holders of an application applicants for driving licenses to notify the Commissioner for Transport within 72 hours of the change in their e-contact means. Some members suggested that the time frame should be modified to 3 working days to avoid being affected by public holidays. In addition, some members have inquired about the means by which members of the public could prove to the Commissioner for Transport the authenticity of the e-contact means provided. The administration explained that under Section 18 of Chapter 374B and Sections 1931A, 43A, and 53 of the Road Traffic Registration and Licensing of Vehicles Regulations, Chapter 374E, holders of driving licenses, registered owners, and holders of various types of licenses and permits are required to notify the Commissioner for Transport in writing of any change of address within 72 hours of the change. Under this existing practice, members of the public can submit the relevant information at any time through the Gov Hong Kong website so that they can comply with the 72-hour time frame even during public holidays. Regarding the proof of e-contact means, when a person submits to the Transport Department TD an application for a driving license, a vehicle license, or a permit, the TD will issue an OTP one-time password to the in-contact means provided by the person, and the person is required to use the OTP for authentication, proving that the telephone number or email address provided is valid for the purpose of contacting the person. The administration will keep the arrangement under review to see if there is room for improvement. Members have inquired about the administration's measures to assist the public in understanding and adapting to the new initiative. Some members have also expressed concerns that the public may not receive eFPNs or EDNs issued by SMS or email due to network signal problems or other reasons, and thus fail to pay the penalties. Members have inquired about how the administration will deal with the situation. The administration pointed out that to assist the public in adapting to the new measures at the beginning of Phase 1 implementation of electronic traffic enforcement, frontline police officers would issue eFPNs and print out copies of FPNs concurrently at the scene. Subject to the public's reception of eFPNs and upon collection of e-contact means of all registered vehicle owners, the administration will implement Phase 2 of electronic traffic enforcement in a timely manner by issuing DNs by electronic means, while continuing to send physical DNs by post in parallel at the beginning of the implementation to help the offending vehicle owners or drivers to adapt to the measures. In addition, registered vehicle owners and drivers can log into the Traffic E-Enforcement thematic portal anytime, anywhere to check their FPNs. Members of the transport trade who attended the public hearing expressed concerns that there were quite a number of aged drivers engaging in the transport and logistics trade who might not know how to receive eFPNs immediately. Consequently, they might not be able to take immediate action in respect of the contravention, such as driving away the parked vehicles, to avoid the risk of being penalized again. Some vehicle owners were also concerned that as rental drivers were not permanent, it might be difficult for registered vehicle owners to recover liability from the rental driver who had committed a traffic contravention. The administration responded that as far as parking offences were concerned, upon introduction of electronic traffic enforcement, frontline enforcement officers would be required to transmit information of the vehicles concerned and details of the contravention, such as time and location, to the police's internal centralized platform. Before issuing an FPN, the system would automatically check the records to see if any enforcement officer had issued an FPN against the same vehicle for the same contravention within a certain period of time. If so, a system message would be prompted to alert the law enforcement officer, and relevant information would be provided to them to assist them in determining whether the vehicle still needed to be served a ticket. When an FPN is issued, the system will send an SMS or email notice to the registered vehicle owner within a few minutes, so that the registered vehicle owner will be notified of the receipt of an FPN within a short period of time, even when the vehicle is out of their sight. In addition, to cater for the needs of individual registered vehicle owners or drivers, the dedicated website, that is a thematic portal and mobile application for the implementation of electronic traffic enforcement, will provide for the setup of a vehicle FPN management system. A registered owner may, through their personal account, invite another person by email to be the agent of each vehicle registered under their name, for the purpose of allowing that dedicated person to receive FPN notification by email and assist in paying the fixed penalties. Registered vehicle owners or agents can generate an encrypted QR code for each vehicle through the system, print it out, and place it inside the vehicle. The driver can scan the QR code by using the dedicated mobile application before driving for receiving any eFPN notification through the dedicated mobile application, thereby reducing the administrative work of the registered vehicle owners or agents. In view of the recent upsurge in telephone and internet fraud, some members have expressed concerns that unscrupulous individuals will use illegal means such as fake websites, mobile applications, and phishing programs to commit fraud in the form of imitation eFPNs. They urged the administration to put in place effective measures to prevent such situations and educate the public to be wary of suspicious SMSs or emails. The administration responded that in order to prevent members of the public from accessing fraudulent websites through the fake hyperlinks in the SMS or emails sent by scammers, the proposed SMS or email notice to be sent to members of the public for the purpose of implementing electronic traffic enforcement would not include any hyperlinks. This aims to prevent scammers from swindling money out of people or obtaining their personal data. The proposed SMS or email notice will contain sufficient and specific information such as the date, time, and location of the contravention and vehicle registration mark of the vehicle involved. Members of the public will generally be able to determine whether the notice is genuine based on such information. Moreover, members of the public who would like to inspect their traffic offense records and pay the fine on the dedicated electronic traffic enforcement website can log in through IM for enhanced security. The HKPF will step up publicity and education on the above measures to remind people to be on the lookout for scams. In response to members' inquiry about the handling of contraventions involving official vehicles, the administration explained that if the contravention was committed in respect of an official vehicle, the person liable for the fixed penalty would be the driver of the vehicle at the time of the contravention. Since it would take time to identify the driver of an official vehicle, the HKPF might not be able to serve an FPN by electronic means within 12 hours after the contravention came to the knowledge of the police officer, in accordance with the proposed new Section 15(4) of Chapter 237. As such, the proposed new Section 15AA(5) seeks to provide that the Commissioner of Police may issue a DN to the driver of an official vehicle even though an FPN is not issued under Section 15(2) of Chapter 237. So this is the Bills Committee's report. The following are my views on the bill. Well, I think the eFPNs would facilitate the public, and if they are issued with FPNs, they would receive immediate notice and they can drive away their vehicles so that they would not be penalized again. During the deliberations of the Bills Committee, However, members have expressed concerns that the government has already collected information about vehicle owners and drivers, which would include e-contact means. Why would they need to collect such information again? Would we need further legislative amendments if we want to collect other information in future? It would be the same department that would be responsible for that, so I do not see the reason for collecting information again. But of course, right now there are no provisions for the sharing of the collected information. We do understand that the government is faced with restrictions. I just hope that in future the government would have a specific provision that would allow the sharing of information within the department, so that members of the public would not have to be inconvenienced having to repeatedly submit such information. Submitting such information can be very inconvenient. I do understand the government is faced with restrictions in law, but there is always room for improvement to streamline the administrative procedures, to facilitate electronic traffic enforcement and the development of Hong Kong into a smart city. During the deliberations of the Bills Committee, members have also expressed views in relation to the system. The members were not familiar with the operations of the system and wanted a demonstration by the police so that we could have a better understanding of the enforcement process. But of course, members were also concerned that if the process is made very transparent, scammers might be able to exploit that. The police have assured us that the information provided would help determine whether the message is genuine, and one can always access the thematic portal to get such information. We believe the government should do more in terms of promotion and publicity to prevent people from falling for scams. We do understand that the direction taken is a necessary move, so I speak in support of the bill. I so submit, Deputy President. Mr. Dennis Leung.
Mr. Dennis Leung. Madam Deputy, I support the 2023 bill, that is Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. I'm on the Bills Committee where we got the blueprint for smart city. And in fact, Hong Kong should become a world-class smart city. And there are three major points. First of all, we should rely on innovation technology to deal with city challenges, enhance city management, and enhance the quality of life, and ensure that we have sustainable development, enhancing efficiency and safety. We should become more attractive to global talents. And thirdly, we should encourage sustainable innovation and sustainable development. We have got a number of areas: smart living, smart citizens, smart government, smart mobility, and smart economy. In December 2022, we have the second version of the Smart City Blueprint, which enhance our governance and our capability. In paragraph 40, it mentions that the government would set up a smart policy, or rather digital policy, digital office, and then there will be the officer that will lead the efforts so that we can deal with the relevant policies. And the relevant policies will be collated, and departments will be assisted in launching more digital measures. I hope the officers involved can be combined or merged soon so that we can implement the goals of the Smart City Blueprint 2.0. We should become more digital and smarter. That's a fact of life. Young people and most of the elderly generation are used to using the electronic means. I think this is overhauling our old ways of life, and the citizens expect the government to have more online and electronic services, and they can spare us making visits to government offices. That will be time-consuming, and it will be unfriendly to our environment. We would opt for a paperless mode of life. We want to have simpler payment methods, safer, easier, quicker, and more secure. I think that's the most important point about smart city. Currently, for CAP 237, fixed penalty traffic contraventions ordinance, as well as CAP 240, fixed penalty criminal proceedings ordinance, we issue 3 million fixed penalty tickets every year. We can save $230 million by making it electronic. In relation to the $1.5 million spent on it, the figure will grow to $60 million. In the year 2021, $352 million have been approved to launch the electronic traffic enforcement scheme. I support this idea for 3 reasons. First of all, manpower saving. Second, we can avoid incorrect input of data, obstructing the pace of enforcement, and we can also save paper, and we can also simplify the work procedures. Secondly, we can overcome the traffic congestion in Hong Kong. As a representative of the labor sector, I'm more concerned about occupational health and safety. Currently, the law enforcement agencies have to bring along a portable printer so as to print out the tickets because we are expected to provide a ticket in paper form. In the year 2020, as a result of the pilot scheme, the efficiency has been enhanced. But then the frontline officers have to carry more devices, and it will jeopardize their health. And with the electronic enforcement coming into place, there will be a long transitional period. In other words, the law enforcement agents will still have to rely on the various types of devices. I hope the grace period or the adjustment period will be shortened so that our frontline officers don't have to carry so much weight, and that can enhance their occupational health and safety. Registered owners and also applicants and holders of different permits and licenses have to provide means of contact to the government so that the FPNs or the DNs can be sent or served on the owners, etc. Well, as I have said at a meeting, for those who have yet to provide a e-contact means to the government, there should be other ways to encourage them to do so that we can roll out the electronic traffic enforcement program. Well, I think everybody is an important stakeholder in making Hong Kong a smart city before we can implement the blueprint. I think by having this element, we can feel for ourselves the beauty of having a smart city. I think the government should be bolder and more aggressive and should try to send out notices to those who have yet to provide an e-contact means. And I hope everybody can cooperate to join in this effort so that we can become a world-class smart city. I know the departments have more or less completed the setting up of this system. I expect the departments to carry out a vigorous testing and provide adequate training to the frontline officers so that the program can be rolled out very smoothly. And then by having the electronic ticketing arrangement, it will be easier and more efficient. But prior to the launching of this scheme, there should be adequate publicity and there should be adequate training, and then frontline officers should be assisted in learning how to cope with the changes. And then, of course, traffic contraventions have to be resolved. Other than relying on the enforcement agencies and relying on the citizens to cooperate, I think the government should come up with an adequate number of parking facilities. That's the top priority for the task before in front of the government. That's all, and I would like to say that I support the bill. Mr. Chen Hop-fung. I'm on the Bills Committee for the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. I support the amendment bill. Well, there is one advantage in this exercise. In all the documents presented to us, the administration told us clearly as to the outcome of this exercise. That is the magnitude of the enhancement of the efficiency. By having this electronic traffic enforcement, we can streamline the procedures, we can enhance the efficiency. We can save a lot of manpower and we can enhance the enforcement efficiency. The government has said that we need $400 million to launch the task, but we believe that it is worth the money, it is value for money. As many colleagues have said, we can save manpower, we can save a lot of procedures and repetitive work. I have to commend the government for being so clear in relation to the savings to be obtained, like the savings made by the Central Traffic Prosecutions Division, $12 million, and the savings from cessation of printing paper, etc., $600,000, and then $200 million to be saved in terms of the time saved by frontline police officers, etc. In the past, when the administration asked for money to digitize some services, we are simply told that manpower is saved, time is saved, cost is saved, without the details. So I think this is a good example to be followed. Well, in fact, I've got two suggestions for the administration to take up. First of all, publicity. The second is also publicity. First of all, you need to publicize this program. Like in the case of the Hong Kong e-toll, I think in the beginning it was confusing. Many motorists didn't know how to apply for that and didn't know how to go about it. We should learn from that experience, and for this exercise, I think there should be more publicity in advance. Put up the kiosks or stores in the street and make good use of our existing arrangements. Now, drivers have to take their vehicles to a petrol filling station or to a charging station to refill their tank. So just like in the case of the Hong Kong e-toll, I think there should be more publicity desks or kiosks to assist motorists or owners or drivers to register. In this way, it will facilitate the implementation of the scheme. Another concern is that when it comes to making it electronic, then scammers and phishing websites would try to take advantage of this exercise. Day in, day out, we get numerous messages and telephone calls. It is difficult for us to tell which is fake and which is genuine. We have been told that there are different ways to go about it, but then if the publicity is inadequate, our citizens will still fall prey to the scammers. So having covered the first part of the program, we come to the second part, and that's about public education and publicity. Help citizens differentiate between genuine messages and fake messages and hyperlinks that we should not click. Otherwise, if a well-conceived program is not properly implemented, the outcome will still be unacceptable. All in all, by having it electronic, we are enhancing the efficiency. But at the same time, please consider the business environment. Many drivers are saying that it is difficult for them to find a parking spot. They may have to go to a toilet nearby to obey the code of nature, and when they return to their vehicle, they find that they have been booked. Yes, we want to have traffic offenses enforced, but at the same time, we need to give a human touch so that citizens feel that this enforcement system is there to help them rather than to victimize them. So I hope the police will liaise with the departments so that electronic traffic enforcement is there for our good and meet our needs instead of being hurting us. I hope the government will join hands with the legislature so as to carry out sufficient public education publicity.
Mr. Michael Tian. Thank you, Deputy President. I would first like to express my support for the resumption of second reading debate for the bill. The reason is simple. In 2018, I went to a plaza in Yunlong. It is a black spot for illegal parking. Before, police officers would have to hold cameras to capture footage of enforcement. Otherwise, people would just say, I just got here. And there was no way for traffic officers to enforce the law. The footage could then become evidence for court trials. But it would require police officers to stand there for at least half an hour to capture a footage. So right now, without electronic traffic enforcement, we could not enforce the law effectively. We do see very dangerous behavior. For example, people illegally parking at places where there are double yellow lines. For the black spots of illegal parking, we see an increasing number of such. We should make better use of technologies. Since 2018, I have advocated for the installation of CCTV cameras to combat illegal parking. So I would suggest on smart lampposts and on footbridges or near flyovers, there should be cameras installed that would capture what is happening at black spots, and then we could see clearly whether drivers were only stopping there temporarily or have in fact parked the vehicle there for over half an hour. In 2019, the government said they would switch over to smart meters. I again suggested that there should be installation of CCTV cameras to capture the vehicle plates of vehicles breaching the provisions. And in fact, at the previous meeting of the council, I have been advocating for both electronic FPNs to be issued and CCTV cameras to be installed. But now we are only dealing with the issuance of EFPNs only, and I asked when we would have the next step, that is installation of CCTV cameras. And the administration said it is only after the legislative amendments for the issuance of EFPNs have been passed that they would consider installation of CCTV cameras. With the legislative amendments we have today, I expect the work of installation of CCTV cameras to be taken forward expeditiously. So I do support this, but I think the next step is even more important. So with smart meters put in place, we will be able to tell very quickly which vehicle is illegally parked, and then we would have issuance of EFPNs. We do need to strike a balance between the interests of different stakeholders. If we have CCTV cameras, it can complement the issuance of EFPNs, and we would be able to tell when drivers are saying they were just there to go to the bathroom, whether it seems to be the case. And in Yunlong, 20-odd complaints have been lodged, and traffic congestion would often result due to illegal parking. We need to strengthen enforcement in the area. We have a good start today, and we have all the support measures. Now we need determination of the Secretary to take forward the critical next step, that is formulating enforcement timetable for the installation of CCTV cameras. Thank you, Mr. Yang Wing-kit. Thank you, Deputy President. Since 2020, we have the e-ticketing piloting scheme. And in last year alone, 3.01 million tickets were issued, and on average daily it would be 8,240 tickets. We have 98% of the total being electronic tickets. We have much less paper tickets before, and right now we have allowed for the electronic enforcement of traffic offenses by issuing EFPNs and DNs electronically, and that would save us $247 million annually from 2024-25 onwards, and police officers would no longer have to fix tickets on vehicles, and people would not be able to tell whether police are issuing tickets in the area, so that would achieve somewhat of a deterrence. The pilot scheme has been in place for 4 years. Some drivers are still concerned. They say that they are still using the older models of phones. They're not familiar with the operations of SMSs or emails. In fact, they say they will not check their SMSs or emails for a week at hand, and they may not be able to receive such notifications due to network signal problems. They have expressed such concerns, and I have explained to them that at the first stage of the implementation, both paper and paperless options will be available, and only when people are familiar with the operations, paper options will be phased out. I hope that the government will do much in publicity and promotion to make sure there is public awareness on how the enforcement process works in future. We have also observed some problems with Hong Kong e-toll, that is identifying the wrong vehicle and whatnot. So the government should make sure in future for owners or drivers that would receive notifications of EFPNs shortly and would have the details for them so that they can follow up on the relevant contraventions. And I believe the police have been studying to make sure such notifications will be sent out within a few minutes. I hope the government can do much stress testing. I understand that also AI testing are being performed in Central and Kwun Tong, and within 70 seconds, notifications and FPNs can be issued to the offending drivers. If the findings are good, I hope that the system can be extended to other areas of Hong Kong so that we can have fully automated traffic enforcement. Recently, we have seen with the switch to e-tickets, the speed of issuing tickets has become much faster. The administration said long ago that it is not a way to increase government revenue, it is to enhance deterrence effect, but I do not see it be very effective at the moment because the problem is that we do not have enough parking spaces in Hong Kong. We really have to review the Hong Kong planning standards and guidelines. We are talking about a specific number of parking spaces. Can we have it relaxed to 3.6 parking spaces instead from 4.7? Right now, if we are not trying to simply issue e-tickets for the sake of e-tickets, we need to really think more about the other measures. So apart from facilitating the issuance of EFPNs, we need to think about prevention. That is, we should not have that many EFPS in the first place. We need to have more parking spaces. I do agree that there should be stringent enforcement, but then we have to tackle the root cause of the problem first. I think the government can really think about this. I so submit speaking in support of the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bills 2022 and the proposed CSAs.
Mr. Chan Siu-hong. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. The bill provides for a legal framework so that the Transport Department may, the Hong Kong Police Force may issue fixed penalty notices by electronic means. I'm glad to see the government is adopting technology to enhance the efficiency of traffic enforcement. It is also a step forward in promoting smart mobility under the Smart City Blueprint. Now, here we're talking about electronic fixed penalty tickets, EFPNs, and then firstly, this enable the electronic service of such notices, and secondly, is to empower the is to allow the information for public inspection, and then also that there's empowering the CP to specify the form of notices, and also it's about issuing notices under under the road traffic ordinance, and also relevant persons have to submit provide required information. Now, digitization of government services is the global trend, and the public are happy to see such arrangement. My primary concern is about the impact on the public, in particular, the process of electronic service of notices, transitional arrangement, and so on. Are there measures to help the public to learn about the new system and adapt to it? And also, they need to teach the public how to differentiate between genuine and fake websites, SMS, and so on, because we want to avoid fraud. So it's about people's livelihood. There must be more publicity so people know exactly what the arrangement is. We don't want something that's meant to be a convenience to the public becomes a nuisance. Now, when we considered the policy issues at the Bills Committee meetings, I stressed that for EFPNs, it's not an issue for younger drivers, but for older drivers who may not be so IT literate, they may have difficulties just receiving EFPNs and demand notices, and they don't know what to do when they receive these electronic notices, and then maybe at the end they fail to pay the fine and they may actually be prosecuted. So this all about the digital divide. There should be more measures to promote digital inclusion, so older drivers are also able to use electronic services. Now, we've seen a host of incidents involving new electronic systems launched by the government in recent years. For example, the Play Smart app, it collapsed, and there's also suspected leakage of information. And then the e-toll also, there were incidents of the wrong deduction of toll and so on. So when the government launches the electronic traffic enforcement, it must make sure the system is well tested. They must make sure that there won't be leakage of personal data or wrong issuance of FPNs when the system is launched. Now, there are so many innovative ways of phishing emails and SMS. A hyperlink or calling our number would already lead to leakage of personal data. That's why when SMS and email notices are issued, there won't be a hyperlink. This is to prevent fraud. The government must also do more publicity. They need to educate drivers and vehicle owners to tell whether the SMS or email they receive is genuine or not. So there need to be measures to facilitate such identification. Now, some have expressed concern that they may they may have missed the email or SMS, so they fail to pay their penalty. And also, there may be residents who are overseas and they don't actually receive the email or SMS. So I think the government should talk to the Oxio and telecommunications operators to make sure that people won't fail to receive SMS or email just because they're overseas, for instance. Now, the government is slowly moving towards electronic traffic enforcement. There will be a phased approach in the issuance of e-FPNs. The first phase is to issue both electronic and physical FPNs. And the government said that they will see how the public are adapting to the new system, and they will consider the progress of collection of e-contact means, and they decide when they will start the next stage, the second stage of implementation, that is to issue only e-FPNs. But of course, at the initial stage of implementation, physical FPNs and DS will be issued to help the public to adapt to the new system. I agree the government should consider how well people are adapting to the system before they decide on the next phase of the implementation. But then the government may take 10 years to collect e-contact new means for all vehicle owners and holders of permits. So I think that's far too long. The government should talk to the OXIO so that they could use information obtained from other ways to speed up the collection of e-contact means, because the government should avoid repeatedly asking for information from the public. Now, I also support the amendment to add a provision so someone may, on their own volition, offer to provide their e-contact means to the Commission for Transport when they're not actually applying for licenses or permits. This will facilitate the issuance of e-FPNs because this is a voluntary measure, so there won't be penalties involved. This is to encourage people to provide their e-contact means to the Commission to Transport on their own volition. This will help to speed up the whole electronic traffic enforcement implementation. Now, Section 63C is about provision of information electronically. I welcome the use of the digital ID. Right now, we can use IM Smart for using our digital ID. And then last Friday, the Finance Committee funding was approved for a platform for digital ID. I'm concerned that in future, when we have the system, how do we help businesses to make electronic signature? Now, if a vehicle is registered in the name of a company, can there be direct access to the system through the use of the digital ID? Now, the whole digital ID platform is still under planning and construction, so the transport departments must keep in touch with OXIO to make sure that the system is compatible with the new platform. And the whole electronic process will improve efficiency, make savings, and improve governance. That's why I'm all for the government's effort to promote e-government. But then the point is, after this e-government, will it actually result in savings of cost and manpower and so on? In 2022, the Finance Committee approved funding for the e-ticketing system. During the scrutiny of the proposal, I expressed concern about the cost effectiveness of the proposal. I asked how much savings could be made in terms of manpower and cost. I suggested the government should review the efficiency, the savings from time to time. There must be higher degree of transparency as we promote people-based e-government services. Finally, I'd like to talk about the root cause of fixed penalty tickets. It's because there's a serious shortage of parking spaces. I hope the government will tackle this issue, and there should be more public parking spaces to meet the demands of the public. That is permanent solution to the problem. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you. Mr. Shou Chang-wing. Dr. Shou Chang-wing. Police statistics show, Deputy President, that in 2023, all traffic enforcement, including arrests, some issue of summonses, and fixed penalty tickets, there were in total 3.62 million cases. 10 years ago, it was $1.57 million, so that's an increase of 130%. It's worrying. And of course, that means there will also be increase in manpower and public spending. It adds the burden of tight civil police force. In 2022-23, there were 5,911 vacancies in the police force. A vacancy rate of 17.8% has the highest vacancy rate among all discipline services. So with increase in traffic convention cases and shortage in manpower, of course, the quality and quantity of traffic enforcement work are affected. We need to have timely punishment of traffic convention. This is to protect the safety and order for both drivers and pedestrians. If we look at the experience in other countries, such as France and Indonesia, electronic traffic enforcement provides a more efficient and a greener way to traffic enforcement that helps to save manpower and costs. It also makes enforcement more accurate and efficient. More importantly, it boosts the awareness of drivers to be more disciplined, and that's helped to substantially reduce the number of traffic conventions and accidents. So I support the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. The government tried to collect views from different parties, and based on the actual needs, they improved upon the legislative proposal. So now they have made clear the penalties as well as the responsibilities of different parties. Now, the question is whether the government could collect e-contact means more speedily from the relevant parties. Then drivers will also be able to easily update their contact details. So the electronic traffic enforcement will allow people to abide by the law better, and also it provides for more efficient enforcement. Now, there will be savings of $250 million after the implementation of the system. At the same time, the government will be providing more convenient electronic services, and it helps to improve city management. So I would remind the relevant department to press ahead with the system. At the same time, they need to develop more quickly the relevant platform. As for example, the system should be linked to IM Smart platform. So soon there will be one-stop e-government service. Drivers can then enjoy one-stop smart services that are personalized as well. And then there will also be sharing of data stored. Then there is no need for different departments to have to collect information again when they launch new systems. So with a one-stop platform that could lower operating costs in the long run and improve governance efficiency, administrative efficiency. And then there could be a collection of information about drivers, resulting in effective analysis, and that will point the way towards promotion and publicity efforts in enhancing safety and awareness among drivers. Now, the government has consulted the relevant transport trades, and it should continue to do so, so that we will continuously review the effectiveness of the regime, and then they could then improve upon the regime. Thank you.
Mr. Lam Chen Sing. Thank you, Madam Deputy. The bill proposes that in relation to certain traffic contraventions and offences, fixed penalty tickets can be served electronically. Currently, you have to serve it on the person liable or fix it on the offending vehicle. I think the new arrangement can enhance the enforcement efficiency. In relation to the effective implementation of the scheme, I think we have to emphasize public education and publicity. We hope we can make good use of the electronic system. However, I'm worried that collecting the e-contact means it will take time. Perhaps you have to wait for the renewal of the driving licenses before you can do so. The TD should set up kiosks or provide incentives to encourage the motorists to submit the information as early as possible. We should also set up KPIs. Say, for example, within 1 year or 2 years' time, the number of drivers or vehicle owners expected to submit the e-contact means, so that we can roll out the program fully within a short period of time. We should also tell the public the details, like how to look up the electronic FPNs online. And then for elderly occupational drivers, they may not be familiar with the operational details. Therefore, we need to step up the publicity. In terms of frauds, and in recent years, we always get information. Say, for example, your communication applications may expire in a few hours' time. You need to click a hyperlink to continue the service. So we have to guard against scammers making use of this system to send out fake SMS to achieve the same purpose. The government has said that for the SMS as well as emails to be sent out to the public, there won't be any hyperlinks, so as to avoid any scams being sort of implemented or executed. I think we should make sure that the members of the public are more alert about that, and we should also guard against deception by sending out fake electronic FPNs and DNs. I know that the commissioner will be empowered to collect the e-contact means from the vehicle owners as well as the drivers. It is said that if you have changed your e-contact means, just like when you have changed your address, then you have to notify the commissioner according to the law. There is a time frame. Within 72 hours of the change, you need to inform the transport department. Anybody contravening the requirement without a good explanation will be fined $2,000. For elderly vehicle owners, they may not check their emails frequently, or they have an email registered for them by their family members, or they might have changed their email address but failed to inform the TD. I asked the administration as to how many people have been fined as a result of failing to inform the TD when there is a change of address. The answer was that there were very few. So I hope you could be lenient when you deal with failure to notify the TD of the change in e-contact means not deliberately. Well, in future, anybody who is involved in illegal parking, you will receive an SMS or email immediately. Probably you get it while you're still enjoying a meal at a local cafe. Motorists are duty-bound to drive away the vehicle as soon as possible. Sometimes it is just not feasible to do so. And in fact, we have a severe shortage of parking spaces throughout the city. Sometimes you may have to attend to an urgent matter, and you know that you are parking illegally, you will still do so. Therefore, I hope the administration will give a reasonable period of time for the motorists to remove their vehicle. Say, for example, allowing them 10 minutes after issuing the first EFPN. In the long term, we need to take up a multi-pronged approach to deal with the problems. Many drivers are saying that for commercial vehicles, there is a shortage of parking spaces. For the year 2023, there are 69,000 registered commercial vehicles, but then there are only 45,000 parking spaces for such. In other words, we are not meeting the demand. But of course, at the same time, it doesn't give the drivers the excuse to park illegally. But still, the government should do more in this regard. Say, for example, make good use of the vacant government land, or wherever it is possible and appropriate, provide more parking spaces for commercial vehicles, and then we can deal with the problem of illegal parking. So I spoke in support of the bill. Mr. Frankie Yik, Madam Deputy, the SALG is promoting the development of Hong Kong as a smart city. For the police to launch the electronic traffic enforcement, I think this is part of the overall trend. It is time-saving and cost-saving and manpower-saving. The Liberal Party is in support of the bill. In future, for illegal parking and also other traffic contraventions and offences, I know that an electronic notice will be sent out. I know that there are different ways of employment and arrangements. For the taxi trade, I think this is most complicated. Some are owner drivers, but a lot more are not owner drivers. An owner may leave it in the hands of the other drivers or in the agent, and also there are replacement drivers, so the ecology is very difficult, it's very complicated. If the police officer hands over the FPN directly to the driver or leave it on the windscreen of the taxi, is easy. But then in future, owners may not frequently check their email mailbox, and they may not be aware of having received a notices, and then it is difficult to trace each and every driver involved. At the end of the day, the registered owner may have to bear the responsibility. So the taxi trade is worried about the proposals. I'm grateful that the police took the initiative to approach the taxi trade and gave them a very detailed explanation. In particular, in the early phase of the enforcement exercise, the two systems will go hand in hand. A hard copy as well as an electronic version will be sent out. And if necessary, the message can be sent to an agent nominated by the owner as well. There will be a portal and there will be an online system so that citizens can check the records and to check the payment records should there be any EFPNs or DNs. And you can also make use of a QR code. And then when a driver starts work, the QR code can be scanned, and then the notices can be sort of accessed more easily. So the taxi trade has already got their worries laid. Now, currently, we have got QR codes for commercial vehicles. Therefore, we just wonder if the various types of QR codes can be merged so the drivers don't have to scan the two of them. But then for owners to differentiate among the drivers, I think we should have both. We should have electronic taxi meters and electronic driving licenses. So make it easy for people to record their mileage and their identity so that the telephone number given to the government will be the means to be reached. Well, it is said that this exercise can reduce illegal parking. I don't think so. There are inadequate spaces as a result of poor planning, and therefore we have illegal parking. Now you ask the vehicle owners to pick up the bill. For heavy vehicles, I think the case is even worse. All the time we have got 1 to 0.6 in terms of the ratio of number of vehicles and the number of parking spaces. I've always received calls for help, and when the government steps up the enforcement, the scenario has got worse. In fact, many drivers are getting tickets and summonses. Even when you park your vehicle in a way that is not obstructing traffic, you still get summoned or booked. We are worried that with the electronic traffic enforcement, there will be abuses in issuing the tickets. This will just discourage more people from joining the trade, and it will impact upon our logistics industry. Now, the administration has said that there is a guideline of not repeating a ticket in 30 minutes' time. I know that with the new platform to be set up, the police can find out whether the same offense has already been booked, and then the police can make a decision in the light of the actual circumstances. I hope the police can issue a warning first before issuing a ticket so as to ease the economic or financial burden on the drivers. And we need to take up a multi-pronged approach so that there can be more commercial vehicle parking spaces. And there should be a KPI for this task to monitor the performance. Now, for the Hong Kong e-toll, when it was first introduced, many people have been scammed and they lost money. Therefore, there's a worry that with the launching of the electronic traffic enforcement scheme, scammers will have an opportunity. And in fact, in overseas countries, phishing emails have emerged as a result. And therefore, we need to do more to make sure that the platforms will not be abused by the fraudsters. To enforce the law, it is said that registered vehicle owners, as well as driving license and permit and license holders and applicants, they must provide e-contact means to the TD. But then, even though in the past similar information has been submitted, but then that's for a different purpose. Therefore, for this objective, we have to do it afresh. If in future, every time there is a digital conversion, we need to submit the information again, it will be too time consuming. I suggest that the government should change the law so that anything we have already provided can be used in any traffic transport related areas. In this way, we can expedite the pace of going digital. Vehicle registration is done annually, so within a year's time, we can complete the collection of e-contact means from owners. But then for driving licenses, the duration is for 10 years, so we need to encourage the drivers to do it on their own. But then this is not mandatory. I just wonder if the administration should consider something similar to the replacement of ID cards so that we can roll out the program fully. And in fact, we know that Section 63 of the relevant ordinance will also be covered in this exercise. That's in relation to CAP 374, and that's the demand and provision of particulars from the owners. But then there is also a defense. If the owner doesn't know, or if within the period of time imposed, he cannot do so, usually the court would only impose a fine of $3,000. But in fact, an owner should watch what happens to his vehicle unless the vehicle has been stolen or his personal details have been stolen to register, or if it is a so-called shadow plated vehicle. I don't think the defense should be accepted. So the government should examine and review the relevant provision so as to avoid such a defense being abused. So I spoke in support of the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023.
主席，我支持政府當局運。
Dr. Johnny Thank you, Deputy President. I support the bill that would enhance the efficiency of electronic traffic enforcement. The relevant amendments would facilitate the issuance of EFPNs and DNs. I urge the administration to save administrative costs by having a single portal for government services. In fact, with this electronic move, we would be able to save annually $247 million. We would be able to save staff costs as well as the cost of printing paper FPNs. Not only will that save costs, it would be environmentally friendly. This is a start for e-government services, and I think other departments should follow suit. In relation to the delivery of EFPNs, for older drivers, they may not be familiar with the use of electronics. We have an aging population, so we should have more aged drivers in future. And I heard feedback from the trade that they're worried aged drivers would not know what to do with EFPNs. The administration should therefore enhance publicity and promotion to make sure there is no digital divide. We also see an upsurge in scams. I see the police have been doing well in combating the scams, but we may not be able to catch up with the development in scams because they have many different evolving MOs. They can make use of different channels to imitate FPNs. I understand that the police, to prevent people from falling for scams, would not include hyperlinks in the messages. But the premise is that the people need to know that the real EFPNs would not include any hyperlinks. So promotion is very important. A sample should be provided to the public so that they would know this. With the use of technologies to facilitate electronic traffic enforcement, I support this move and therefore support the bill. Thank you. Mr. Yim Kong. Thank you. I support the legislative amendments under the bill. We have been promoting smart mobility. We would have the issuance of EFPNs. This is environmentally friendly and this is the trend, and we should follow this. In fact, in mainland China and other regions, these trends have already been adopted. With those who are not as familiar with the use of electronics, especially aged drivers, we need to be aware of their needs. We would have, at the first stage of implementation, issuance of paper FPNs to facilitate them. And for some people, it may take time to authenticate the relevant EFPNs. So I think the police should extend the timing from 1 month to 2 months for paying the EFPNs. With the issuance of EFPNs, the police can perhaps provide more electronic payment methods for drivers or owners to opt for. It is said that electronic traffic enforcement will be implemented in phases from this year upon the passage of the bill. I suggest after that the police should enhance promotion. I so submit.
Mr. Rock Chen. Deputy President, under the existing legislation, when the police issues fixed penalty ticket, it must be handed over to the persons in charge of the offending vehicle, or fix it on the offending vehicle, or send the notice by post to the either vehicle owners or drivers. Now, we are now considering the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. It allows the police to serve fixed penalty notices by electronic means. I'm all for it. I'd like to make 3 suggestions. First, when issuing tickets, the vehicle owners or the driver must be informed immediately that they committed illegal parking. The government use a smart handheld device to note the information of drivers or vehicle owners. Within 12 hours of the contravention, the notifications must be given to the drivers or vehicle owners. Now, issuing ticket is the last resort. Instead, drivers should be asked to drive away their vehicles to prevent blocking traffic. That should be most important. So that's why notification must be given to the owner or driver, so they immediately, so they know that they won't leave a car there for too long. Maybe because after 30 minutes, it's possible that they will get a second ticket. So there's a need for immediate notification to drivers and vehicle owners, so they will take follow-up action at once. Secondly, there's need to form a big data base to identify illegal parking black spots through mobile app. Locations of illegal parking should be kept, and then government should form a database so that the big data could be analyzed. They will find out the reasons for illegal parking and the circumstances surrounding the illegal parking. Is it the case that there are insufficient parking spaces nearby? If so, maybe more parking spaces should be provided to improve the support facilities. And then through an analysis of big data, we could find abandoned vehicles on roadside, so parking spaces won't be taken up for a prolonged period. Thirdly, the information should be shared by government departments. Now, we are told that the government could save $247 million in cost each year after the implementation of the electronic enforcement scheme. So that the handling of paper-based penalty notices and so on will be reduced, the effort will be reduced, and then we know what savings are made, and that could also ensure more accuracy. Thank you. I speak in support of the bill. Mr. Peter Shiu. Well, this is about the adoption of technology and digitalization for improving the efficiency of traffic enforcement. I'm in support of that. We see that sometimes police officers may be in dispute with some drivers. They question why they are getting a ticket so soon, just after they have parked a car. I believe if we use technology, we could reduce such disputes. And I see the police are quick to issue tickets now because they just use a phone, they scan the information. I've seen on many occasions they could complete the whole ticket issuing procedure in 10 to 15 seconds. I mean, that means it helps to save resources and time on the part of police officers. I believe the new system will be even more convenient. Now, if we have sufficient parking spaces in Hong Kong and motorists choose not to park in paid parking spaces, instead they just leave their vehicles by the roadside, of course we should crack down hard on that. But then we know only too well that there is a serious shortage of parking spaces, especially in the busier areas or where there's a concentration of restaurants. So because there are not sufficient parking spaces, so drivers sometimes have no choice but to take up space on the street. And if that leads to traffic obstruction, of course we must stop such behavior at once. We may even have to tow away the vehicles. But if we're talking about locations that won't lead to severe traffic congestion, well, I hope then police officers will try to strike a balance in these cases. Before the Chinese New Year, the Commissioner of Police said that if illegal parking does not cause serious traffic congestion, then their officers may exercise some discretion. And I am grateful to the Commissioner for making that point, because I learned from the trade tickets are now issued really frequently, and there are diners who are afraid of getting a ticket, they're not going to their favorite restaurants so often. Sometimes I hear people say that they will leave their car opposite somewhere where they can see the car while they take breakfast, but now they dare not do so because police are so quick in issuing tickets. So for the retail and catering trade, they are facing challenges. Of course, we're not trying to encourage people to park illegally. In Hong Kong, it's best if we take public transport. We take the MTR or the bus. But sometimes we're going to remote locations, for example, the New Territories. The public transport network is not as comprehensive. People have to work, or others who live up the hill, they have to drive to go around. Now, if there are not sufficient parking spaces and then they get tickets quickly if they leave their car on the street, well, these are people with high spending power. But then they may choose not to go so often. So how do we strike a balance? I know the police could exercise discretion. They are in a position to judge whether illegal parking at a certain spot will lead to serious traffic congestion, or if the car is just left there for a short period of time, they could actually tolerate it. So I hope the police will pay more attention to this point, especially when our economy is weak. And I hope also motorists will also will exercise self-discipline. They must not cause traffic obstruction. But of course, the root solution is to provide more parking spaces. I've been talking about it for years. Many members here have raised this point. Of course, it's because of the land resources constraint, so we cannot provide too many parking spaces in a short space of time. So therefore, I hope the government will strike a balance when it comes to dealing with motorists. Thank you.
Mr. Tony Chair. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Madam Deputy, smart mobility is part of our smart city blueprint, in fact, an important part. Issuing FPN and DN electronically is in fact an application of technology in the area of transport and traffic management. Now we are resuming the second reading debate of the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. It means that we are embracing digital enforcement. By applying technology, it means that we can enhance the overall efficiency of traffic enforcement. The main proposals are as follows. Instead of issuing paper form tickets, there will be an electronic version. There will be mobile applications and websites to tie in with the effort. By issuing the FPNs and the DNs electronically, it means that traffic enforcement can be more efficient and more convenient. Compared with the conventional paper form tickets, electronic versions can be issued and received more quickly. I believe it means huge time saving and cost saving. Owners and drivers can make use of the website, mobile applications, etc. to receive the information. They may also pay online and deal with the relevant matters. Electronic means allow us to track and collect data concerning traffic contraventions. As a result, law enforcement agencies can deal with the traffic offenses and contraventions in a consistent manner, and the information gathered can be useful for analyzing the scenario, and we can devise relevant policies, and we can reduce the number of traffic contraventions and offenses. So in principle, I support the proposals in the bill. Now in future, all vehicle owners and drivers must provide an e-contact means to the TD so as to implement the enforcement scheme. It shows that the existing information held in the databases of the government cannot be shared. It is a deficiency. It means that we cannot have further development of e-government. In other words, it is not citizen-friendly. Well, indeed, we have to move more quickly so that we can share the information among government departments. Otherwise, the data collected cannot be used efficiently and conveniently. I think we're supposed to allow the government to have stronger data management capabilities and analytical capabilities. By issuing the EFPNs and the EDNs, the government can analyze the data concerning traffic contravention, and the government can know more about traffic flows, hotspots for traffic contraventions, as well as the trends. Then the government can come up with the right policies. I hope in future there can be more data sharing among government departments. Currently, traffic-related data is held in the hands of different government departments and bureaus. They have their distinct systems. They cannot effectively collate the information and share the information. I think it is high time for us to have single database, and there should be the sharing of data so that departments and bureaus can carry out studies and analysis, and then we can come up with better transport and traffic policies. EFPNs and EDNs means that Hong Kong is moving a step closer to our smart city blueprint, in particular smart mobility. And we can better enforce the traffic laws. And it can also enhance our ability to manage data. But then for EFPNs and EDNs, we have to make sure that they are secure, and we should safeguard the privacy of our citizens. The government should come up with vigorous data protection policies so that personal data will be kept confidential. The system should be stable and secure. It is important. For the electronic traffic enforcement and its related websites and mobile applications, they must be stable. And there should be reliable services to be provided to the motorists and the vehicle owners so that they can look up their information easily. At the same time, we should promote the program so that owners and drivers can adapt to the change, so that we join hands in making Hong Kong a smart city. Well, during the transitional period, paper forms and electronic versions will be issued at the same time. But then in the long term, electronic traffic enforcement will result in manpower savings. So I hope that after a certain period of time, the administration can come back to the council and report to us about the money saved or the manpower saved, as well as the actual cost benefits, say manpower saved and resources saved. So I spoke in support of the resumption of the second reading debate and the third reading, as well as the CSAs to be moved. Thank you. Mr. Dominic Lee. Well, for the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023, we are going to issue the FPNs electronically. It will enhance our efficiency, and it is part of the move towards a smart city. It has our support. It can reduce the cost of law enforcement, and the procedures will be less cumbersome, and it is in line with the lifestyle of a modern city, and this is in line with the style of the new government. As many members have said, like what Mr. Peter Shiu has said, I think we have a very serious shortage of car parking spaces. Car owners would rather park in a paid parking space, but then for Wan Chai and other busy areas, you can never get a parking space, or you have to go to a multi-story car park. It is most inconvenient. Therefore, when it comes to planning, the government should do more. In recent years, the Bureau has said that perhaps we should have smart parking grounds or parking car parks. But then when we first had the idea mooted, I was still with the Sam Shui Po District Council. 7 years have passed, and it appears to me that promoting smart car parks so as to address the shortage of parking spaces is still moving very slowly. In Hong Kong, parking fees are really expensive. You look at Shenzhen, at many shopping malls, the parking fees are much, much lower. Now, many of us are driving northwards to go to the mainland, and you can see why many motorists would rather spend the money when they take their cars northwards. So please adjust the parking fees so that the motorists would rather stay in Hong Kong to spend the money. Let me digress a little bit. Many people have said that when it comes to law enforcement, of course, it is not your department. This bill is about enhancing traffic enforcement, but then you need to be reasonable and sensible when you enforce the law. Sha Tin residents have told us that they live in village-type developments, and they just park their vehicles on their own land, and they have been they have been disappointed by the law enforcement agencies. Now, for smart city, this piece of legislation is one of the many initiatives. We need other support measures, say, for example, smart lampposts, smart meters. But then, for such smart facilities, you give people the impression that they're not smart enough because they are not functional enough. I just wonder if you can make greater use of them, and let's hope that we can join hands and we can take an overall view, and then the policy goals can be achieved.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Deputy President, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Ben Chen, Chairman of the Bills Committee, other committee members, and colleagues of the Legislative Council Secretariat for their hard work and support in completing the scrutiny of the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Bills 2023, the bill, efficiently. I would also like to thank members who have just spoken for their support and invaluable views. The issuance of fixed penalty tickets by electronic means, EFPNs, for traffic offences is one of the new initiatives of the government to promote smart mobility. The aim is to increase the overall efficiency of traffic enforcement through the application of technology. In the long run, it is hoped that the initiative will help to improve the driving attitude and habit of drivers, thereby reducing traffic accidents and illegal parking while enhancing road safety and relieving congestion. The main object of the bill is to provide a legal basis for requiring this registered vehicle owners and holders of various types of license, permit, and driving license to provide their e-contact means, that is, email address or telephone number, to the Transport Department, TD, when applying for a license or permit for the purpose of issuance of EFPNs. The government introduced the bill into this council for scrutiny in December last year. A bills committee was formed in January this year. After meeting with deputations and individuals and scrutinizing and discussing with the government the details of the bill, the bills committee expressed support for the bill. Members of the Bills Committee generally support the use of technology by the government to promote digitalization and enhance the efficiency of traffic management and enforcement. Members expressed concerns about the measures to be put in place to promote public understanding of and adaptation to electronic traffic enforcement. To this end, subject to the passage of the bill, the Hong Kong Police Force HKPF will launch a series of publicity campaigns before the implementation of electronic traffic enforcement. At the initial stage of implementation, apart from issuing EFPNs, the police will print out copies of FPNs concurrently at the scene and fix them on the vehicles involved or hand them over to persons in charge of the vehicles. Furthermore, physical demand notices, DNs, will still be sent by post in parallel at the initial stage to help the public adapt to the new system. Even if vehicle owners and drivers miss the e-FPNs and fail to pay the fine by the deadline, they will still receive the paper-based DNs. The government will monitor how the public are adapting to the new system and the progress of collection of e-contact means. Printing of copies or mailing of DNs will be reduced in a timely manner. In addition, HKPF will launch a dedicated website and mobile application so that registered vehicle owners and drivers can log in anytime and anywhere to check their FPNs and pay the fine. To further assist the transport trade to adopt the new measures, a vehicle FPN management system will be included in the dedicated website and mobile application of HKPF in future. This will allow vehicle owners, such as owners of commercial vehicles, to arrange for their agents to receive email notifications and assist in the handling of the reference FPNs. Drivers can use the dedicated mobile application to scan the encrypted QR code generated for their vehicles before driving. They can then receive e-FPN notification, if any, through the application. After the implementation of electronic traffic enforcement, the public will be able to pay the fine electronically on the dedicated website. At the same time, they can still pay the fine through the current conventional means, namely paying at automatic teller machines at banks, paying through FPS or online banking, sending checks or cashier orders by post, and paying over the counter at post offices. On a separate issue, members expressed concern about fraud in the form of imitation eFPNs. HKPF will prevent such fraud cases rigorously. SMS email notice on eFPNs to be sent to the public will not include any hyperlink to prevent scammers from swindling people out of money or obtaining their personal data. The SMS email notice concerned will contain specific information such as the date, time, and location of the contravention, and also the vehicle registration mark of the vehicle involved. Members of the public will generally be able to determine whether the SMS or email notice is genuine based on such information. In addition, HKPF will provide an interactive voice response telephone system for public inquiry. HKPF will step up publicity on the relevant measures to remind the public to beware of scams. On e-contact means, the bill originally requires holders of driving license to provide their e-contact means to the Commissioner for Transport (CT) when applying for a driving license for the purpose of facilitating the receipt of e-FPNs. At present, the validity period of the driving license for drivers aged 60 or below is generally 10 years. Some members of the Bills Committee suggested that the government should expedite the collection of e-contact means of driving license holders for the early and full implementation of electronic traffic enforcement. I would therefore move an amendment at the committee stage to add a new provision to the Road Traffic Driving Licenses Regulations Cap 374B so that driving license holders may take the initiative to provide their e-contact means to CT when they are not making any applications in relation to their driving licenses. The government will conduct publicity through various channels to encourage driver license holders to provide their e-contact means as early as possible. Members have no objection to this amendment. In addition, I will move amendments to some cross-reference section numbers in the provisions of the bill. These are merely technical amendments to ensure the accuracy of statutory text. Just now, a number of members suggested streamlining the administrative procedure for collecting e-contact means. We will work together with the OXIL and considering authorizing the use of data sets of information collected from other means. Members also talked about the lack of parking spaces. Now, we've been trying to increase the provision of parking spaces through land planning. We also considering other means to increase the number of parking spaces with sparing no effort. So we'll continue to adopt a multi-pronged approach in increasing the supply of parking spaces. We have thoroughly considered the views of members and the industry in formulating the proposal in the bill. I earnestly ask members to support the bill and the amendments that I will be moving at the committee stage. If the bill is passed by this council, we will make the commencement notice in due course and table it at this council for negative vetting. Our plan is for TD to start collecting e-contact means of registered vehicle owners and holders of various types of license, permit and driving license from the fourth quarter of this year, and for HKPF to progressively implement electronic traffic enforcement from 2025. I so submit. Thank you, President.
I now put the question to you that the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023 be read the second time. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. This council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the original clauses and the amendments, including the new clauses. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 68. Secretary for Transport and Logistics will move amendments which seek to amend Clause 11 and add new clauses 6A, 12A, 13A, 63A, and 63B. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the original clauses and the amendments, including the new clauses. I will first call upon the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to speak, but he is not required to move the amendments at this stage. I will then call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then deal with the amendments according to the arrangements set out in the appendix to the script. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I now move the amendments of the government. To ensure the accuracy of the statutory text and having considered the views of the members of the Bills Committee, we propose to make some technical amendments to the bill and add a new provision to the Road Traffic Driving Licenses Regulations, Chapter 374B. Firstly, Clause 5 of the bill proposes to add Section 3A to the Fixed Penalty Traffic Contraventions Ordinance, Chapter 237, for replacing the existing sections, Section 3, brackets 1 and brackets 2 in Chapter 237. Since Sections 14, brackets 1, 16, brackets 4, brackets B, 17, brackets 1, brackets B of and 20 brackets 5 brackets B of the existing Chapter 237 make reference to Section 3 brackets 2. We propose to renumber those cross-reference section numbers from Section 3 brackets 2 to Section 3AA in order to ensure the accuracy of the statutory text. The amendments are technical in nature. Secondly, to facilitate the provision of e-contact means by drivers, we propose to add a new provision to Part 7 of the bill, that is to the Road Traffic Driving Licenses Regulations, Chapter 374B, so that driving license holders may take the initiative to provide their e-contact means to the Commissioner for Transport when they are not making any applications in relation to their driving licenses. This is to facilitate the HKPF to use the e-contact means so provided for serving electronic fixed penalty notices, as the new provisions are meant to allow license holders to provide on their own volition their e-contact means to the Commissioner for Transport any time when they are not applying for licenses. No penalty is provided. Chairman, the proposed amendments are either technical in nature or involve operational details. The Bills Committee has been consulted and members did not raise any objection to the amendments. I sincerely ask members to pass the amendments. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the I If not, we will now first vote on the clauses with no amendment standing part of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses with no amendment as set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. This committee now deals with the clauses with amendments. Secretary for Transport and Logistics, you may move your amendment. Chairman, I now move the amendment set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that the Secretary's amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendment passed. Clause 11 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clause as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. We now deal with the new clauses. New clause 6A, Section 14 amended, liability of registered owner. New clause 12A, Section 17 amended, service of summons. New clause 13A, Section 20 amended, hearing of complaint. New clause 63A, regulation 48, heading amended, transitional provisions. New clause 63B, regulation 49 added. Secretary for Transport and Logistics, you may move the second reading of the new clauses. Chairman, I move the second reading of the new clauses just read out by the clerk. I propose the question to you that the new clauses read out by the clerk be read the second time. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. New clauses 6A, 12A, 13A, 63A, and 63B. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. Chairman, I move that the new clauses just read out by the clerk be added to the bill. I propose the question to you that the new clauses read out by the clerk be added to the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I now report to the Council that the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I move that the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023.
Members' motion on the period for amending subsidiary legislation. Proposed resolution under the Interpretation and General Clauses Ordinance to extend the period for amending the Designation of Museums Amendment Order 2024, which was laid on the table of this Council on the 22nd of May 2024. I now call upon Honourable Chen Yong to move the motion. Thank you. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. I propose the question to you that Honourable Chen Yong's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. Members' motion with no legislative effect. Honourable Lam Chen Sing will move a motion on promoting the popularization of flexible working system. 5 members will move amendments to the motion. This Council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Honourable Lam Chen Sing to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Honourable Mr. Lam, Professor Honourable William Wong, Honourable Luk Chang Hong, Honourable Lee Chun Keung, and Honourable Yim Kong to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. And I'll call upon Honourable Lam Chen Sing to speak and move the motion. Mr. Lam Chen Sing. Thank you, President. I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. Hong Kong is known for long hours and huge work pressure. According to a study of the EOC, over 60% of the working people have family responsibilities. It is difficult for them to make a balance between family and work. Family and work is something that they have to choose between. At the root of the problem, it is all because when it comes to family-friendly employment policies, we are not effective. Flexible work arrangements are not common in Hong Kong's workplace. There are many forms of flexible work, like, say, for example, instead of working full-time for a short period of time, working part-time, and then for a specific period of time, unpaid leave, job sharing as well. Like compressed work week is also an example. Also, instead of 5-day week, we can have a 4-day week, remote work, so that an employee can work at home or not work at a workplace provided by the employer throughout or partially. And for working moms, when their primary school age children go to school at 7 a.m., they can go to work immediately. But then such moms also want to leave work at 4 p.m., pick up their children, help with their homework, cook their meals, and take care of them. There are also other caregivers. At 9 o'clock, they have to send their elderly family members to a daycare center. By 5, they have to pick them up. If they don't affect the work of their office, why can't they be given some sort of facilitation? As early as the year 2000, the policy address of the SAR government said that we should promote flexible work time and we should make it convenient for family members to have bonding with the children and have spend more time with the children. Since the year 2006, the Labor Department has been advocating family-friendly employee policies, but then it is not quite effective. For some major or large enterprises, they are flexible. And for some small, medium enterprises, they also add a human touch to their arrangements. They can accede to the flexi work requests from the employees. But across the board at our workplace, I don't think it is common. Well, according to the Education University's survey last year, 400 interviewees have to take care of their family members. 85%, as many as that number, think that our workplace is not family-friendly, and such measures are not common at all, or not quite common. If you look around the world, legislating to protect laborers' rights is quite common. Maybe we can sort of protect the right of employees to make a request about flexi work. But then sometimes for the coverage of the employees, it differs from one place to another. The UK, New Zealand allows all employees to make flexi work requests for Ireland, Australia, among other countries, would only allow parents or caregivers among the employees to have the right to make a request. Employees have the right to request. Equally, employers have the right to vet the request. If there are legitimate business needs, the request can be turned down. Flexi work arrangements are common internationally, and it is the best safeguard for the rights of the employees. But then in the case of Hong Kong, probably we are just still quite far away from such a goal. Maybe our culture isn't ready for that yet. I'm sure the stakeholders in the society may not be able to come to a consensus in the short term. Therefore, I think the employers should be encouraged to allow for flexi work, in particular for those who are interested to go about it but don't know what to do, or they are put off because of possible costs. They launch a scheme. So the interested participant enterprises get a 6-month service. They got tailor-made plans worked out for them. At the end of the day, retail industry, hotel industry, transport industry are interested. 400 enterprises joined the scheme, and the participating employers told the government that by having flexi work, the morale of the staff was enhanced. There were fewer sick leaves taken, and wastage was also lowered. Productivity was also enhanced. In Singapore, in recent years, they are also moving quickly in relation to making it flexible for employees. Between the years 2013 and 2020, there was this scheme to allow for flexi work, and employers got a subsidy. In the year 2020, at least 83 enterprises provide one form or more flexi work arrangements covering a large number of employees. Come December this year, there will be a new guideline. All enterprises must set up a system to allow employees to make a request for flexi work. When it comes to flexi work in Hong Kong, we want to popularize it. I think the government can consider the following, that is raising it to a higher level. There should be a multi-party effort with the government, the labor, the employers, academia, the business, etc., sitting on a committee so that we can enhance public awareness about the advantages of flexi work, and we should explore the options and provide recommendations to the government. And we should also collect information about the examples in the public and private sector. And then for small, medium, and micro enterprises, we can provide advice in terms of manpower, administrative arrangements, financial arrangements. We can provide advice to them, and we should aim at setting up an overall system. Economic incentives may be considered as well, like in the case of Singapore, providing a flexi work grant, or in the case of Malaysia, providing a tax concession or tax deduction arrangement. All such are feasible and should be worthy of our consideration. I think enterprises would be willing to make it flexible for employees. It will result in a win-win situation. I will urge members to support my proposals. So I spoke. Thank you.
And I propose a question to you that Mr. Lam Chun Sing's motion be passed. Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the motion of Mr. Lam Chun Sing. I'm also moving amendments. Now, I have always been advocating for family-friendly society. Many staff, apart from looking at the salary offer, they will also look at work-life balance and family-work balance. Because as mentioned, some actually have to take care of certain family members. They would like the companies to allow more flexibility. And if, say, children or older or the parents have certain problems and they need to spend time taking care of them, then there could be flexibility. And then there are many households with young children. And of course, they have young children. That means they also in the prime working age, and they want to still keep a career and work on the career. At the same time, they would also like to be able to work half-time to contribute to family income, because they don't want to rely on their other half And then they're also worried that they will lose touch with society when they want to go back into the job market when they get older. Now, we've talked to some companies that we talked to, the Kowloon Motor Bus, then we find that they actually have problems hiring drivers. So we asked if they could consider hiring women drivers. They just work a few hours a day near home. So if the KMB actually is even willing to provide childcare facilities for their employees, if that's the case, I believe many women are prepared to work a few hours a day so they could keep in touch with the community. The scheme is now going ahead. It's been a tough process, but I would like to thank KMB and other departments for their effort. Now, you might wonder how companies may not have space for childcare facilities. For large corporations, they are able to come up with some CSR measures. Of course, we support that. But then at the same time, there could also be rewards for family-friendly workplaces. SMEs don't have as much resources as large corporations, of course. The government could at least give them advice and give them a list of family-friendly practices. So companies could choose options that suit them. And then for SMEs, even though they don't have a human resource department, they're able to offer a bit of flexibility to their staff. I'm grateful to the government too for coming with various measures to support child caring. But we can't just rely on the government alone, because that will not be enough resources. It can't really keep up with demands. So it's better that we have a collaboration with the private sector. In the long run, there could be a tax deduction as an incentive. And earlier, we know that there's the experience of a paternity leave, so civil servants could always take the lead with the PI scheme. And we're glad to see that there are such measures now in the civil service, so civil servants could also take care of family. In Hong Kong, we don't have other types of leave, parenting leave and so on. But in neighboring cities, when the children are young, there may be a few days of paid parenting leave or no pay leave. So can we take the first step in that direction? Now, when I moved amendments, some colleagues reminded me I may offend constituents in the business sector. But actually, in recent years, when I talk to the business sector, many of them support such efforts, just that they don't want the system to be a rigid one. They don't want legislation to impose constraints on them. They would like room for them to discuss with their employees. And very often there is a problem that some staff may think they're not fairly treated. They take fairness very seriously. So that it's about government providing policy guidance. How can we then achieve win-win among the government, employers and employees? It's not that difficult. It's about taking the first steps. I hope there will be more policies in this direction. I'm speaking in support of the motion, and I'd like to propose my amendment too. Thank you. Professor William Wong. Hong Kong people are known their efficiency, and but then as employees work hard, they also want flexibility. They want balance, work-life balance. So Mr. Lam Chun Sing is moving this motion in a timely manner because it meets the needs of the new generation workplace. Now, family-friendly workplace is also about, in some cases, is about working from home. So that's why I have proposed my amendment to make use of technologies to promote the implementation of a hybrid work model, that is work from home, WFH. Nowadays, with technology, it's not difficult to promote working from home. Yesterday, the chief executive announced that starting from the 23rd of September this year, the stock market will continue to operate during inclement weather. Stock trading can continue because of electronic operation, even when there's a typhoon. For most businesses, if the people work remotely, is usually not a problem. Working from home is one form of family flexi work. There are many advantages. First of all, we can attract more to join the work market. Now, usually in Hong Kong, women are the main caregivers. That's why there's a particularly low labor force participation rate among women, which is just 52.7%. It's much lower than the 63.7% among males. If we could implement a flexi work system in Hong Kong, then we could unleash the potential of female workers, and they will be able to take care of the family as they work and earn an income, and they won't lose touch with the community, so they could empower themselves. There's another potential source of manpower, that's the elderly. Now, we have an aging population. By 2046, one-third of our population will be the elderly, so we need to retain them in the workforce or attract them to the workforce. Now, the elderly are experienced and well-educated. We should allow them to continue to contribute to society. So flexi work definitely suits retirees. They are able to arrange their own work hours. Maybe if they just work 3 days a week, that will help to improve their quality of living. At the same time, it could address the manpower shortage to some extent. So both employers and employees win. Of course, we need to provide sufficient training to potential workers. Then they're able to use various remote tools and applications, and then they should be equipped properly so they could join the workforce. Now, working remotely has many advantages. Employees don't need to go back to the office each day. That means businesses don't need to hire a large office. They could then save much on rentals. It will also save on operating costs. And if they allow people to work from home, it will be easier to hire staff. At the same time, we could bring out potential workers to join the workforce. And also, young people will be more attracted to join work because working from home is very popular among young people. Some young people told me they are not switching jobs because they're able to work 2 days a week at home. So if they look for another job, they will make sure that there is the work from home arrangement too. So that's why working from home has become an important way to attract and retain staff. Now, flexi work is a global trend that includes working from home. It will allow employees to take care of work as well as their family, and then it will be easier for businesses to hire staff. So it's a win-win for all, and we really should promote it. So I speak. President. Mr. Michael Look. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the motion on flexible working system. I also support the concept. It's a family-friendly measure, and it will also allow workers to meet their different needs, and then we could also tap further into the potential source of labor. Of course, with every coin, there are two sides. When there are benefits, there may be challenges too. Before this motion debate, I've studied a lot of literature, and when I searched for the flexible worker, I could see I see there are various challenges as well. Now, some say that work is not about just keeping a job permanently, but rather is whether there's a chance to take a break. Flexi work means it could be about the flexible working hours. That means you start work earlier, finish late earlier. Or there could be a case too where you start work but you never finish work. If you work from home, maybe you're on call 24 hours a day. and you can't really go offline, and then so it's actually then it's more like freelance work or self-employed work. Now I've come across a case that someone went to work, take up work at a certain department through a recruitment agency, but then there are no contracts, and the person could choose to go to work today, but not tomorrow, and so on. So, in fact, if the arrangement is not proper, that could lead to more tension between employers and employees. And some say employees could always exercise their choice. But then there is a theory that workers could strike a balance on their own. It's for them to decide how much of the free time they want to spend on earning a wage. So it's about a rational choice. But then now we're talking about the importation of labor. There are so many talent admission schemes, and at the same time there's AI development. That means the bargaining of power of workers is weakened, especially for individual or isolated workers. It's hard for them to, ask for more from their employers. Employers may actually use the pretext of flexi work and make their staff work overtime. They will say, well, you don't have regular work hours, but then you need to meet certain KPIs. So how do we quantify the work performance so that they won't be overloaded? And then there are many bank staff who tell me, well, yes, they allow flexi hours, but then staff have to compete among themselves. Some want to get promoted, some don't want to be at the end of the chart. So therefore, they will take voluntarily, or quote and unquote voluntarily, take up overtime work. Or maybe some companies, they put a tennis table there. They have a nice pantry, giving the impression that people have a lot of free and have much leisure time. But actually, it's not the case. But they are working long hours. So how do we ensure there is harmony in employee-employee relationship? How do we make sure that the benefits of flexi work are actually realized, and my worries won't happen? So that's why I propose a mechanism for negotiation between the employer and employees, so they could regulate working hours, and there must also be rules set. So in each industry, there will be a well-established mechanism for regulating work hours. And then some consensus could be forged, and in the long run, they can build a system that replaces the flawed system now. That is, that there will be a new type of employer-employee relationship. So then we will truly have flexi work. We're able to unleash the labor force. At the same time, the employees are able to strike work-life balance. More importantly, we could meet the needs of our economic development. Thank you.
科技發展
Honorable Lee Chen-keung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Well, I think we have gone through the pandemic, and we have a taste of the flexible arrangements. Flexible working hours, remote working, all such have been experimented, and we can meet the needs of the employers and the employees. While employees can keep their work, we were able to ride the storm together with the employers. So we agree that there should be flexible work systems to meet the different requirements. Now, please look at my amendment. There are certain words that I would like to be removed from the original motion, namely, actively provide enterprises and organizations with assistance and offer more incentives to encourage them. I want to have this part taken out. This is because we have to pause and think. Is it that all behavior, all systems, and all policies must have a role reserved for the administration? Many enterprises have already implemented flexible work arrangements. I think it is a matter of market behavior. If the government is dragged into this, and if subsidies are to be provided, where does the money come from? From the taxpayers. In other words, it would be taxpayers subsidizing the private enterprises. It isn't anything that we want to see happen. Now, we have got 3 different members moving amendments. Now, around me, we have Mr. Tommy Zhang, and then they have got flexi work hours because the customers will have morning tea or lunch, and they have dim sums. And then for Frederick Yik, he talked about the taxi trade. In the past, we used to have 2 shifts. Now we have got a special shift. That is, some taxi drivers would like to drive for 14 hours so that they can get more business. And then for Peter Shiu, he's the retail and wholesale representative. You can't expect a retail shop to open at 9 o'clock. You don't get customers at that hour. Usually, shopping malls are open from 11, 12 onwards. And with shortage of manpower, there's only 1 single shift. Or when staff members are having their lunch, they just close the shop temporarily. So it is a matter of market behavior, and then we can enhance the competitiveness and the efficiency. Hong Kong has relied upon market forces to become successful. Now, for the flexi work system, Mr. Lok said that we should have employer-employee negotiations. The Liberal Party has got some reservation. Whoever is the boss should have to say. Just like in the case of Peter Shiu, he would say that my shop opens at 11 o'clock. It is impossible to accede to an employee's request to open at 8 o'clock just because he or she wants it. There's no customer. Why should I open the shop so early? So it should be left to the enterprise to take the lead and to steer the negotiation and come to an agreement with the employees. I think this is what we have been doing all the time, and that's at the root of our success. Now, flexi working hours would be very attractive to those who are not at work currently, and we can have more women and elderly people returning to the working force. In 2013, at that time, the participation rate was 50.6%. In year 2023, 47.7% only. In other words, there is a lot of potential out there. We should be more flexible, and then more women workers will be attracted to rejoin the labor force. Now, medical technology is advancing. Many people who retire at the age of 60, 65, they are still capable to work. And for those aged 65 or above, they account for 21% of the total population. The absolute figure is 1.53 million. In other words, among the elderly citizens, there is a huge potential when it comes to labor supply. So we should re-engineer and try to attract them to come back to the job market. Flexi hours would be attractive so that they can balance work and life, so that they can enjoy their retirement. Thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Yim Kong. Mr. Lam Chen Sing would like to popularize the flexible working system. I think it will be important for harmonious and inclusive society. Well, we can accommodate work from home and flexi working hours. But then the working hours differ. On your way to work, you may encounter a home accident or a traffic accident, or there may be other disputes that could end in labor disputes. So when we launch flexible working hours, we must make sure that we examine the relevant rules and regulations so that there will be statutory protection of the legitimate rights of the employees. In the year 2021, the Labor Department handled 11,000 labor disputes. Leave, holiday pay, etc., accounted for 79.7% of them. In the year 2023, for the FTU, we handled many labor disputes. There was an increase of 21%. There are always labor disputes. It is all because the economy is changing rapidly, and there are also rapid changes in the relationship between employers and employees. During the flexi working hours, how do you calculate the workload? And what about AI? AI would also have an impact on working hours. And what about traffic jams causing delays and thus being late for work? I think it will make life very complicated. So I'm afraid with more flexi hours, there will be more labor disputes. And we know that there will be more labor to be imported into Hong Kong. This will give rise to more labor disputes. So I believe that we have to look at the reality of the job market. We have to look at the impacts of the new technologies resulting in new work trends. So in our new economy, there will be new forms of labor relationship, and there will be more labor disputes. As a result of AI, it means that our work hours can be flexible. But what about the impact on the calculation of wages? We need to get ourselves ready for such a trend. And there are also questions about working on a holiday, and what about injuries suffered during the course of work. And minimum wage, etc., must also be looked at again. So there should be an extensive consultation, and on that basis, we should amend our laws and fine-tune the whole system. The laws must be clear so that we can regulate the labor market, and then employers and employees will have their legitimate rights protected, and we can readily resolve the labor disputes, and our society and economy won't be negatively impacted. And then there will be harmonious labor relationship, and Hong Kong can enjoy sustainable development. So I spoke in support of Mr. Lam's motion. I also urge members to support my amendment. So I spoke. Thank you.
Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, I would like to thank Mr. Lam Chun Sing, Ms. Nixie Lam, Professor William Wong, Mr. Luk Chung Hung, Mr. Lee Chen Kung, and Mr. Yim Kong for moving a motion, proposing amendments, and putting forward various proposals to promote the popularization of flexible working system. All along, relevant government bureaus and departments have been implementing various measures to encourage employers to, having regard to the nature of business and the needs of their employees, adopt good human resource management and family-friendly employment practices, FFEPs, including flexible work arrangements to facilitate employees to take care of their families and children, and have their work arrangements that would balance the work and family needs. The Home and Youth Affairs Bureau, HYAB, has been supporting the work of the Family Council in promoting a family-friendly culture among the general public and endeavoring to promote diversified and flexible FFEPs in the community. In addition, the Labour Department LD has widely promoted the message through various channels, including promulgating the Good Employer Charter 2024 under the theme of supportive, family-friendly good employer. The emphasis is on family-friendly and encouraging employers to step up the promotion of good personnel management and a family-friendly employment culture. There are 4 aspects to this. One, it would be making sure that employees have good work-life balance. These would be one of the 4 commitments. The second commitment is to provide employee benefits that are better than what are in the law, say leave, arrangements and flexible working arrangements. The third commitment is to be caring with the employees. For example, if their children are on leave, employees can take their children to work. The fourth commitment is to maintain good communication with employees. This is also very important. Any arrangements in addition to what is in the law would require consensus between employers and employees. But we would say that flexibility is the key to building a family-friendly working environment and culture. The relationship between employers and employees would rely very much on the flexibility part. And with the development and changes in society, arrangements may have to be adapted. What I said earlier is in line with the spirit of members advocating for a flexible working system. Families form the basic units of society, and work is the driving force behind the functioning and development of society. So families and work would be complementary to maintain social harmony and promote social development. So the government is committed to creating a family-friendly working environment. The proposals in today's motion amendments cover different policy areas. I will listen carefully to member speeches and respond to members' views in my concluding remarks. Thank you, President.
Mr. Chang, hello. First of all, I would like to say that I'm grateful to Mr. Lam for moving this motion. Well, our new generation youth have got different ideas about work and life. The younger generation won't go after stability and security like what our older generations like. Well, it is especially so post-pandemic. I think we have to abandon the former models of 9 to 5 and clocking in, clocking out, and we should abandon the idea of having a physical workplace only. I'm also grateful to Professor William Wong for moving his amendment. Let's look at flexible work and what it means for modern work life. As long as employers and employees can agree, then flexi work system is not just about flexi place and flexi hours. It is also a brand new work culture. So the employees can work in an environment that is more comfortable and efficient. We have got many successful examples on the mainland and overseas. For mainland internet companies, they have introduced flexi work systems, and in the Silicon Valley, as a result of flexi hours, they have been able to retain a lot of good staff members. And Jensen Wong himself worked flexi hours. Sometimes he didn't come to work, and he would also ask his digital twin to come. In the year 2021, well, in fact, they were able to produce a lot of good products. So I think we need to have three kinds of supports. The government should come up with the incentive policies. Those enterprises that are in a position to do so should be encouraged to do so. And then just now, the administration talked about the Supportive Family Friendly Good Employer Award. This can attract more employees to join the job market. And secondly, enterprises must invest in the technology. We have cloud computing, Zoom meeting, and social media groups, etc. All such can be relied upon to allow employees to work from different areas. Delivery of takeaway food is one such examples. We have to make sure that data is secure when our colleagues work remotely. And thirdly, it is a matter of a shift of culture, a change of our culture. Employers and employees must make sure that they keep their sense of autonomy and sense of responsibility. Employers must also change their previous way of supervision. Emphasis should be placed on performance rather than the working hours. Well, to employees, flexi hours or flexi work means that they can spend less time on commuting, and then they have a stronger sense of satisfaction. For employers or enterprises, efficiency can be enhanced, and then office space can be saved, and we can retain the talents. I think recently, for the 1,000-strong IT team of the HA, they have moved their office to a new place, and they are trying to introduce the idea of shared office space, and that can reduce the need for office area. And as a result, employees have a stronger sense of happiness, and then their physical and emotional well-being will improve, and it will become a healthy cycle. It will have a positive impact on the society as a whole, and we can cut down on the health bill. But in the course of it, we have to bear in mind a number of points. First, equity. We must have clear performance indicators. Otherwise, there will be unfairness. And then secondly, there should be training in terms of remote working, time management, etc. And finally, we need to have regular evaluation. We have to check whether flexi work is better than working full-time in the office. Popularizing flexi work means that we are responding to the changes of the day. I believe that the workers, the employers, employees, and the government should put their heads together and to achieve this target as early as possible. So I spoke in support of Mr. Lam's motion as well as the other amendments moved by my colleagues. Thank you.
Dr. Low Wai Kwok, I would like to first thank Mr. Lam Chun Sing for moving the motion and other members for proposing the amendments. There is no standard definition for flexible working arrangements. It can be a flexi-hour arrangement or a staggered hour arrangement. It may also refer to flexi-location arrangement, for example, allowing people to work from homes or other remote work arrangements. With flexible work arrangements or work system, there is a need for that. During the pandemic, many companies were forced to adopt flexible working arrangements to continue with their operations. We're now past the pandemic, but we still have such arrangements in place because these arrangements are beneficial. So for employees, if they can have staggered hours for work, they can avoid the peak hours for a commute, and they can take care of the family members' needs better. We should also adopt flexible working arrangements to release the potential for elderly persons and women who are currently occupied with their other family needs. During the pandemic, many civil servants were working at home, but then with the approval of plans, for example, the occupation permits being approved, they have been affected. There was then the move for digital processing, but then the sector is still worried that there are not many government services that are available electronically. I have raised this early on, and the administration has given a response, and the buildings department and other departments later made such services available electronically. So with the flexible working system, the government should make good use of the concept of digital economy and digital government services and promote data connectivity within government departments and set up a single portal for government services and promote data integration so that you would not ask for companies to submit plans electronically, but then you would provide paper approval procedures. President, due to nature of business of certain companies, it may not be appropriate for the companies to adopt flexible working arrangements. If we adopt a one-size-fits-all approach, or with what Mr. Luk Chung-hong said, if we have a system for regulating working hours, it may be inappropriate because it may affect the operating environment for the businesses. I think we should leave it to employers and employees to negotiate the right arrangements for them. Thank you, Mr. Andrew Lam. President, I would first like to thank Mr. Lam Chun-sing for moving the motion that is promoting the popularization of flexible working system, and 5 other members for proposing amendments. If we look at what happened in the past, we have seen significant changes in working arrangements. With the development of the economy, technologies, and change in culture, we can see new jobs appearing. We can see some jobs being phased out. In fact, according to the World Economic Forum, between 2022 and 2027, within 5 years, jobs that can be dealt with by machines would increase from 34% to 40-odd%. But there are still jobs involving data processing, bookkeeping, and so on would decrease significantly. With technologies replacing jobs, we have also other jobs that may be replaced by technologies. For example, scammers are now automating their tasks as well. We have many jobs that have been phased out or have been lost to other regions. We have technologies changing the work environment for many. In fact, with the popularization of internet or other applications, we do not see many jobs for secretaries now. And in fact, in F&B, healthcare, and so on, automation has been used to enhance efficiency, and we do see it being quite prevalent. For frontline workers in the F&B industry, they have been said to have very mechanical reactions and poor attitude, and people have been calling for them to be replaced by machines. And in fact, with autonomous vehicles, we do see perhaps in future driver jobs being replaced. We now have online booking drivers, but then we may see such changes in future as well. We may still see drivers, but then they may operate in a completely different environment. We have freelancers and a surge of those working part-time. For employers and employees, they may choose such option voluntarily or involuntarily, but this is definitely the trend. In future, with the requirement for knowledge, it may be very different from now. We may have people engaging workers as they need. But I think we should do more in order to tap into the potential of the retired, for those who are willing to rejoin the job market and have the skills and time on their hands. We need to think about these differently, however. These are very different arrangements that would accommodate different needs. I hope that with the latest manpower projections study completed, the government would have regard to the changes in society, and the government should communicate with different parts of the community in relation to the implementation of flexible working arrangements, for example, internet security concerns, and to assess the employees' performance with people working remotely. Mr. Jimmy. Thank you. Let me first talk about what flexible working system means. It can be flexi-hour arrangements or flexi-location arrangements. During the pandemic, many people would have to work from home, so flexible working arrangements were implemented. But is it the case that every industry can do flexible working arrangements? There may be some benefits, but then there may also be challenges faced by companies when implementing such arrangements. So for services industries, for example, F&B or the professional services industries, they would face much challenge. Often, those in the West would advocate for flexible working arrangements. During the pandemic in the US, stockbrokers or other of the people who are working in the financial industry were asked to work at home. But then we can see many investment banks being affected, and they had suffered from rocketing costs. So we see that flexible working arrangements may not work. We need to see that significant costs may be incurred with the implementation of flexible working arrangements. So large enterprises are suffering. How it's going to be even worse for SMEs. We can see that they are affected not just by the increasing costs. We thought it would enhance efficiency, but that may not be the case. And in fact, employees may suffer as well because employers may think they can assign jobs or tasks to employees at any time. According to a study in Australia, employees would not be disciplined when flexible working system is implemented, but this may actually affect other employees as well because their morale may be reduced when there are other employees who are slacking off. We do see that with the implementation of flexible working system, it may not be so beneficial. In fact, it may decrease the efficiency. With us promoting new quality productive forces, the adoption of a flexible working system, it may not actually help with that. I think the intention is good, but then we need to consider the actual costs that may be incurred. In fact, according to an academic in Canada, for those working from home, for the various costs, electricity or stationery, they can apply for reimbursement. So it would amount to 3,000 odd Canadian dollars per year. But then eventually we would see the government paying for this because they are to subsidize such flexible working arrangements. So I think we should not adopt a one-size-fits-all approach.
Dr. Chowman Kong. Now, flexi work is usually about the flexible working hours, the mode of work, and so on. Now, Mr. Lam Chen-ying moves his motion. I have two questions. First, is it suitable for the government to take the lead in implementing flexi work, or should we leave it to businesses to decide? And secondly, do we want flexi work approach to cover all employees or just specific groups? Now, in Hong Kong, the labor participation rate is less than 60%. It's just about 57%. And for those aged 20 to 40 something female, the labor 72% of them are not in the labor force. It's much lower than that for other advanced economies. And then at the same time, there are several 100,000 people without work. Now, if there is flexi work among this group, then we may be able to tap into the labor force and address our manpower shortage. But then if the government is to take the lead to promote flexi work across the board in all businesses, that will lead to many issues, employment relations, work efficiency, the costs involved in working from home, security, and so on. Now, there are different European enterprises that may adopt a hybrid mode for working. For example, they allow employees to work 2 or 3 days in a week at home. But can we adopt the same practice here in Hong Kong? If it's led by the government, could there be disputes arising among the employers and employees? And during the pandemic, there's a need to work from home. But then we must point out that in Hong Kong, the living space per capita is just 172 square feet. It's much lower than the global standard. Say Seoul, Singapore, the mainland, Taiwan, we compare poorly to these other advanced cities. If there are 2 or 3 family members all working from home, there may be more dispute, and they will affect the work efficiency actually. And maybe they all competing for bandwidth of the internet system even. So, and then if people adopt flexi work, when with their accidents, there may be labor disputes. So, and then businesses have to spend more on cyber security. So that's why we need to consider these issues very carefully. And then in different sectors, such as the healthcare sector or elderly care sector, it's not possible to implement flexi work. If the government takes the lead to adopt flexi work, at the end, some industries may benefit from the measure, some may not, and that could lead to repercussions. And then some type of work's always been considered flexi work, but then there is not a specific regulation on employer-employee relations. In for example, fast food delivery. There is a flexi work arrangement on food delivery platforms, and it's for the employer to dictate the terms. And if there are accidents, well, the deliverers may not have signed an employment contract with the employer. It's actually more like a contractor's contract. So the deliverers are not actually hired staff of the platform. So that's why the platform company usually will not show the responsibilities when there are industrial accidents. It's the case too with others working in digital platforms. So I would suggest that the government needs to first sort out the employer-employee relationship for such digital platforms. They must the government must set out specifically the obligations and responsibilities of employers, so there won't be undue labor dispute. Now, in overseas experience, we see that flexi work could help to attract and retain staff and boost productivity. But then if it's promoted across the board to all employees, we have to consider whether they will affect the efficiency of the government and businesses. In particular, we talk about the rental level, the vacancy rate of office, and so on, and the overall competitiveness of the community have to be considered. Thank you.
Mr. Ronak Chan, thank you, President. Technology is aimed at helping the humankind. A flexible working system shows care for the people in the world. They help employees to strike a balance between work and their life, so they can make contributions to their employers. This will form a virtuous cycle. There will also be greater economic benefits. I thank Mr. Lam for moving this motion. So today we can discuss whether the administration needs to foster conditions to promote the popularization of flexible working system. A flexible working system originally is aimed at helping employees to resolve problems in relation to public transportation. In addition to easing the pressure on the local public transportation system, we can also ease traffic congestion and improve the work-life balance of employees. This can in turn enhance their sense of loyalty and job satisfaction. So in Europe, where there are countries with tight manpower, for example, in Finland, in 1996, the Work Hours Act was implemented. In Portugal, in Singapore, they have the tripartite working hours guidelines, which will come into effect in December this year. In mainland China, quite some enterprises, especially in the INT sector, have implemented flexi hours in order to attract more talents. On the popularization of a flexible working system, there's still a long way to go for Hong Kong. We are result-driven. In other words, employees enjoy a greater degree of autonomy as long as they can get the job done. In Hong Kong, in some sectors, they have implemented a flexible working system. The government has launched a website to promote family-friendly employment practices, but the website only provides information for reference. It does little, actually. It does little. There's an award scheme for family-friendly employment practices. The Hong Kong Education University survey pointed out that there is a discrepancy between employers and employees. By and large, the flexible working system implementation is not very effective in Hong Kong. The implementation is subject to constraints. In different sectors, employees' treatment does vary. This is unavoidable. A flexible working system emphasizes that some jobs are not suitable, that is, those involving confidentiality, for example. A lack of resources will prevent a communication network with business confidentiality from being built. On the one hand, there will be difficulty for higher-ups to appraise their subordinates. Higher-ups cannot support employees in relation to contingencies either. So there needs to be a basket of factors. So we shouldn't support it across the board. The government should give some guidance, and I believe this is the spirit of the original motion. But the government should not be overly meddling into the business and the sector. Mr. Sunny Tan, thank you, President. Flexi time, shorter work week, remote week, and hybrid work model. In Hong Kong, we choose to adopt flexible working system voluntarily. It hinges on family needs, workplace culture. When companies choose to adopt family-friendly employment practices, this is for the best interests of employees. According to electoral information on the 1st of December, some jobs are not suitable when it comes to a flexible working system. For example, firemen cannot put out fire in a remote manner. In kitchen, this is not suitable either. For example, cooks cannot prepare meals in a remote manner. According to the report of the economy in the third quarter of 2018, between 1997 and 2017, there's a marked increase from 3% to 15.6%. We can see that a flexible working system has been being implemented in Hong Kong. Employees can choose different methods. Employers can also choose to offer contract of employment on a full-time basis or on a part-time basis. The then Deputy Commissioner of Labor in 2019 said that it was not appropriate to legislate family-friendly practices and good human resource management owing to the different nature of work in the community. A flexible working system is built on mutual trust between employers and employees. We shouldn't legislate in order to mandate a flexible working system. When employees need to take care of their family members and when they do need to leave the workplace, employers wouldn't prevent them from leaving the workplace actually. Take 10 member states of the OECD. When employers approve flexible work, employers need to amend the contract of employment. According to the UK, between 2018 and 2019, 86% of companies have offered contract of employment on a flexible working system. 75% were engaged on a part-time basis. Quite a lot of large companies, when the situation allow employees to work on a flexi work basis. I think the administration should help SMEs in Hong Kong to foster a better work environment and offer assistance, subsidies to companies that are willing to adopt family-friendly employment practices. For example, they can streamline mundane workflow so that employees can focus on more meaningful work. Their productivity can be enhanced, so can their sense of belonging and satisfaction in the workplace. The duties of a job and how jobs should be done, these should be discussed between employers and employees according to the conditions in the community. Promoting the economy through output to share the fruits together, this is exactly how Hong Kong can prosper so that we can achieve a win-win situation between employers and employees. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Kin-po. Thank you, President. Nowadays, we're seeing an aging population. There are fewer young people who want to engage in full-time jobs. We're seeing acute manpower shortage. After COVID, work from home has become the norm. This has been the trend around the world. Flexi work arrangement is one big consideration for employees. I thank Mr. Lam Chun Sing for this motion so that we can have a discussion here. As we see advanced technology development, work from home has become commonplace. It has provided flexibility to employees as they have more time to accompany their family members. Female employees or retired staff, because of personal reasons, they cannot join the workforce. This aggravates the manpower shortage problem. With flexi work arrangement, employees can, based on their needs, adjust their working hours or work days. This can attract more people to join the workforce. OECD has at least 10 member states, including UK, France, and Australia, has enacted laws to allow employers to roll out flexible work arrangement. Employees may, through written submissions, make requests, and employers will have to reply within a certain period of time. Most of these requests would be accepted. If this affects businesses, employers may reject the requests. To draw for talent, Singapore learned from the Western countries. Starting from the end of this year, employees may ask for a 4-day work week from their employers to work more flexibly at home. Singapore is the first Asian country to roll out such arrangement. Well, this is not legally binding, but this allows employers to roll out flexible work arrangement, and in future it would facilitate legislative amendments. In Hong Kong, employers take into consideration costs to convince them to roll out flexible working arrangement. It would take time. Well, flexi work arrangement has been the global trend as a retention tool. Therefore, employers should keep an open mind about this. Survey shows that flexi work arrangement can boost the sense of satisfaction and loyalty of employees, and this can also boost productivity. This would also help retain talents to reduce attrition. Well, people in Hong Kong see a very fast pace of life. We can learn from the Singapore model to formulate a set of guidelines and standards for enterprises to follow. This would be the first step. Hong Kong should move with the times to roll out flexi work arrangements to alleviate manpower shortage. In the US, there is a survey that shows that in 2022, Hong Kong, in terms of overexhaustion, we are ranked the second. This shows that there is an imbalance between work and life, and we have to look at the mental health of our employees. A flexi work arrangement would require the concerted effort of the government and enterprises. The government can learn from other countries to set flexi work scope, as well as carry out studies on how to implement such flexi work system. This will enhance productivity as well as improve mental health of employees. Thank you. Ms. Rebecca Chen. President, a number of surveys show that through flexi work hours and work from home arrangement or reduced work days, this would allow employees to better balance life and work, and this can also help boost productivity to achieve a win-win situation for both employees and employees. I'm a mother with a full-time job. I understand how difficult it is to juggle life and work. I have long meetings as well as heavy workload. At the same time, I'm a mother of 2 children. I have long working hours, and during weekends there are different events that I have to attend. I cannot, like other mothers, accompany their family members all the time. In the morning, I would send my children to schools, and on the way, I try to chat with them to treasure my time with my children. However, it's not like every working parent can have the chance to talk to their children like this. Some wage earners have to leave home early in the morning, and they have to work overtime at night. When they get home, they may have to cook or do house chores or even check the homework of their children. How much time do they have left to accompany their children? This would affect the growth of their children or even harmony with their family members. We should also be concerned about the mental health of our young people. According to a survey in Hong Kong, companies that roll out flexi work arrangement, their employees compared to those who work for companies without flexi work arrangement, they are happier. Whether employees are happy or not, this would affect attrition rate as well as productivity. If we look at the success cases, well, currently there are at least 10 countries, including the UK, France, Finland, Portugal, as well as Iceland and New Zealand. They have enacted laws to empower employers to roll out flexi work arrangements in the mainland. In some regions like Guangdong province, there are also mother posts. For those with children aged 12 years or below, they can work flexibly. There are also contracts that stipulate that these mothers cannot work overtime, and if needed, they can take leave. These contracts all even allow mothers to bring their children to work. In this regard, Hong Kong is falling behind. I think the government should more proactively roll out family-friendly measures. The government, being the biggest employer in Hong Kong, it should take the lead. It should roll out a flexible working system within the civil service to be the example for enterprises in Hong Kong. There should be family-friendly posts or family leaves for children's graduation ceremony. Parents working in the civil service should take leave. Even if they are not allowed to take leave, they should be able to work at flexible hours. The government should also roll out support measures at the community level. For instance, it may consider making use of the community living room. In all 18 districts in Hong Kong, there can be nanny stations at community living rooms. Also, if possible, we should enhance the service places for after-school care program for children so that working mothers can balance life and work. We also concerned about the welfare of men in Hong Kong. In Sweden, the UK, and other places there are paternity leaves. This can help relieve the burden of their wives so that their wives can rejoin the workforce. Family harmony relies on the concerted efforts of both women and men in our society. After COVID, there are different interpretations of flexible work arrangements. In different enterprises, they adopt a hybrid work model. There are more people who would like to achieve a better balance between work, life, and family responsibilities. I hope we can move with time so that we can draw for talents as well as enhance our competitiveness. Thank you. Mr. Chen Xiu-hong. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Mr. Lam Chun Sing's motion on promoting the popularization of flexible working system. In the 1980s, the Hong Kong government wrote out flexi work hours. Back then, the government rolled out flexi work hours within which civil servants would have to stay in their posts. Employees may work at flexi hours, staggered hours, under the premise of a normal operation of different departments. In 2006, the government rolled out 5-day work week in phases without affecting public service levels and increasing the burden of taxpayers. Department heads may allow their staff to work at flexi work hours. For private sector, currently there are large-scale enterprises that formulate family-friendly measures, allowing employees to work at flexi hours so that they have more time to take care of their family members. This would alleviate the burden of the employees. These family-friendly measures allow employees to have a better sense of belonging to their companies. Many SMEs, due to various reasons, have yet to roll out flexi work arrangements. According to the Let's Go Research Division, among the OECD member states, at least 10 of them have formulated laws for flexi work arrangements, including the US, France, and Germany. The UK, since this April, has come up with a mandatory system to protect employees. In Australia, for a few types of employees or for parents with preschool children, they can enjoy certain benefits and protection. In Singapore, there is this new tripartite guidelines. Starting from this year, employees can make requests to employers to work at flexi hours or under flexible work arrangements. It shows that flexi work arrangement has become a trend. With the impact of COVID, wage earners in Hong Kong is working under a very different model now. Work from home has become commonplace. Even after COVID, some companies would still allow employees to work from home or work your way in certain days during a week. These companies allow employees to work on site, remotely, or under a hybrid work model. Based on personal needs, employees may choose their work locations. President, we must admit that not every type of employees can adopt a flexi work arrangement. For instance, for frontline staff and staff working at in emergency situations, it's hard for them to work at flexi work hours. For clerical positions, they can work part-time, they can work fewer days a week, they can work remotely or even under a hybrid work model. With technology and with negotiations between employers and employees, they can work out an arrangement so that employees can achieve a better balance between work life and family responsibilities. These people-oriented arrangements can boost staff morale as well as productivity. This would also help enhance competitiveness of enterprises, which bring about positive impacts. Therefore, the government should also take the lead. Within government departments and bureaus, there should be flexi work hours or arrangement. Since 2011, the Family Council, as well as the former Home Affairs Departments or Bureau, rolled out the flexi work arrangement to recognize good employers. However, after COVID, this has not been maintained. The Labor Department rolled out the Good Employer Charter. This year, the Labor Department rolled out the Good Employer Charter for the third time, to encourage employers to become good employers to be listed in the charter. I think the government, apart from encouraging SMEs to join the charter, it can also encourage employers which adopt family-friendly measures to share the experiences with other companies. Thank you.
Dr. Kennedy Wong. President, a survey last year revealed that in Hong Kong, some half of our employees work more than 44 hours per week. Among the 3.6 million working population, 44% of them work more than 60 hours per week. It shows that the working hours in Hong Kong is generally long. Now, for the physical and mental wellness of our workers and to ensure that they keep their passion in their job and achieve work-life balance, we are encouraging employers to adopt good practices, including flexi work hours. Now, with the advancements of technology, we have seen much progress in information technology advancement. I think there is the potential to embrace flexi hours in many industries, especially after the pandemic. We would like to avoid a situation where there is a large gathering. So it is an opportunity to adopt flexi working arrangements. According to a research conducted by Stanford University in the US, it is found that working 3 days at office and 2 days at home would be very beneficial. On one hand, it can lower the attrition rate. On the other hand, the employees will achieve better work-life balance and enjoy better satisfaction. Not just that, for marketing, accounting, and even engineering positions, it would be a win-win for both the employers and the employed. Now, in the middle of April this year, the Singaporean government issued a guideline that starting from October, employees are entitled to request for 4-day work. They can also apply for starting work at beside peak hours. On the other hand, companies or employers can reject these applications based on the additional cost or the nature of their work. Now, in Hong Kong, we have the Good Employer Charter. The Labor Department encourage various family-friendly measures. Now, despite encouraging the corporations to adopt practices better than the statutory requirements, for example, longer parenting leaves and so on, it is quite rare for employers to really embrace family-friendly working arrangements. Now, to encourage more employers to come on board, we need to educate the employers on the benefits of a flexible working arrangement and also the trend in the world. The employers should learn about all these. And also, the government should make use of policy measures to give incentives to employers for adopting flexi-hour and flexible working arrangements. The government should even consider providing tax incentives to encourage these practices. On one hand, it can enhance productivity. On the other, employee satisfaction can be enhanced, thus enhancing the competitiveness of the corporations. Now, for SMEs, they may not have the conditions to do all these, so they need more support from the government, including increasing the service quota of childcare services. Now, some jobs, because of the nature, cannot embrace flexible working hours. For example, disciplinary services, security works, the catering industry, and also industries with a serious manpower shortage. However, for the financial services and telecommunication and industries and so on, this would be applicable. Now, we cannot have a one-size-fits-all arrangement for all enterprises, and not every employee is willing to switch their working arrangement. So we need to conduct more study on the feasibility of this. I support the motion and also the amendments moved by Ms. Nixie Lam, Mr. Yim Kong, and Mr. Luk Chung Hong. But I will abstain from voting for Mr. Lee Chun Hong. For Mr. Luk Chung Hong's amendment, I will vote against the amendment because the suggestion is unrelated to the motion. Dr. Starry Lee, President, after the pandemic, Hong Kong's economy is gradually recovering. Now, with the tense geopolitical situation, our economy is facing a lot of challenges and uncertainties. Under this backdrop, I support the Chief Executive and his team to prioritize economic development. To promote economic development, a pain point is the shortage of labor. Now, I thank Ms. Lam Chun Sing for moving today's motion, and then we urge the government to implement a flexible working system to ensure that employees can balance between their work and life and the family duties. I agree that the government has the major responsibility in this. It is the largest employer in Hong Kong. It must take the lead by example and create a family-friendly working environment. It can create and foster social harmony and also address the shortage of labor in Hong Kong. We are an ultra-old society. We have the lowest birth rate in the world. Together with the immigration trend, we are facing a serious drain in our workforce. So we need to shop for talents and we need to import more labor. Besides attracting talents to contribute to our economy, of equal importance is to tap the potential in the labor force with policy measures. Now, we must tap the potential to unleash the female workforce. In the Asian society, because of family duties, many women are not working. According to the CNSD, for women between the age of 25 and 39, for unmarried women, the labor participation rate is 90%. For those who are married, it is dropped to 48%. Now, for those above 40, the labor participation rate is some 43%. Now, we have been asking the government to provide more childcare services, and we should draw reference from other places to promote more corporations to implement flexible working hours, remote work pattern, and also or even positions sharing, so that women can fulfill their potential while caring for their family duties. I think there are lots of women at my age who opt out of work because they think some jobs are simply too harsh for them. However, if there are flexi hours for them, they would be willing to take on the job despite lower wages. But we don't have a lot of these job opportunities in Hong Kong. Now, since we have such a serious manpower shortage, we need to think about how to tap the potential of our labor force, and remote work is a good option. According to the Electrical Secretariat research among the OECD, some 87% of the corporations and employers are providing their employees with flexible working arrangements. Some 60% of the employees can easily take 1 or 2 hours leaves to take care of their families beyond working hours. Now, in 2017, the Singaporean government launched the tripartite guidelines on flexible working arrangements. This is a voluntary arrangement. Now, by year 2022, 87% employees were 27% of the employees were covered by flexible working arrangements. And then the Singaporean government promised to launch another tripartite guidelines to ensure that employers are considering application or requests for flexible working hours made by employees. Now, the changes in our times means that we have to change our mindset. With the smartphone, no one is working 9 to 6 at office. Now, we have to be fair to our employees. Since they are working beyond the office hours, why don't we give them a flexible working arrangement so that they can fulfill the different roles, and then we can enhance their sense of satisfaction. I think the Secretary will definitely consider our suggestions. I hope the government can take the lead in this. Dr. Tan Yuehen. Thank you, President. President, after the pandemic, the traditional work pattern and office hours have changed. Now, for startups and I&T corporations, keep the flexible working hours and remote work pattern for their employees. Some employers think that the new working model is even more efficient than the traditional one. Now, some corporations increased tracing under the hybrid working model, and for those who are abusing the system, they adopt harsh measures and require these employees to come back to work at office. I have 3 suggestions on this. And the next step, we must conduct a research on implementing legislative amendments on flexible working arrangements. In terms of workplace, work hours, and workflow, there must be a consensus between the employers and the employees. There must be a trust between them. Now, we must ensure that the relationship between employers and the employed will not change despite the flexible working arrangements. Now, there must be legal safeguard and guidelines concerning the relationship between the employed and the employers. Now, the Guangdong, the Singapore, we have the guidelines for flexible working arrangements, but we need more than guidelines. We need laws to ensure that the rights of both parties are protected by the law. Second, the government must provide more support in terms of technology and resources for employers. Now, because of the changes in technology, employers and employees are embracing technology more, and the workflow is completely different. For example, in the financial services industry, if the employers require employees to embrace technology, they need to ensure that they are meeting the requirements under the law, and the employees must be trained to do this in terms of security of data. In other industries, there is not a flexible working arrangement, and also the nature of jobs are different. So I suggest the government to conduct a comprehensive consultation exercise and research and investigation before launching the campaign. This will ensure that there is support from both sides. Thirdly, the government should allocate more resources to encourage corporations to adopt family-friendly working arrangements. Now, the measure has been implemented for many years, but still, corporations are only embracing the idea in terms of leave arrangements only. In terms of flexi hours and flexi workplace, there is still a gap between the expectations of employees and employers. The government must step up its publicity and provide more incentives for employers to adopt flexible working arrangements to ensure that there is a high level of loyalty among employees. This will reduce the attrition rate. Thank you.
Dr. Tik Chi Yun. Thank you, President. There's a lack of labor in Hong Kong. This is a well-known truth. Different sectors, different positions, there's a lack of labor in Hong Kong. In order to solve the problem, we have been calling for the importation of laborers, but we are also worried that this will affect the livelihood of local workers. There will also be management issues. A lack of labor in Hong Kong, this is true, but there's also a lack of labor participation in Hong Kong, including women, the disabled, the retired, and so on. I'd like to talk about the employment situation for the disabled and the old. In 2021, between 60 and 64, the labor participation rate is 48.8%, less than half. For those aged above 65, the labor participation numbers a total of 210,000, accounting for there's a marked increase. The labor participation rate is still on the low side comparing with the overseas jurisdiction. In South Korea, the labor participation rate stands as 37.5%. In Japan in 2022, in Singapore, those above the age of 65, the labor participation rate stood at 30% or so. All these are higher in Hong Kong in terms of the labor participation rate. Between 60 and 65, the income level median stood at $11,700. We can see that employers are only willing to spend fewer on employing the old. There's a study. Elderly persons emphasize flexibility and whether they can realize their potential and earn their respect in the workforce. All these will make the elderly people more willing to work. We can draw reference from overseas jurisdictions. We can work on three fronts. One, we can enhance the momentum of policies. We can learn from Northern Europe. We should ban age discrimination. We should also delay the retirement age in order to provide better legal protection for the elderly. We should also learn from Singapore and Japan. We can mandate employers and encourage employers to re-engage the elderly based on new provisions. This can help solve the manpower crunch in Hong Kong. Third, we can also help with the training of skills. We can learn from Singapore and Japan. We can offer more incentive for elderly people to join the workforce again. The employment situation for the disabled attracts our concern as well. In 2020, only 17.6% of the disabled joined the workforce, and the jobless rate stood at 11%, and that was only 5% on the figure in Hong Kong. They earn only $10,000 per month, accounting for only 56% comparing with the median of $18,000 in Hong Kong. If we only rely on the administration to encourage the sector, the effect is limited. It's actually difficult to enhance the competitive edge of the disabled. Employers also have reservation about engaging the disabled. The disabled are less well educated, and this is a problem. President, many groups have been suggesting that the administration implement a compulsory quota system. Only 1.7% for the disabled. We need to boost the rate to 3%. So more employers will employ the disabled. On employing the disabled and the old, we need the entire community to work on it. So a flexible working system will benefit more people in the community. Thank you, President. Mr. Edmund Wong. Thank you, President. Society has been changing. We are after work-life balance. Working from 9 to 5, these are no longer the trend. So a flexible working system, without doubt, is the trend for both employers and employees. So I need to thank Mr. Lam for moving the motion. So we all put our heads together to discuss a flexible working system. There's a manpower crunch across different sectors in Hong Kong. A regular working hour will affect the appeal of jobs. According to a survey, 85% of employees think that flexible working hours will help enhance the job of satisfaction. 75% of the people surveyed said that when the hybrid work model has been implemented, issues arising from the workplace have been reduced. Only 71% of the employees think that remunerations and benefits will provide them with a sense of satisfaction. Quite many employees need to self-study or study in order to seek enhancements. They are against regular working hours. In COVID-19 epidemic, working from home was the main trend, so employees want to work on this basis. Quite many employees, as Dr. Starry Lee has mentioned, especially some women, they want to work, but at the same time, they also want to take care of their own families. So they look forward to a flexible working system. This will allow them to join the workforce. They can also take care of their family, and this way they will strike a balance. This is a way to unleash labor potential in Hong Kong. We have an aging population. This is getting more serious. Many employees are getting more and more advanced in age. They may not be able to devote themselves to their work. For the silver hair, part-time work may be more suitable. Moreover, a flexible working system can enhance the appeal of the jobs. They will find it easier to engage or employ talents. At the same time, employers can implement work from home, and they can also downsize their office in order to reduce the rental of their offices. So we can see that promoting the popularization of a flexible working system will benefit both employers and employees. This is a win-win situation, so I speak in support of the original motion and I support most of the amendments. A flexible working system is all about allowing employers and employees enough flexibility. Working hours that are not flexible will affect the compliance costs of employers. This will also affect their deployment of officers. Through a flexible working system, employees will be able to further improve themselves. So we can see that an inflexible working system is behind the times. This will run counter to our flexible working system. So I speak in support of the original motion moved by Mr. Lam, but I cannot speak in support of all amendments. I speak in support of the original motion. Dr. Frank Yan. Thank you, President. Technology has been improving. During the epidemic, many companies have implemented working from home. In Singapore, a flexible working arrangements, that is a guideline, has been issued. One of the arrangements is that employees can apply to work for 4 days in the office. This has attracted public discussions. A flexible working system, family-friendly employment practices have become the key to attracting and trolling for talents. We cannot afford to stay behind. A flexible working system means that when employees have already finished the jobs, the tasks, they can flexibly arrange for their work plan, time, venue, and so on. For example, flexible working time, they can turn to half-work basis. Different studies have shown that a flexible working system will benefit both employers and employees. This will also benefit the entire society. In a new generation, they emphasize flexibility and work-life balance. The fact that they can choose their own working venues, this can enhance the sense of belonging among employees. In the epidemic days, many companies adopted working from home. The efficiency was not seen to decrease. Instead, it has improved. A flexible working system allows companies to reduce the operating cost, but they can also foster the sense of satisfaction among employees. We need to draw up legislation like the UK. They have the Children and Family Law. They can allow employees to work flexibly. In Australia, they also have similar arrangements to allow employees to change their working hours as well as the place of work. Apart from legislation, in Singapore, they have subsidies of work-life balance. In Malaysia, they allow employers in the country to apply for tax concessions in relation to FFEPs. In Canada, family offices can apply for tax concessions. In Hong Kong, however, we adopt a voluntary basis. That is to encourage more companies to adopt FFEPs. We are kind of reserved in relation to FFEPs. I have a couple of proposals in relation to trolling for talent. One, I hope that the government can offer tax concessions to encourage companies to put in place a flexible working system. This can provide greater flexibility to employees. That is, they can offer a higher degree of autonomy. The administration should also mount publicity programs to encourage companies to encourage employers to put in place a flexible working system. So this can, they can encourage companies to roll out vacation leave, marriage leave, and compassionate leave. The administration does not take a leading role, so the administration should set the timetable and roadmap for the 5-day week for employees. The government should take the lead in putting in place FFEPs so that we can allow employees to have work-life balance. There's a change in the working mode. A flexible working system and arrangement have become the norm in the community. We have an aging population, a lack of manpower, and a loss of talents. Implementing flexible working system will help Hong Kong enhance its competitive edge but they can also allow employees to strike a work-life balance. This is a win-win situation for both employers and employees. I so submit.
Ms. Connie Lam, thank you, President. I speak in support of Mr. Lam Chun Sing's motion promoting the popularization of flexible working system. Over the past few years, the entire world experienced COVID. This pandemic gave rise to flexible working system. The US, Singapore, and other countries has taken the opportunity to roll out flexible working systems. A number of surveys show that after the implementation of flexible working system, the level of satisfaction and productivity of employees have increased. The overall operational efficiency of enterprises have also increased. Singapore is an example. Starting from December last year, employees could suggest a 4-day work week arrangement with their employers. This can help troll for talents. If Hong Kong does not move with the times, then we won't be able to enjoy the same benefits or perks. As far as I understand, some Hong Kong enterprises have made use of flexible working system to troll for talents. For traditional companies in Hong Kong, because of restrictions in terms of their scale as well as conventions in terms of their work model, it's been hard for them to roll out the flexible working system or reform. The younger generation knows how to make their choice. For people with children, with flexible working system, they can achieve a better balance between family responsibilities and work. This helps alleviate their burden. Yesterday, I came across a news report. It says that with flexible working measures, well, if employers ask employees to work long hours, over half of the respondents said they would consider quitting the job. This is 14% higher than the rate around the world. This shows that if we stick to the traditional model, we will lose our competitiveness. In reality, we need government support and guidance in order to roll out flexible working arrangements. In my amendment, I mentioned that we should roll out tax concessions for enterprises adopting flexible working arrangements. These are financial incentives that would help enterprises in their initial stage of implementing flexible work arrangements to overcome challenges. Civil servants in Hong Kong can take the lead. If the government can roll out flexible work arrangements, they can be a role model for the private sector. We need legislations, for instance, to ensure that any accidents that occur during flexible working hours can be dealt with. This would reduce disputes between employers and employees. From the employer's perspective, they would want to spend the least amount of money to ask the employees to maximize their work. They might be worried that employees might slack during flexi work hours. Employees' perspectives is that they would like to get more pay and do less work. Whether one needs to work overtime is a great concern for employees. Therefore, we need to strike a balance here. We need employers and employees to build trust in order to achieve our goals. There shouldn't be rigid rules or requirements. In order to create a family-friendly workplace, we can, through such a workplace, build a harmonious, inclusive society. This would also help boost productivity. We should learn from successful examples around the world to roll out flexible work arrangements so that there can be more flexibility, diversification in our workforce. I so submit. I speak in support of the motion as well as all amendments. Thank you. Professor Priscilla Leung. Thank you, President. I would like to explore with you and all members the topic today, that is to promote the popularization of flexible working system. The key word here is to promote and popularization. I have reservations about these two key words. To me, I think we need adjustments in the market in order to roll out flexible working systems. You don't have to promote flexible working system in order to see the implementation of such a system. I say this because of this. Working hours depends on different types of work. For pregnant women, for lactating mothers, well, family-friendly measures are crucial to them. Well, this has to do with Secretary Mr. Chris Sun. We have talked about how we should foster a family-friendly workplace. Now, second, we have to look at the job types. For some jobs, they have to work flexibly. Say if you are in the show business, if you're a singer, or if you work in the advertisement industry, you have to work flexibly. And we also have to look at the locations of work. If you work with a company that's far away, you have to rely on Zoom, for instance. I know some friends who work in large-scale law firms. They want to bring their employees back, and it's been very hard. After 3 years of COVID, a lot of them work remotely, or they work 3 days a week. So for the other 2 days during the week, they may choose to return to the office. And this does not suit all job types, including law firms. For us who return to the office to work, we have to build rapport. We have to talk to our clients. We have to talk to our colleagues, for instance. We need interactions for these job types. Even within the Legislative Council, we have to interact with members. And this is different from talking on Zoom because there's more personal interaction if we get to talk face to face. Some people, they work passively in their jobs. And some people, they're used to working from home or working remotely after COVID. Also, we are seeing a change of times. AI is replacing a lot of manual labor jobs. There are many slashers nowadays. There are people who work a few jobs at the same time. Even if you try to promote them, they would not want to stay in the job because they want to work multiple jobs. If we roll out flexible working system across the board or across all sectors, this might add to the administrative procedures for some job types. Also, we might not be able to recruit employees. If you're a barrister, you can control your own work time. However, if you work for a law firm, you have to work in teams. You have to talk to your teammates. For some job types, flexibility is allowed, but for some other job types, you might have to actually talk to your clients face to face. According to my experience, for people who work from home, they might have to shoulder a heavier workload. My view is that I have reservation about promoting the popularization of flexible working system. I think we should let the markets make the decision. For some job types, we have to implement flexible working system. However, we shouldn't make it mandatory. If you violate the terms and conditions of your contracts, you might be penalized. Well, in the social welfare sector, of course, personal interactions are crucial. You have to be able to meet the person face to face in order to address different problems, in order to help people in your cases. Well, so as I said, I have reservation about this motion. I think we have to let the market decide. Ms. Eunice Yong. Deputy President, I speak in support of Mr. Lim Chun Sing's original motion. I see that in the original motion, there is no mention of legislation. There's just mention about how to achieve a win-win situation for employees and employers and how we can roll out a flexible working system. During COVID, we all could feel the importance of flexible working arrangements. Post-pandemic, we see that a lot of employees in Hong Kong have gotten used to this work model. A lot of large-scale law firms or banking institutions, well, the employees of these institutions would like to retain the flexible work arrangement. Without flexi work hours, they might not want to stay in their positions. They might turn to other jobs or companies. We see that COVID has changed our work model and lifestyle. In fact, we have already adapted to such a new model. How can we, under such a new model, promote the popularization of flexible working system? Ms. Nixie Lam, Professor William Wong, Mr. Michael Luke, and Mr. Michael Lee suggested the advantages of rolling out flexible working systems, and for different groups of people, including women, the elderly aged 50 to 60, even after they have left the workforce, they should be able to enjoy flexible work arrangement in order to rejoin the workforce. I think Mr. Lam Chun Sing's motion can urge the government to carry out studies and collect data, as well as carry out public consultation on this issue. If we can allow more people in Hong Kong to rejoin the workforce through flexible working system and inject impetus to our workforce, it should deserve our support. I see that the motion as well as all the amendments here have no mention about legislation. Mr. Michael Luke in his amendment mentioned that there should be employer-employee negotiations through a system. Well, there is no implication about legislation. I think this motion allows us to have a constructive discussion on how we can roll out flexible working system. Flexible work includes, for instance, flexi work hours, work from home arrangement, and the permission of allowing employers and employees to discuss whether they should work remotely or not. I see that in Mr. Yim Kong's amendment there is a legal point of view. Say a person works from home, how can his employer decide whether he is actually working or not? Well, there's a news this month. An overseas bank dismissed some 20 employees because the company adopted a new model. The employees made use of online robots to show or to pretend that they're working from home. Well, this is not desirable, but we should strike a balance here to satisfy the needs of employers and employees. We should allow employees to work at flexi hours while ensuring that they can achieve certain level of productivity. The Labor and Welfare Bureau should roll out a set of guidelines for employers and employees in order for them to work flexibly. Well, different sectors are facing different needs. Say, LegCo members, it's hard for us to work from home because we have to talk to members of the public. In discussing how to promote the popularization of flexible working system, we should focus on how to build a harmonious relationship between employers and employees. We should encourage employees to work from home and at the same time take care of the needs of their family. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Builang. Thank you, Deputy President. With the advancements in technology and society, work pattern has changed and it has become very diversified. Flexible working arrangements is now the trend. Now, in the OECD, some 87% of employers are providing flexible work options for their employees. During the epidemic, many companies launched the work from home model, and it has become the norm. Now, with the changing work patterns, many employees are putting more emphasis on work-life balance. A survey reveals that 85% of employees consider flexible work arrangements to be the major benefits besides remuneration. The traditional 9 to 6 work office hour is not attractive to them anymore. That's why we are seeing more slashes in the economy. We must give due regard to this change and adjust our mindset to retain talents. Now, the shortage of labor is the major problem that our labor markets face. By implementing flexi time and flexible work arrangements, we can attract more people to rejoin the labor market, including housewives and the elderly. Now, this will bring about a suitable amount of income for the families as well. By tapping into this group of people, we can replenish our labor force and provide the manpower employers need. Now, we must popularize the flexible working system, and that's the role the government can play. I'm pleased to see that the Labor Department published a set of reference material for enhancing employer-employee relationship by introducing flexible work arrangements. But this is just a very brief guidelines. It does not show the employers how they can establish such a work arrangement. Now, I think the Labor Department should publish a more detailed handbook to guide employers and employees through the formulation of a flexible work arrangement, which suits both the employers and the employees. Now, the Good Employer Charter, launched by the Labor Department, promotes employers to adopt family-friendly employment measures and good human resources practice. The participating organizations would be awarded a certificate. This is an incentive for more employers to embrace the flexible work arrangements. The government may even provide tax incentives. For example, in Malaysia, the government allowed double tax rebates for costs for expenditure spent on flexible working arrangements. Now, the cap is $925,000 for a period of 3 years. The government can also subsidize SMEs to allocate more resources to upgrade their hardware so as to absorb the additional cost arising from flexible work arrangements. This will provide more incentives for SMEs to embrace the culture. Now, to drive a cultural change, besides the government, employers and employees must also help to make our work environment and the labor market more inclusive. I so submit to support the original motion and all the amendments. Mr. Scott Leung. Thank you, Deputy President. With societal progress, together with the pandemic and technological advancement, more and more corporations are adopting flexible work arrangements. According to information, at least 10 member states in the OECD have established law concerning flexible working hours. Now, the UK has legislated to offer protection for employees asking for flexible work arrangements in April. Now, flexible work arrangements means flexible time for starting work, working from home, and also hybrid work model, or even position sharing. The idea is to allow employees to choose working hours and workplace which suits them. Now, it is beneficial to both employers and employees. For the employees, they have more autonomy and more flexibility. They can arrange their work according to the rhythm of their life, and they can balance life and work. This will enhance their enjoyment and satisfaction. It would also help improve their health. Now, for employers, they can enjoy stronger loyalty from the employees. They can also reduce unnecessary costs. They can retain talents and reduce costs on training and recruiting new staff. Now, when employees can balance work and life, they can work with ease and less stress, and it would reduce the occurrence of industrial accidents and sickness. Our labor market has been tense recently. Flexible work arrangements can encourage housewives and the retirees to rejoin the labor market, thus alleviating the manpower shortage. Compared with other places where there is legislation as well as financial incentives for implementing flexible working system, the HKSAR government is more passive. The government is doing this through commendation, award scheme, and so on. The government must be more proactive, otherwise we will lose out in our competition for talent. I have several suggestions on implementing flexible working system. Now, some corporations reflect that flexible work arrangements would incur more cost. So the government should provide tax incentives as well as subsidies for corporations to adopt the system. The government may also adjust the guidelines on the outsourcing system and provide more and give additional points to employers or contractors which adopt flexible work arrangements. Now, we must ensure that employees are not working so hard that they are neglecting their family duties. So we must encourage employers to implement measures like position sharing and flexi time to ensure that women can take care of their family duties while working. Now, this will be a win-win situation for both the employers and the employees. Finally, the government must lead by example as a good employer. It should proactively implement the flexible work arrangements in the civil service, for example, 5-day work week, position sharing, and also flexi time, so as to show how beneficial the arrangement is. Now, a survey shows that more than 40% of employers are allowing flexi time arrangements for their employees so as to retain talent. It shows that this is already a trend and widely accepted by the employers. It will also help enhance the sense of enjoyment and satisfaction of employees. The government should popularize the idea. I so submit I support the original motion. Thank you. Mr. Charles Xiu-Chong. Thank you, Deputy President. Last year, I moved a motion on unleashing the labor force. One of my suggestions was for the government to implement proactive measures to remove the obstacles for women and retirees to rejoin the labor force. Now, the major challenges for this group is the lack of flexible work arrangements because they have to take care of their family duties. Over the past decade, women's labor participation rate has dropped from 49.6% in 2012 to 48.4% in recent years. There is a lack of policy measures to increase the labor participation rate. Now, today's motion is one such option. I'm pleased to see that the motion and the amendments agree that flexible working system will help unleash the labor force. The government must be more proactive in popularizing the work system. Many countries have legislated for the implementation of flexible work arrangements. The UK is one of the countries which was more advanced in the efforts. Now, flexible work arrangements is not treated as a kind of benefits, but rather a kind of understanding shown by the employers. Now, the Labour Party mentioned that the traditional model where males were the breadwinners have changed. Now, the long working hours and also the rigid working timetable has stopped many parents from working. So as a result, families with disabled children under the age of 16 may apply for flexible work arrangements. If it proves to be detrimental to the performance of the employees, then the employers are entitled to reject the applications. Now, this is a good arrangement. It allows for negotiation between the employers and the employees, rather than making flexible work arrangements a mandatory requirement. Now, after that, the UK's labour participation rate of women was raised from 55% to 59%. Now, it ensures that employees with family duties do not have to give up working. It shows that this is not such a bad idea. I urge the government to immediately include flexible work arrangements as an employee's right. Now, I agree with the original motion that the government should provide more incentives. And then at a right and opportune time, the government can consider legislation. Now, Ms. Nixie Lam proposed that the government should study the roadmap for the full implementation of the 5-day work week. Now, it has been 18 years since the idea was proposed. There are still some 30,000 civil servants or government employees who are not benefited under the arrangement. Now, when we raise inquiries, the government would give us the 4 reasons and refuse to set a roadmap for the remaining departments to implement 5-day week. Now, if there are any difficulties, the Civil Service Bureau should take the major responsibility to study on options to enhance the workflow and other alternatives rather than sitting on their hands. Now, the Singaporean government, after the epidemic, still allows civil servants in certain positions to work remotely or work flexibly to discharge their duties. Now, in Hong Kong, however, the government is asking government employees to use their own leave to take care of family businesses. We have to be more flexible. I so submit.
Mr. Dennis Leung. Thank you, Deputy President. I thank Mr. Lam Chen Sing for moving the motion so we can discuss this issue today. Whether employers or the commercial sector have reservations about this idea, I understand that. I hope we can continue to compare notes in a reasonable and rational manner in order to foster a harmonious society. Mr. Look proposed an amendment. We shouldn't be overly worried about the amendment. We will continue to fight for the attention from the administration. It is indeed important and necessary in this regard. Otherwise, it will affect the building of a harmonious society. The FTU wants to reward employees who work overtime. We also need to attach importance to the occupational and mental health of employees. They are not machines. They are humans. Even for machines, there will be time periods for rest. I'm aware that the administration should not offer incentives to encourage enterprises to implement flexible work system. This is the amendment made by Mr. Lee Chen-kang. I understand his concerns. However, if we can promote collaboration and agreement between employers and employees, we should encourage a flexible working system together. When there are benefits, we should work on them together. I hope the labor market in Hong Kong has a healthy development. I also want to have good measures and policies, and I hope that the commercial sector will consider this arrangement. Times have changed. After the COVID-19 pandemic, the business environment has changed. So have our standards, consumption patterns, and habits. The general public has already reached a new work pattern. We have a new definition of a long or flexible working time. At present, it is actually difficult for the people of Hong Kong to face a situation. But it is exactly because we are in this state, we need to enhance our communication. We need to reach a consensus in order to solve the post-pandemic problem, such as the work pattern, work model, low birth rate, a shortage of manpower, and so on. If we still continue to stick to the old method in order to solve the new problems, this won't get us anywhere. Employers now put in place new flexible work arrangements with employees. So we need to learn to implement this new model. I believe flexible or new work arrangements may not affect the development of the commercial sector. But we do need to think more about the benefits. We need to think how we can reduce the inconvenience or the minuses. This is the correct step forward. I hope that the administration will play its role well. That is to implement more family-friendly employment practices to build a better platform for employers and employees to foster communication, interactions, and to help Hong Kong drive its economy and to fight for the good livelihood for the people of Hong Kong. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Bill Tang. On this issue, from the perspective of employers, employees, talents, women seeking job, their stance can be very different. For employers, of course, more flexibility is better. Employees need to reply to their higher-ups at night. They need to turn in tasks in the evening. That is, of course, good for employers. So I've been thinking, who will benefit from flexible working arrangements? Of course, a win-win situation for both employers and employees is the best. But if both employers and employees have flexibility, the side with stronger bargaining power will win. In this context, this kind of flexibility is a kind of exploitation that is not kept in check. So, flexibility needs standards. We may not have standard working hours, 8 hours per day, working overtime. That is not the way forward. We mean regulation. The regulation can be about the physical health of employees. If you think working from 9 to 6 is the norm, then, well, I have nothing further to add. I'm at a loss for words. In the post-epidemic era, we focus on self-realization. We need to strive a balance between work and family and interests. A job may not be our lifelong career, actually. To employees, as Mr. Dennis Leung mentioned, probably there are new thoughts for employees, but there is a common ground. When we talk about new quality productive force, we still need to keep working. Is that the way? It does not mean having longer working hours. So I don't think this is the consensus of the FTU. In the post-epidemic era, we focus on the overall mental health for employees. So we need to discuss the limit or the cap for working hours. Without a cap, flexibility is a chance for employers to exploit employees. So the cap of working hours is indeed based on the limit of an employee. That is for how long an employee can work. If we are willing to put our heads together, the cap of working hours not only regulates employers, but it also regulates employees. Therefore, I hope members will think more about working hours. It's not just about standard working hours. There's also other room for improvement, say the cap of working hours. Just now, Professor Priscilla Leung said that she did not agree with the motion. I agree the nature of the work differs from one to another. The market has been operating for so long. There's a lack of manpower. So when should the government intervene? The administration, in my opinion, should encourage employers who proclaim that they could not engage employees. 1. Residential care homes, 2. Hotels. Employers in these two sectors said that they need manpower from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. This is exactly the time when women are free. They can join the workforce to help their families earn more. We just now talked about unleashing the potential of manpower. The employers of these two sectors oftentimes say that they have to import laborers. So we need to think, how can we provide matching services for these two sectors and women from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.? In this 6-hour window, we can provide a matching service. So this will be a good arrangement. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Kwok Wai Kang. Thank you, Deputy President. I thank Mr. Lam for moving this motion. Do people in Hong Kong like working? Do we like going to work? Our answers differ, I believe. But for those who answered yes, the reason behind it is that they are doing so for their beloved family members. However, we cannot settle for less for our family members. Even if we have to work harder, we are more than willing to do so. Over 42% of people surveyed said that they would rather resign if there is a conflict between work and families. 85% of the people surveyed said that flexi hours are considered the most important benefit apart from remuneration. On the implementation of FFEPs, Hong Kong is not doing very well. We encourage companies to do so. They are doing so on a voluntary basis, and we simply give them awards. Flexi hours are actually an FFEP as well. In Hong Kong, it is very difficult to legislate for flexi hours or FFEPs. We still have a long way to go. Is legislation necessary? It's off the topic. It's not that related. So popularization is all about doing so voluntarily. So the service industry, for example, cannot ask their employees to work in a remote setting. They only have household chores, but they cannot provide services to clients in a remote setting. We have been discussing flexi hours, enhanced morale, saving for offices, unleashing the potential of workforce, attracting more talents. We all know these benefits, but the point is whether we're willing to do so. In 2023, for the UK and Australia, on flexible work, there's a report. Over 87% of the enterprises have provided different kinds of flexi hours arrangements for employees. 60% of the employees said that if need be, they can leave the workplace for an hour or 2 hours if they need to attend to their family businesses. In fact, when employees finish handling their family matters, they will be more able to focus on their work. Isn't that better? This is the global trend. Can someone say that they are not happy with that? Then we cannot put in place this arrangement. Every policy must have both pros and cons. Last year, there was a study. They said there were 3 factors affecting the birth rate. 1, economy. 2, too long working hours. 3, difficult to buy a home. If we don't resolve these 3 problems, how can we boost the birth rate? The 20,000 newborn baby bonus are not sufficient. The subsidies are not sufficient. We need to redouble our efforts. Deputy President, early this year, in mainland China, there was a lawsuit. After a judgment, there were many reports. It's about the right to take a rest offline. A principal official in the mainland China proposed this idea in order to combat invisible working overtime, which was described as illegal. Can we give working hours a clearer definition in order to promote the mental health of employees? As a next step forward, we also need to attach importance to handling too long working hours. If that is the case, every year there are 200 or so deaths in the workplace. These were not caused by accidents. They were probably caused by personal health. But we don't think this is reasonable. We do need to probe into it. We need to see whether the too long working hours contributed to the phenomenon. Thank you, Deputy President.
Mr. Brave Chan, thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Secretary as well. I agree that we should promote the popularization of flexible working system. I thank Mr. Lam for the original motion and other members for their speeches. My prop here shows that we should implement flexible working system. We should have a more humanized approach in the way we live. This May, President Xi Jinping, in a learning session or study session, said that we should promote high-quality development. And this is the new mission that we should go by. We have to ensure enhanced quality in terms of our developments to enhance people's sense of well-being. As mentioned in the original motion, with flexi work arrangement, we can have a better balance between our work life and family responsibilities. For the geographical constituency members here, they do not only work from 9 to 6, they work around the clock. They have to go help when there is a power outage, for instance, or when there is an emergency situation. This is because they have a sense of mission and they are dedicated to their work. But it doesn't mean that everyone has to abide by such work model. The chief executive mentioned that we have to be result-oriented. We have to ensure that employees under their contracts can juggle work and life. For instance, some members, they gave birth to children, but at the same time they can handle their work. This is the message that we want to bring out. I've talked to many female employees with children. After they've sent their children to schools, they return to their work. I believe that is the same for our Deputy President. Say there's bad weather or when your children get sick, then you might not be able to decide whether you should take leave from work or carry on with your work. So flexible work arrangement allows parents to balance their work, life, and family responsibilities. In my office, there are male and female staff. I try to make the work arrangement more flexible for my staff so that my staff can be devoted to their work, and I feel that flexible work arrangement can help improve their mental health. Last year, a survey shows that over 85% of the respondents think that flexible work arrangements is an important benefit apart from their remuneration. And this is also one major consideration when they choose what jobs to take up. I believe working mothers, especially in Hong Kong, they emphasize flexible work arrangement. Some employers value working mothers because they're more productive than those without children. For OECD member states, including France, the UK, and the US, they have been encouraging flexible work arrangements since the 1990s. Over 87% of the employers in these member states roll out flexible work arrangement, and there are more advantages or more pros than cons in implementing flexible work arrangement. The DAB encourages the government to roll out tax concessions and learn from Malaysia, Canada, or Singapore to enact legislations to allow employers to roll out flexible work arrangement in the long run so that employers and employees can work together to unleash our potentials. And this would also allow for more options for working mothers. Like our Deputy President, apart from taking care of her family, she could handle her work well. Thank you. Ms. Maggie Chen. Thank you, Deputy President. I thank Mr. Lam Chun Sing for raising this motion. I also thank the other 5 members for their amendments. Women is an important force for our market. In Q4 last year, the work population compared to 2022 saw a drop. If you look at Q4 2023, the male work population was about 63.2 in terms of their participation rate, and the rate is 47.8% for female workers. But we have more women than men in Hong Kong. Women account for 54.5% of our total population. This shows that we need to unleash our female workforce. We should attract women to rejoin the workforce. This is crucial, and this is going to bring benefits to Hong Kong. So I have a few suggestions here. First, we have to have more child-minding services for our parents. Currently, there are about 82,000 children aged 0 to 2. However, the places for childcare centers reach about only 2,000. And these places are unevenly distributed across different districts in Hong Kong. So I think we should increase the number of places for childcare centers in Hong Kong. In the long run, in the commercial areas, there should be an increase in such places. The government can roll out some policies from urban planning perspective, say in commercial buildings. There can be areas for childcare. The government can encourage landlords or landowners to enjoy certain advantages if they allow for areas for childcare services so that there can be co-used or co-shared childcare facilities within a commercial building. This would facilitate female workers to take care of their children while they're at work. Well, this is something that we can roll out in the long run. However, we should at least see a start. Now, on after-school childcare services, in the 2023 policy address proposal, I suggested that we can roll out after-school childcare service. I'm glad that the government took on board my suggestions, as at this February, there are over 50 primary schools that are joining the after-school childcare services, and 3,000 places have been provided under this scheme. This is not enough. I suggest that we continue to enhance the number of service places under the scheme to relieve the burden of working parents and working mothers. This would allow our working moms to rejoin the workforce without any worries. My other suggestion is that the government can roll out retraining programs for working mothers. On flexible work arrangements, some women told me that they would like to rejoin the workforce and they would like to try some new job types. However, there is a lack of platforms that provide information to them about job postings. I hope the government can make use of I Am Smart, for instance, to create a centralized platform to disseminate information about jobs or companies with flexible work arrangements. I encourage the government and enterprises to open up positions that enjoy flexible work arrangements. This would allow women to pick the jobs that they want. I also think the government should take the lead to roll out flexible work arrangements, allowing employees to pick the working hours they want. Your time is up. Thank you. Mr. Doreen Kong. Deputy President, I speak in support of Mr. Lam Chun Sing's original motion so that we can have a chance to discuss here a topic that has to do with the sense of well-being of people in Hong Kong. Some 10 years ago, some Western countries, including Finland, Denmark, and Sweden, they rolled out flexible working arrangements. They are the pioneers in this regard. Within OECD, at least 10 member states have enacted legislations and concrete measures to roll out flexible working arrangements. Finland, back in 1996, rolled out legislation on flexible working arrangement. In 2011, a survey showed that over 92% of the companies in the country rolled out flexible work arrangements. Gen Z, as well as the older generation, have very different values in this regard. According to Marx note hierarchies and needs, younger generation compared to the older generation, they crave for self-fulfillment. Flexible work arrangement is a major consideration for employees. The systems in Hong Kong have to move with times. From the population perspective, we're seeing an aging population. We're seeing a higher burden to take care of the elderly in our society. The challenges that we are facing is due to the change of our values and change of systems. According to the Family Planning Association, a survey rolled out in 2011 by the association showed that 20% of the young people said they have no desire to give birth to children. Gen Z should be able to enjoy flexible work arrangements so that they can achieve a balance between self-fulfillment as well as work. And this would also help address the structural problem caused by an aging population. We should release our workforce, including women and elderly. According to a 2023 survey, the female participation rate in workforce was only 52.2%. Another survey showed that countries with flexible work arrangements, including Sweden, Denmark, and Finland, over 70 to 80% of female worker participation rate was seen. In 2023, elderly aged 60 or above, the work participation rate was only 13.6%. For OECD member states, such as South Korea and Japan, in 2022, elderly people aged 65 or above, the work participation rate in Japan and South Korea was 37.3%, 25.6% respectively. Flexible work arrangements can enhance the self-dignity of employees as well as boost their productivity. A job or recruitment platform showed that people who enjoy flexible work arrangement, their happiness index is about 5.772 or 5.31. For those who do not enjoy flexible work arrangement, their happiness index was only 4.83. The younger generation, some of them, they call themselves a social slave. This shows their helplessness, and this also urges us to think about the mental health of our younger generation. For employers, they would think about the costs and culture. In North Europe, they adopted the flexible work arrangement, but such model may not be suitable for Hong Kong. So maybe we should learn from Singapore. In 2023, they rolled out the work-life balance subsidy. We see that after the rolling out of the subsidy since 2019, the work-life balance rate increased from 53 to 71% in 2022. And this shows that the success of flexible work arrangement. I think flexible work arrangement can be reflected in different areas. If we have flexible work arrangement, we can have more breathing space so that the entire society can feel a higher sense of well-being. Thank you.
Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you, Deputy President. According to the CNSD statistics, in the first quarter this year, the male labor participation rate was 62.7%. For female, however, it was just 47.7%. The gap is most pronounced in the 35 to 54 group. Now, the difference is 20%. Now, according to the FTU's survey, being unable to balance between work and life is why most women choose to quit their jobs. Now, the flexible work arrangements will help employees to balance their family duties and their job so that they can create value in workplace, creating a win-win situation for all. Now, the government should encourage the idea of flexible work arrangements. For example, we should make reference to the Guangdong province to create Mama's Post. These posts come with flexible working hours and flexible work arrangements. Now, the Zhongshan municipal government offer $400 RMB each month as an allowance for working mothers, and this would also bring $7,800 in tax allowance each year. Now, I think there should be regular tax allowance quota for working mothers. Working mothers should enjoy additional tax concessions. Now, I must emphasize that the relevant employees in these Mama's posts should enjoy the same benefits as other employees, including bonuses and so on. Now, Mr. Lee Jun-keung's amendment mentioned encouraging elderly people to return to the workplace. Now, grassroots elderly workers are worried that with the higher pay, they are not entitled to the higher wage living allowance anymore. Now, because of the salary cap under the higher wage living allowance system, many retirees are not rejoining the labor force. I think we are losing out on this. potential workforce. Now, we should encourage people to work and get rewarded. Now, the government should consider raising the salary cap or asset cap for families with elderly people. Working elderly people should be entitled to 50% of the allowance, subject to a cap. And also, we must pay attention to the potential labor disputes under the new working model. Now, working parents and also working parents who are yet to find a job, or young people who still don't know where their passion is, would become slasher. They would be working as stage performers and so on. But on the platform economy, they don't enjoy any protection. Now, we must implement a standard contract for platform workers and create a tripartite platform to protect the platform workers. Now, many employees are complaining about the situation of invisible overtime with the prevalence of online work, and the additional work hours are not entitled to compensation. Now, I think we should legislate to regulate invisible overtime work online. Compensation should be given to the workers who work at home. We must establish a clear boundary between work and life. Thank you. Mr. Peter Chiu. Thank you, Deputy President. The motion is promoting the popularization of flexible working system. Now, according to the research section of the Secretariat of Electrical, there are a lot of models under the flexible working system. Now, this includes shortening the work day or work hours. Second, flexible starting times and ending times for work. 3, part-time work. 4, flexible workplace. 5, position sharing. 6, hybrid work model at home and at office. Deputy President, after the 3 years epidemic, many employees in Hong Kong found that they can actually work at home. During the epidemic, we are homebound. So if workers couldn't work at home, the economy would grind to a halt. Actually, I think many jobs are suitable for the work from home arrangements. We can still keep the same level of productivity. So I think flexible working hours can provide more flexibility in terms of commuting, and also the time saved can be spent on increasing productivity. But I don't think that is suitable for all job types. For my industry, the retailing industry, and also Mr. Tommy Zhang's catering industry and Mr. Frankie Yick's taxi industry, you can't work from home for these industries. You need to provide services to the customers and the passengers. So the flexible work arrangements does not suit all jobs. But I think we can implement this for the suitable jobs. Well, actually, the employers don't have a big problem with the idea. In the past, we were working 7 days a week, and then it became 6 days and then 5.5 days. And normally, employers would like to see the employees in office from 9 to 6 because that would be easier for them to manage. However, if the productivity level is the same, then many employers are open to the idea of flexible working hours. As long as everyone is comfortable with it, it is negotiable. So I endorse the general direction of the motion. However, Mr. Michael Look's amendments, he is a staunch defender of labor rights, So he slipped in a mechanism for regulating working hours. That has nothing to do with the motion. The issue of standard working hours or maximum working hours, that is an issue with a lot of controversy in Hong Kong. We need a very comprehensive discussion before deciding whether we should take this step. Of course, we will not agree to his amendment. Concerning Ms. Nixie Lam's amendment, she mentioned pro-birth and pro-mother policies. This includes the parenting leaves for civil servants. Of course, it would be good for mothers to have more days of leave and to take care of their children, of their newborns. In some countries, mothers with newborns are entitled to 200 days of leaves. But if you look at our economic situation, we're not doing so well, and salary is our major cost, and we are losing our competitiveness. So should we still think about this option in this climate? I don't think this is suitable, so we will not agree to Ms. Nixie Lam's amendment. I support the direction of Ms. Lam Chen Sing's amendment. On Mr. Lam Chen Sing's motion, he urges the government to provide more incentives and assistance. I think the government and a lot of private entrepreneurs are already doing this. We should let the employers and the employees to come up with an arrangement that is agreeable to both of them. I don't think the government should recklessly step in. Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak?
If not, Mr. Lam Chun Sing, you may now speak on the amendments. Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the 5 members for their amendments. They raised a couple of suggestions from different angles. Ms. Nixie Lam suggested that we should have tax concessions for enterprises rolling out flexible work arrangements. As mentioned in my original motion, this would promote economic growth, so I support this idea. The government should take the lead. Since 2006, the government has rolled out 5-day week. It's been 18 years now, but so far over 10% of the civil servants are still not working under the 5-day week model. This is disappointing. The government itself cannot even comprehensively roll out a 5-day work pattern. It even said that it has no plans to roll out maternity leave or parental leave. Well, this does not give incentive to the private sector to roll out flexible work arrangement. I hope we can have a more in-depth analysis on the feasibility for the government to roll out flexible work arrangement within the civil service. Professor William Wong suggested enterprises to make use of technologies to promote the implementation of a hybrid work model. I agree that we should make use of technologies to roll out flexible work arrangement. I also agree with what Mr. Michael Lee said, that we should attract non-working persons to rejoin the job market. However, Mr. Lee does not agree that the government should roll out financial incentives. I guess it is because he is aware that some employers are already rolling out flexible work arrangements. However, for some SMEs, because of limited resources, they have no room to think about how to roll out flexible work arrangements. The government should support SMEs to do so. Mr. Michael Luke, in his amendment, suggested that there should be a system to encourage employer-employee negotiations and a system for regulating working hours. I did not suggest regulating working hours. I only suggested flexible work arrangement. For those who fail to achieve a balance between work and life, and for those who experience overexhaustion at work, I guess they need to have flexibility, and we should regulate working hours for those employees. Mr. Yim Kong suggested us to have improved laws to ensure that labor disputes can be taken care of properly. Employees working from home or working at office should all be protected under the existing ordinance. As to how we should handle work injuries that happened during flexi work hours, I think it is important that employees are aware of their legitimate rights and interests as to whether there need to be legislation. The government should look into it itself.
Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, once again I thank Mr. Lam Chun Sing for moving the motion, and also Ms. Nixie Lam, Professor William Wong, Mr. Michael Look, Mr. Michael Lee, and Mr. Yim Kong for moving the amendments. A total of 36 members have spoken on today's motion. Now, the motion moved by Mr. Lam Chun Sing is very timely. It is exactly what Hong Kong needs right now. As mentioned by many members, we have declined from the peak of workforce in 2018, and then we are facing manpower shortage in many industries, and we are facing a structural change in our labor structure. There are several characteristics. Besides a declining workforce, we are also facing the problem of aging workforce. Many workers are now in advanced age. That's the first challenge. In terms of education attainment, now with our massive investments in improving our education system, most of our workers have become knowledge workers. The labor force with a university degree above accounts for 30% or 40% of our labor force. There are fewer and fewer employees with education attainments below post-secondary level. That translates into a huge change in our labor structure. And of course, the 3-year epidemic have driven a change in the behavior and the values held by members of the public. More and more people are beginning to accept and embrace flexible work arrangements. And with technology, we are making possible flexible work arrangements in many fields. Now, the new generation has very different values in terms of work-life balance. So the keyword of today's motion is flexible. I think all members who have spoken were very flexible. So I hope that with the debate we can reach a major consensus. I think the consensus today is flexible work arrangement is beneficial and we should promote it. The controversies lie in whether we should implement it on a fully voluntary basis, or should we legislate and mandate the adoption of a flexible work arrangement. I think there are different views among members, but that is a good thing. It is an opportune time for society to consider whether we should adopt this arrangement. It is a pragmatic discussion. The objective is to unleash the female and elderly workforce and encourage them to stay in rather than leave the job market. I think that's the major concern we share. Now, many members have mentioned the word sense of achievement or satisfaction. People don't just come to work for remuneration. We want to work happily. If we are happy, then we can work more efficiently, and our attitude will also improve. And some members mentioned the roles to be played by the government. Besides legislation, some members think that the government should lead by example to promote flexible work arrangements. So members have covered the above areas. Now I would like to highlight several points. In terms of publicity and promotion, the government should take the lead. This includes the 2024 Good Employer Charter organized by the Labor Department. The idea is to promote the concept of good employer. Now, what is a good employer? Who is a good employer? That would mean an employer which provides working arrangements better than those required by the law, and also good communication between the employers and the employees. Now, through the 2024 Good Employer Charter, we want to promote the good human resource practices already in use in the market. Now, when other employers see how beneficial the arrangement is, they may adopt it themselves. And also, we attach priority to encouraging women and elderly people to rejoin the labor market. So I thank many unionists for suggesting to the government to offer a re-employment allowance. This is exactly what we are going to do. On the 15th of July, we are going to launch a 3-year re-employment allowance pilot scheme. The purpose of this scheme is to encourage those aged 40 or above who have not been in paid employment for 3 consecutive months or more to rejoin the labor market. Now, eligible participants will be entitled to a maximum $20,000 allowance after 12 consecutive months of work. Through the pilot scheme, we want to encourage middle-aged people who are still sitting on the fence to really rejoin the job market. A lot of women want to work. However, they are caught between a rock and a hard place because they need to balance a lot of duties. That's why the government strives to provide better childcare services to mothers so that women who would like to join the job market can do so without any qualms. This includes extending the after-school care program for pre-primary children and also increasing the number of child care centers. We are also increasing the incentive payments for home-based child carers. All the above measures are for offering more assistance to working mothers so that they can work while taking care of their children. This would help them get some extra income for the household while rejuvenating our labor force. And also, many members mentioned a possible legal issue. Now, with the flexi time or work from home arrangements, what if there is an accident? So let me explain this. Now, the Employee Compensation Ordinance specifies the protection or compensation for employees who suffers an accident at work resulting in injuries or death. For these cases, the employer is responsible to make compensation under the Employee Compensation Ordinance. The ordinance does not impose restriction on the working time or the work arrangements of the employees. In other words, for employees who suffer an accident during the flexi working hours or at home, they will be entitled to compensation under the ordinance. So there is no restriction in terms of the workplace. It doesn't mean that you will only be protected when you are working in office. Even when you work at home, you will be covered by the ordinance. So for employees who would like to work flexibly as the comforts of the home, they would also be protected if there is an accident. Some members ask whether the government should provide financial incentives or tax incentives. Now, I must stress that we must carefully balance the impact of the proposal on public finance when considering the use of subsidies or tax incentives as policy incentives and whether the proposal are cost-effective and fair. We must seek to strike a balance between the targets and maintaining the robustness of our public finance. I'm also aware that many members inquired of the progress of the 5-day work week in the civil service. We began implementing the 5-day work week since year 2006 on the premises that the public service is not affected. And also, there is no additional burden on taxpayers. The government encourages departments which have yet to fully implement a 5-day week to explore the feasibility of implementing a 5-day work week with a pragmatic attitude. As a good employer, the government strives to provide a family-friendly work environment for our employees. Now, starting from April this year, we offer marriage leave and compassionate leave for our employees. Employees may take up to 3 days of marriage or compassionate leave on reasons of marriage or bereavement. Now, we also encourage heads of departments to consider approving leave application based on family needs without affecting the operation of the department. Now, we will carefully consider the operational needs and the impact on public service, as well as the additional resources incurred and the government's affordability in considering how we can strive for a balance between implementing family-friendly measures and prudent use of public money. If necessary, we will conduct a review. Now, there are views that the government should take the lead in implementing flexible working arrangements. On this, various government departments have different functions and duties, and the working hours for different departments are different. For example, some frontline departments need to provide counter service for the public, and the disciplinary services need to work in shifts. Now, an across-the-board arrangement is not practicable. If necessary, heads of departments may make individual arrangements based on the functions and the manpower situation of the departments. Once again, I thank Mr. Lam Chun-sing for moving today's motion, as well as the amendments moved by the 5 members. The relevant policy bureaus will consider all members' views. The Labour and Welfare Bureau and Labour Departments will continue to strive to promote the implementation of flexible working hours and promote social harmony. Thank you.
主席，我動議
I now call upon Ms. Nixie Lam to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Ms. Nixie Lam's amendment be passed. Mr. Peter Xu has claimed the division. The division bell will ring for 5 minutes.
開始表決。
Will members please proceed to vote? Will members please check their votes? If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. Members returned by the Election Committee. 36 present, 14 in favor, 1 against, 21 abstentions. Members returned by functional constituencies and geographical constituencies. 49 present, 26 in favor, 3 against, 19 abstentions. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion negatived. Mr. Lee, President, I move that in the event of further divisions being claimed in respect of the motion on promoting the popularization of flexible working system or any amendments thereto, this Council do proceed to each of subdivisions immediately after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. I now propose the question to you that the motion moved by Mr. Lee be passed. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. I order that in the event of further divisions being claimed in respect of the motion concerned, this Council do proceed to each of such divisions immediately after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. I now call upon Professor William Wong. You may move your amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Professor William Wong's amendment be passed. Mr. Michael Lee has claimed a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Members, please proceed to vote. Members, please check their votes. If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. Members returned by the Election Committee. 37 present, 27 in favor, 0 against, 10 abstentions. Members returned by FC and GC. 48 present, 35 in favor, 0 against, 12 abstentions. The question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. While Professor William Wong's amendment has been passed, Mr. Michael Lee would not move his amendment. Mr. Michael Luke, as the previous amendment has been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Michael Luke's further amendment be passed. Mr. Frankie Yick has claimed a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Members, please proceed to vote. Members, please check the votes. If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. Members returned by the Election Committee, 37 present, 7 in favor, 9 against, 21 abstentions. Members returned by FC and GC, 49 present, 12 in favor, 24 against, 12 abstentions. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negatived. Mr. Yim Kong, as previous amendments have been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Yim Kong's further amendment be passed. Mr. Peter Shiu has claimed a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Members, please proceed to vote. Will member please check the votes? If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. Members returned by the Election Committee, 37 present, 27 in favor, 0 against, 10 abstentions. Members returned by FC and GC, 49 present, 36 in favor, 0 against, 12 abstentions. The question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Lam Chun Sing, you still have 2 minutes and 39 seconds to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Mr. Lam. Thank you, President. Perhaps some people think that flexible work arrangement means slacking, and that this is against the Lion Rock spirit in Hong Kong. Is it because the wage earners nowadays in Hong Kong are not dedicated? Well, even with flexible work arrangement, we can work hard. I know that some people, they work from home, and within a few years, they have been promoted 3 times. This shows that they can excel at work even if they work from home. A lot of them work overnight. They should, however, still have their own free time. Ms. Nixie Lam asked whether flexible work arrangement would be against the wish of the business sector. Well, I'm not too worried about this. It's because the key is to be flexible. The original motion is not supporting legislation. It is to encourage good employers to do more, in hopes that it would not affect the cost of employers. This is also to encourage employees to work flexibly. This will allow employees in need to strike a balance between work and life. President, I so submit. I hope all of you would support my motion. I now put the question to you that Mr. Lam Chun Sing's motion, as amended by Professor William Wong and Mr. Yim Kong, be passed. Mr. Peter Shiu has claimed a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Members, please proceed to vote. Mr. Perry, you? Yes. Members, please check their votes. If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. Members returned by the Election Committee, 37 present, 29 in favor, 0 against, 8 abstentions. Members returned by FC and GCs, 49 present, 35 in favor, 0 against, 13 abstentions. The question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended be passed. I now suspend the meeting until 9 a.m. tomorrow.